Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Naruto and Hinata manifested bending jutsu in Avatar. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated.
Now enjoy the video. Prologue. The Fire Nation has become even more relentless in the war against the Earth and Water Nations due to the fact that the Avatar has returned.
Fire Lord Ozai has ordered legions of his best firebenders to go out and conquer the Earth Nation faster. Even the mighty city of Omashu fell to the newest offensive. Admiral Zhao led a massive assault on the Northern Water Tribe's main city fortress, yet it failed when the Avatar, a young airbender named Aang, absorbed the water spirit in his avatar state and brought the fight directly to the Fire Nation. The Sound Village has begun plotting to destroy Konoha once again, its leader Orochimaru, the fallen Sannin, preparing a massive assault. Yet he needs allies, and a massive army to triumph over Konoha's military might. He has sent emissaries to the Rock Village in the Land of Earth, due to their lingering hatred and jealousy of
Konoha. From being victorious in the last Shinobi War, time has also begun to run out for his apprentice, Uchiha Sasuke. Soon he'll be able to transfer his soul into the gifted Uchiha. Avatar Aang and his companions, Sokka and Katara of the Southern Water Tribe, arrived in the Earth Nation to find an earthbending teacher for the young Avatar. Due to a vision in a spiritual swamp, he found one in the form of the blind, yet extremely gifted earthbender, Toph. Now, as they travel to find the secret to beating the Fire Nation, they reach a massive desert which they have to cross to get to Ba Sing Se, the Earth Nation's capital, on the Avatar's flying bison, Appa. Uzumaki Naruto, the boy who would be the next Hokage, increased his training under the tutelage of Hitaki Kakashi and Anbu Captain Yamato. He is determined to bring Sasuke back to Konoha, since he never breaks a promise. The young Hyuga heiress, Hyuga Hinata, has been called in by Kakashi to oversee his training. Chapter 1. A World at War. Konoha, Training Sector 8.
In the training sector of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, a 15-year-old teenager, with blue eyes and spiky blonde hair, whisker-like markings on his cheeks, a forehead protector with a leaf carved into the middle of it, and wearing black and orange jumpsuit. On his back was a red spiral symbol in between the red and orange divide.
He let out an yell of frustration, and threw up his hands into a strange sign. He crossed his fingers and instantly 2,000 copies of himself appeared.
This time I'm really going to do it. The young man yelled, and his copies added their support.
From the top of a hill overlooking the training area, a young woman with white eyes, same age as the young man, long black hair, dressed in a brown and white light coat and long black pants with bandages around her thigh, stood next to a tall man with silver hair, a mask covering most of his face, and his forehead protector his right eye. "How's he doing, Hinata-san?" The young woman, Hyuga Hinata, heiress to the prestigious
Hyuga clan sighed. She activated her Keki Genkai, the Byakugan, and watched as the young man and his copies swirled energy in their hands. Naruto-kun is still having difficulty molding his chakra element into the Rasengan. Why, yet he's gotten his control better. He could make the attack complete any day now, Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired man, Hitaki Kakashi, nodded and turned to the man with dark black hair and eyes. Has he been keeping the Kyuubi down, Yamato-san? He has gotten better about it. His temper is just under the limits of releasing the power of the demon, Yamato replied, arcing his eyebrow. I could have sworn he started doing it better when the young Ms. Hyuga arrived.
Hinata's face reddened slightly at that, making Kakashi smile underneath his mask. You had only a week to learn about Naruto and his teammate Sakura. I had 6 months with him and 2 years with Sakura.
I guess my powers of observation aren't as great as I thought, Yamato grinned. So when he completes the Rasengan, which Yondaime and Jiraiya-sama could not achieve, he'll be strong enough to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. That's the plan, at least for now, Kakashi replied, and Hinata gazed down at the ground for a second. Something wrong, Hinata-san?
And no, I just wish I could help more, Hinata replied in a nervous stutter. I'm still having trouble believing.
A few days ago, Hinata had returned from a mission with her sensei, Yuhi Kurenai, and her teammates Aburame Shino and Inazuka Kiba and his dog Akamaru. Kurenai went to tend to her flower gardens. Shino went to inform his clan of the mission's success, and Kiba just went to go play with his large dog. That left Hinata alone, with really nothing to do.
She wandered around Konoha, and if on impulse checked in the Local and most popular ramen shop in town, Ichiraku. She blushed to herself when she realized why she did that to find Uzumaki. Naruto, her crush. No, it wasn't a simple crush anymore, she had fallen in love with him. Yet when she first saw him after he returned from his training with Jiraiya of the Legendary Three, she hid.
Because she didn't have enough courage to see him. On top of that, when he found her, she started blushing, and as always, he thought she had a fever, and she immediately fainted. Expecting Naruto here, a voice asked from behind her. She
jumped and looked back and saw Naruto's Junin instructor, the copy ninja Hitaki Kakashi. Anyo, Hinata started as she started blushing a deep shade of tomato red.
Underneath his mask, Kakashi smiled. He is out training for our next mission of retrieving Sasuke, if that's what you want to know. Come to think of it, he's having a little trouble, we could use your talents. In aiding his progress, Hinata nearly collapsed when she heard Kakashi's request. My talents. What's he doing? And wouldn't Neji-ni-san be better? Neji-san's on a mission right now and Naruto needs help molding his chakra element into the Rasengan, and also keeping the thing he keeps caged under control. Yamato can keep it under control, but neither of us can see the chakra being channeled, Kakashi replied, his smirk still showing underneath his mask. This isn't a mission however, and you can refuse or back out anytime. Though there is something you must know about Naruto to make the proper decision.
What is it? Hinata asked after she took a gulp of air, processing the request.
Walk with me, we can't have any prying ears from the general public hearing this, Kakashi told her seriously, and the young Hyuga nodded and walked with the copy ninja away from the crowd around Ichiraku. As you know, 15.5 years ago, Yondaime defeated the nine-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi. He saved the entire village, yet. What your generation doesn't know is that he didn't destroy Kyuubi. What? Hinata interjected in slight shock. I thought he destroyed Kyuubi.
Kakashi shook his head. Yondaime was the finest, most powerful ninja this village ever produced, perhaps the strongest on the planet. Yet even his might isn't enough to destroy the strongest of all the nine-tailed Biju. Instead, he took a newborn babe, a young boy, and sealed the demon inside of him. With that, Yondaime died. Leaving the child to grow up, becoming a prankster, then a genin we all know.
Hinata's eyes widened. Why you mean, Naruto-kun has Kyuubi sealed inside of him? Kakashi nodded. He's the monster's jailer, the only thing that is keeping the demon from killing us all. Many of the villagers look upon him in hatred because he has the demon inside of him, though most have let that hate go, some will never let it die. Hinata nodded solemnly at that, remembering the hateful looks the adults gave Naruto 3 years ago. The silver-haired Junin cleared his throat. Naruto has only told Sakura and Temari-san about this, during our mission to save Kazekage-sama, Gaara, from Akatsuki. I'll do it, Hinata told him. He gave her a momentary look of confusion. I'll help you train Naruto-kun. He isn't the demon, the adults are wrong about him, he's the strongest man I know. I was hoping you'd say that. Well, come on, let's get to the training field. Konoha's #1 knucklehead is about to start another round of training, Kakashi said as he looked up onto the buildings of the village to see Sarutobi Asuma, Nara Shikamaru, Kamizuki Izumo, and Hankatetsu leap towards the gate. He suddenly got the feeling that this would be the last time he'd see his old friend Asuma.
She stood as Naruto growled in frustration once again.
Damn it! Naruto roared as his clones disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What the hell am I doing wrong? Whenever it feels like the wind chakra is going into the Rasengan, it suddenly disappears.
Hinata pursed her lips, and glanced up at Kakashi, and he looked as if she should tell him. She gulped, but walked down from the hill towards him. The blonde gave another loud growl of frustration, but he looked towards the Hyuga heiress walking towards him, and his anger seemed to suddenly disappear from the sight of her. He put on his trademark grin as she approached. Hey Hinata, what are you doing down here? Naruto asked cheerfully, and the Hyuga heiress blushed. Are you getting a fever again? You're red. And no, I'm not getting a fever, and Naruto-kun, Hinata replied as she mustered up the courage to talk with him. I just wanted to tell you what I saw with my Byakugan while you were doing your attempt. Naruto's smirk widened. You know what I did wrong?
Your control is getting much better, but why you seem to be trying to force the wind chakra into the Rasengan, Hinata started with a gulp. It isn't something that can be forced.
What do you mean? Naruto asked again as he sat on the ground and crossed his legs.
Wind is moving air. Forcing it will only make it blow back at you, like a hurricane, Hinata replied, searching in her mind for an analogy. Water element chakra also can't be forced. It needs to flow like a calm stream, not a raging flood or river. Fire element.
Chakra can be forced since force is the way to create it. Same goes for lightning element chakra. Earth element chakra requires a stern, calm mind to mold and perform. I think I get it, like water I have to let the wind chakra flow gently, Naruto said as the information clicked in his head, thanks. Hinata, you're really smart, Hinata blushed at his praise, and not really.
I'm serious. You're one of the smartest girls I know. Naruto told her as he jumped into the air. What's your chakra element by the way?
Anyo, I haven't done the test yet, Hinata replied as she began twiddling her fingers together. Naruto smiled and took out a piece of paper. Kakashi-sensei showed me a way to test for your chakra element. Here, take it. Hinata does so, trying to keep her blush down. It'll split if it's wind, crumple if it's lightning, burn if it's fire, turn to dust if it's earth, or become wet if it's water, Naruto told her. Just concentrate. The Hyuga heiress gulps and she does so. Suddenly, the paper starts to dampen and start dripping. Naruto smirks. Guess you're a water element. This is great, we can train together. Hinata blushed again. Why yeah, I guess so, Kakashi and Yamato walked over. Got some revelation or something, Hinata-san.
She's a water element, Naruto exclaimed with a smirk. It's great. I have a training partner now. Kakashi nodded. That's great. It is kind of hard just training alone after all.
Hinata began to smile at that. I'll be spending even more time with Naruto-kun.
Well, let's get back to the training then, Yamato said with a smirk. Things are starting to get even more interesting.
Earth Nation borders on another path, near a mountain range. A bald boy with an blue arrow going straight down his back sat cross-legged on the ground. He was wearing a loose-fitting orange t-shirt with loose-fitting long pants and a long shirt underneath his top shirt. The wind blew, making the grass move left and right. Around him were strange holes, like they were dug out of the ground by a group of rodents. And behind him, there was a large, six-legged creature with the head of a bison and a tail of a platypus, with snow-white fur covering its body. On the creature's back there was the same arrow that the boy had, yet it was gray in color. 3 people and another small creature, that looked like a cross between a lemur and a bat. What's out here? The male teenager with light-fitting blue clothing asked as he stretched. A lot actually, the younger girl with fair skin, wearing her hair up with her bangs over her face, wearing a yellow dress that had a loose-fitting green jumpsuit underneath, and she was barefoot and appeared blind replied as she bent down to the ground and put her hand on it, there's hundreds of little. The boy on the ground shushed her. I know you can see underground but don't ruin the surprise. The boy then blew into a flute he had in his hands and blew out a note. Suddenly, a furry, prairie dog-like rodent came out of one of the holes and beeped in tune with the note of the flute. The boy turned to look at where the rodent came out and giggled. Yeah, he chuckled as he blew into his flute again, and another prairie dog-like creature popped up from another hole in front of him and beeped in tune with his flute again. He threw up his hands and laughed. I'm putting an orchestra together. Orchestra huh? The teenager asked, unimpressed. Well, la-dee-da.
3 more of the strange creatures popped out of the holes as the boy kept playing. The teenager threw up his hands into the air at the boy's play, hardly believing this boy was him, the avatar. The lemur-like creature leapt into one of the holes after one of the creatures, then resurfaced a second later. The avatar, an airbender named Aang, continued playing as more of the rodents popped out of the earth, and the lemur-like creature went to chase after them. The older girl in blue clothing laughed at the scene, and the teenager huffed.
This is great and all, but don't we have more things to worry about? The teenager, whose name is Sokka asked as he plugged the flute, then took his finger out and threw out his hands. We should be making plans. We've already made plans, the blind girl, an earthbending master named Toph reminded Sokka as she closed her eyes, and then she opened them. We're all picking mini vacations. There's no time for vacations, Sokka told her as Aang turned his head to look up at the older boy. I'm learning the elements as fast as I can, Aang told the teenager of the Southern Water Tribe. I practice hard every day with Toph and Katara. I've been training my butt off. Yeah, what's wrong with having a little fun in our downtime? The older girl, Katara, waterbending master asked her older brother as she walked up. Even if you do master all the elements, then what? Sokka asked, crossing his arms and then spreading them around his hips. It's not like we have a map of the Fire Nation, should we just head west until we reach the Fire Lord's house? He then turned and knocked at the air. Knock, knock, hello, Fire Lord, anybody home? I don't think so. We need some intelligence if we're going to win this war. Aang then blew into his flute again, and one of the prairie dog rodents came up under Sokka and beeped, making Katara giggle. Alright, we'll finish our vacations and then look for Sokka's intelligence. The airbender used some wind to put himself back onto his feet and he laughed. A second later he took out one of the maps he had on his flying bison, Appa, and showed it to Katara. Your turn, Katara. Where do you want to go on your mini vacation? Katara bent down and inspected the map and then she pointed at one of places on it. How about the Misty Ponds Oasis? That sounds refreshing. Oh, yeah, I've been there. It's a pristine natural ice spring, and I usually don't use the word pristine, it's one of nature's wonders, Aang replied as he looked at the map. I hope it's still like how I remember it though. Village hidden in the sound in one of the underground lairs that Orochimaru, the fallen Sannin had constructed, the Snake Master pored over ancient scrolls. Looking for a jutsu he heard about. On his throne, there was a crystal ball, a communication and spying method that all cages used to keep tabs on certain ninja, or contact the other world. Inside the ball, there was fire, and a man cloaked in darkness.
What is taking so long, Orochimaru? The cloaked man asked. You said you had the teleportation jutsu.
I do, Lord Ozai, but I am just looking. Oh wait, there it is. Orochimaru looked at the kanji on the scroll, then at the symbols and diagrams for creating the jutsu. The Taripo to Jutsu, with it I'll be able to send my disciples to aid you in your war against the Earth and Water Nations, Fire Lord. And with it, I will send you disciplined firebenders and soldiers to aid you in your battle against Konoha, Ozai said from behind his shroud. Orochimaru's brow furrowed, it'll take practice to get it right, and Sasuke is not ready for my transference jutsu. I will attempt to open up the portal with the Taripo to Jutsu. If I'm successful, our plan will be ready for execution. Ozai nodded from the ball, and the snake Sannin walked into the middle of the room. From the shadows, his second-in-command, former Konoha ninja, Kabuto walked forward and bowed.
I am ready for the experiment, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as he went to one knee, and pushed his glasses up.
Orochimaru's smile crept onto his face. Very well, Kabuto-san. The snake Sannin then bit his thumb, and blood began leaking out. He then knelt down and started drawing a circle around him. He finished, and then drew a smaller circle inside the larger one. He then drew a 5-starred symbol, with the top pointing to the west. Finally, he drew the fire, earth, water, and wind symbols into the outside of the star and he rose to his feet. Kabuto-san, come here, Orochimaru ordered as Kabuto walked forward. Do not step out of the pentagram's circle. Kabuto nodded, and pushed his glasses up as a ghost of a smile appeared on his face. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru then began a long series of hand seals, starting with the dog, horse, and ox, and he finished with the dragon symbol. Chakra began spiraling out of blood seal that the snake Sannin had drew on the floor, and the ground began shaking as Orochimaru finished. Unknown to both Orochimaru and Kabuto, however, a wire streaked out of the shadows from behind the former medic from Konoha. The ground kept shaking, forcing Kabuto to step back to keep his balance, but he failed to notice the wire and he fell out of the circle. Orochimaru's eyes widened in anger as the jutsu went awry, and leapt out as a beam of light burst from the seal out of his hideout. You fool! How dare you screw up this crucial jutsu, Orochimaru roared, but then he noticed the wire and his eyes shot to the shadows. Sasuke, how dare you sabotage my plans? You are my puppet, and I will not tolerate any of your disobedience anymore. He then looked up into the air. Wherever that beam goes and hits, the people caught in it will be brought to Ozai's world. Yet, if the jutsu wasn't messed up, they would have been sent directly to Ozai's palace. As it stands now, they could land anywhere. Konoha, Training Sector 8 Hinata activated her Byakugan and watched as Naruto, using 2 clones to stabilize and form the wind chakra into the Rasengan. She looked over at the spring of water Yamato had created for her to practice her water jutsus, which Kakashi was very knowledgeable about. The blonde genin began to swirl the blue chakra in his palm, and the wind chakra began to swirl inside of the tiny hurricane of chakra. Yes, I'm doing it, it's almost complete, Naruto cheered as the Rasengan kept spinning and the hurricane was surrounded by a tornado of wind chakra. Almost, almost, almost. Suddenly, the Rasengan detonated on its own, throwing Naruto and his clones back. Both Bushins exploded in a puff of smoke, and Hinata ran over as the blonde genin landed hard on his butt. Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled as she helped him up. He snarled in frustration, and then his head drooped. I almost had it, what the hell went wrong? Naruto asked quietly, looking down at the ground. The wind chakra was forming with the other chakra. I saw it, why didn't it hold?
From atop the hill, Kakashi noticed how close Naruto got to completing the jutsu. He'll be able to do it. Yondaime didn't even get to that point. Yamato nodded, and he felt a chakra spike and looked back to see Haruno Sakura running towards Naruto and Hinata. The pink-haired Kunoichi noticed that the blonde-haired genin was moping, and the Hyuga heiress was holding him up. She smirked, but looked at the destruction around the area.
Hi, Sakura-chan, Naruto said with a sigh. He then looked up and put on a smile. How you doing? What are you doing here? Just was wondering how well your training was going. He's been doing well with this chakra element forming, right? Sakura replied as she looked at Hinata. He's doing very well, he helped me find my chakra element water, Hinata replied with a blush which Naruto didn't understand, yet, but Sakura knew all too well and the Hyuga heiress began twiddling her index fingers. Yamato-sama made me a spring to practice in. Well, I think it's time for a break, Sakura commented as she looked at the burnt grass and the small crater Naruto's nearly complete Rasengan had created. She opened her pack. Good thing I brought ramen for Naruto, hope it's enough since I know how much he eats.
Wow, thanks Sakura-chan. Naruto cheered as he leapt up. Got any miso pork ramen?
Sakura sighed and she reached into her pack and handed it to her friend. I wanted that one, she thought as her inner self roared.
Don't let the Naruto perv have the miso ramen. Sakura-san, good timing, Kakashi said as he walked over with Yamato. If Tsunade is okay with it, I'd like to start you on the chakra element training too, since you want to help bring back Sasuke.
The pink-haired Kunoichi nodded, and she noticed Yamato looking up into the air. Something wrong, Yamato-san? Nothing, I hope. I just felt a chakra spike coming from the west, Yamato replied as he trailed off. Suddenly, a twinkle of light above them sparkled as the Anbu captain was handed a cup of chicken ramen, and his head snapped back to look into the air. Everyone, back. But it was too late, the light slammed into the five of them were engulfed in the strange light. To the casual observer, it would look like the light vanished with them, seemingly vaporizing them, yet to an observant shinobi, it would look like they were transported somewhere against their will. The Anbu Team 7 replacement, only known as Sai, saw what happened. I must go report this to Tsunade-sama, Sai thought as he brought the binoculars down from spying on his teammates and Junin masters. Danzo-sama will also need to know. With that, the ink-using shinobi disappeared. Earth Kingdom, between the mountains and Great Desert. The group rested dead center in between the mountains and the Great Desert of the Earth Kingdom. There were no villages, no small towns, and no settlements, so they had to set up camp. Appa roared a yawn as he laid down on the soft leaves Aang and Katara had got for him. Aang, Katara, and Sokka were laying in their sleeping bags under the stars, since no bad weather looked like it was on the horizon, though Toph created her rock tent with earthbending just in case. Tomorrow we'll be reaching the ice spring, I hope you like it Katara, Aang said as he looked up into the sky.
Me too, nice to be away from psychotic firebenders with blue fire, Katara commented as she saw a twinkle in the sky. I think I see a shooting star.
Yeah, me too, Aang said as he looked up as the light started to grow larger. I really hope I can defeat the Iron Lord though. You'll do it, Aang. I believe in you, Sokka believes in you, Toph believes in you. Katara started as the little flying lemur, Momo, landed on the young airbender's head, and Momo and Appa believe in you. Aang smiled at that, and he looked back up into the night sky. Is it just me or is that shooting star getting bigger? Why don't you guys just go to sleep? Sokka yawned as he turned over. We have a big day tomorrow. Katara smirked, but she looked up into the sky as the light from the star grew brighter and brighter, until it was practically hovering over them. On instinct, she leapt out of the way as the light approached. Everyone, move. Sokka yawned in frustration until he saw the light barreling down near them. Instantly, he jumped and Aang rolled out of the way as the light slammed down into the ground. For about 5 seconds, the light stayed until it burned out, leaving 5 unconscious people near Aang's group.
That was weird, Sokka commented as he walked up to the 5 people. They were all wearing strange clothing. The one of the girls, near his age, actually had pink hair. The other girl had dark, bluish-black hair, and the man had tall spiky silver hair. The other two, a boy with whisker marks on his cheeks had spiky blonde hair, and the other man had black hair. They all had strange metal plates attached
to cloth tied around certain areas on their body. The blonde-haired boy and the pink-haired girl had them on their foreheads, the dark bluish black-haired girl had it slung around her neck, the silver-haired man had it slung over his left eye, and the black-haired man had it engraved on a face helmet. They all had a symbol of a leaf on them. "Who are they?" Aang asked as he noticed Toph coming out of her rock tent. "Can't everyone be quiet, please? I'm trying to sleep here," Toph asked in frustration as she wiped her blind right eye. "Wait, why are there 5 other people here? I feel 5 different heartbeats."
"You're not going to believe it. They came out of a light from the sky," Sokka said as he bent down near the 2 girls. "Wow, they're pretty good looking." The boy with spiky blonde hair and whiskers flexed his muscles, which were nearly invisible under his mostly black over orange coat. The pink-haired girl in the black skirt covered with a red pack over her hips also stirred for a second. The dark bluish black-haired girl with pale, fair skin wearing a light purple overcoat and dark blue long pants turned, and she was facing the spiky-haired boy. The silver-haired man with a blue mask covering the bottom of his face, wearing a strange green vest with many pockets and dark blue pants and shirt, groaned, yet remained unconscious. The dark-haired man with the strange facial wear and the same bluish-black shirt and pants as the other 3 stirred and groaned, but he too remained unconscious. On his back was a sword. "Whoever they are, I think they'll need our help," Katara said as she opened her water-bending flask, and the water floated out and engulfed her hands. She bent down and began using her healing powers on the spiky-haired boy. "He's kind of cute, though doesn't look like my type." The boy groaned. "Damn you, Sasuke, get back here, I promised, Sakura-chan, I'd bring you back." "Are you sure this is such a good idea?" Sokka asked. "They might be from the Fire Nation, hell, they could have come anywhere." "I don't think they're Fire Nation," Aang said as he looked at the spiky-haired boy too, and at the leaf symbol on their metal bands. "I have never seen this symbol though, I wonder what it means." The dark bluish black-haired girl mumbled, "Naruto-kun, why can't I tell you?" Suddenly, the silver-haired man's right eye opened, and blinked as it looked around. "Okay, what am I doing here and who are you? Tell me quickly." The man suddenly stood up and took out a strange-looking knife from a pack on his thigh. "Where am I, and why are my students and Yamato-san here? Did you bring us here?" "No sir. You appeared out of a light from the sky. All 5 of you were unconscious," Katara stammered, amazed that the man was on his feet already, but his knife looked menacing. I'm Katara of the Southern Water Tribe. I'm seeing what I can do to help your students with my waterbending." "I'm Sokka, and just put the knife down," Sokka started as he took out his bladed boomerang, "and no one will get hurt." We don't mean any harm to you, sir. You have my word on it, I'm the Avatar," Aang said as the strange man lowered his blade, and sighed. "And I'm Toph, so if you want to continue, you'll end up splatter on the rock face," Toph threatened, becoming very protective of her friends. "All right," the man said as he sheathed his blade back into its pack. "Never can be too careful, you don't look like you're lying." "Because we're not, I can tell since I can feel the vibrations and breathing of the person," Toph stated, her blind eyes glaring at the man. "A ninja can never be too careful," the man stated. "I am Hitaki Kakashi, Junin of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves." He then indicated to the still unconscious people near Katara. "The blonde-haired kid, that's one of my students, Uzumaki Naruto." He then pointed to the girl next to him. "She's not originally from my team, but I've started training her to use her chakra element, and I requested that she help Naruto. Her name's Hyuga Hinata, heiress of the Hyuga clan." He then indicated to the pink-haired girl. "She's part of my team, our medic, Haruno Sakura." The other man stirred. "And he is Anbu Black Ops Captain, only known as Yamato." Naruto's eyes snapped open and he jumped up. "Whoa, what is that?" he asked as he pointed at Katara's hands. "Kakashi-sensei, where are we, and who are they?" "I think we'd better save the introductions till the morning, Naruto," Kakashi replied as he looked up at the night sky, and then at the 4 kids who he had introduced himself to, "and I think they're tired." "All right," Naruto said as he looked at Katara. "That's a pretty cool trick, medical ninjutsu, right? Never seen it used with water though." His stomach growled. "Oh man, I hope the ramen got here with us." He then looked at the sleeping flying bison, Appa, and the flying lemur, Momo, on Aang's head. "And what the hell are those?"
In the morning, Naruto, Kakashi stated as he looked into his pack, "You wouldn't happen to have an extra sleeping bag up on that thing, would you?" "Sorry Kakashi, we don't," Sokka said as he eyed the Junin. "We'll have to wait until we get to the ice spring in the morning to pick up more supplies, okay?" "Yeah, okay," Kakashi said as he sat back down. "Well, you might as well get back to sleep." "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Sokka stated with an edge of paranoia, before Aang yawned, and he followed. "Relax, Sokka, if he wanted to do anything to us, he'd already have done it," Aang said as he went back to his sleeping bag. "Besides, we're all tired. And he doesn't have any deception in his voice, so we can trust him," Toph stated as she yawned. "We'll talk more in the morning." Sokka sighed. "Alright, but I don't want anyone to blame me for dying in the night if you're wrong." Everyone had a good-hearted laugh at that, and Aang's group crawled back into their sleeping bags. Kakashi sighed as he looked around. "Well, I guess Sasuke's rescue will have to wait, though I have a feeling these kids, especially that Aang kid, will help complete Naruto's wind training." Kakashi thought as Naruto went back to where he landed and laid down. "I thought you were hungry." "I am, but it would be kind of mean to light a fire here and now after these guys tried to help us," Naruto stated as he looked up into the sky. "Guess my stomach will have to wait till morning." It growled in response to that. "I know, you're hurt, but being nice guys we can't make these kids lie awake while we cook." With that, he closed his eyes and curled up on the ground. Before drifting back off to sleep, he heard Hinata mumble again. "Why can't I tell him, why am I so nervous about it?" His eyes fluttered shut, and he drifted off to sleep. To be continued. This is my first crack into the Naruto and Avatar fix. I write mostly Star Wars. Check my profile to see the works in progress, so my writing should be honed enough to avoid beginner mistakes. I hope you like, and please read and review. Explanations in the Library Chapter 2, Stories in the Library. Earth Nation, between the Great Desert and the mountains. The sun began peeking over the summit of the tallest mountains in the range. The bluish-black-haired Kunoichi's eyes fluttered open, and she sat up, putting her hand on her head. She looked around to see Naruto resting next to her on her right, Sakura on her left, and off to the far left was Yamato. She quickly scrambled away from him, blushing madly, and then looked to see Kakashi sitting on a rock. Looking at two teenagers and a 12-year-old kid, plus a strange rock formation that had a young girl in it. "You're the first up, Hinata-san," Kakashi commented as he looked up from his book, Icha Icha Paradise, snapping the Hyuga heiress' attention up to him. "Don't ask me how we got here, I wouldn't know, though those kids appear to be trustworthy. All I remember is a beam of light hitting us before I was knocked unconscious," Hinata replied, shaking her head and looking at Naruto, and then at the four others and the giant beast that was near them. "Who are they?" "The boy with the arrow on his head is named Aang. He called himself the Avatar. The older girl is named Katara. Her older brother over there is named Sokka, and the blind girl in the rock-shaped tent is named Toph," Kakashi replied, stretching for a moment before his eye went back to the pages of his book. "You say a lot of things in your sleep, Hinata-san, a few of which I think Naruto heard." Hinata started blushing madly at that. Her entire face turned a shade of bright red. She then looked to see Sakura sitting up and stretching, then looking around wildly. The pink-haired Kunoichi then looked at Naruto, who wasn't anywhere close to her, and then at Yamato. Then at Aang's group. "Okay, mind telling me where we are? And who the newcomers are?" Sakura asked calmly as she stood up, and her stomach growled quietly. She then noticed they were up on a summit. "When did we get to the mountains in Iwagakure?" "I don't think we're in the land of Earth, Sakura-chan," Naruto groaned as he sat up, his stomach growling madly. "My stomach almost kept me up all night." "Well, as I was going to say, Naruto, our companion's here. Sakura, our Aang, the kid with the blue arrow on his shaved head, calls himself the Avatar. The older girl in blue clothing is named Katara, her brother in the sleeping bag next to her is named Sokka, and the girl in the rock-shaped tent is named Toph." Kakashi said their names again, without looking up from his book. "They'll be awake soon, so we'll be able to learn more." "That'll be good, Kakashi-san," Yamato muttered as he sat up. "I really hate being left in the dark." After a few more minutes of waiting, Aang's group awoke. The young airbender stretched and rubbed his eyes, and he saw the 5 shinobi of Konoha awake. "How long have you guys been up?" "I've stayed up all night, keeping guard," Kakashi replied, showing no tiredness in his voice or in his movements. He put the book away and leaned forward. "So what is the Avatar, anyway, and why are 2 teenagers and 2 preteens traveling around without an adult?" "What, you mean you don't know what's happening here?" Katara asked as she sat up in her sleeping bag. Nope, never heard of the title Avatar or strange names like you guys, Naruto replied, his stomach growling still. Sakura-chan, did the ramen get taken here with us? Sakura sighed and looked into her pack. Yep, it did Naruto, though I think we'd better conserve most of it until we reach civilization. We should talk over breakfast to sort everything out, Katara told them as she got out of her sleeping bag. I still don't really trust them, they could be Fire Nation, Sokka said bluntly as he got out of the sleeping bag he was in. Fire Nation? Is that slang for the land of fire in other parts of the world? Naruto asked.
Land of Fire. I knew it, you are Fire Nation. Sokka yelled as he grabbed his boomerang.
Huh? Naruto asked as the almost paranoid teenager grabbed his weapon. What's the deal? Is the Fire Nation different from the land of fire? Sokka was taken aback by the question. You mean you really don't know about the war that the Fire Nation started? War? Sakura asked as she finished making the fire for the morning. There's a war going on here? Has been going on for a century, Aang replied with a sigh. I wasn't there to help when it began, wasn't there to stop the war. Because I had ran away from my responsibilities and gotten myself frozen. Wait a minute, you were alive during that time, before this war? Naruto asked as Aang nodded. Oh, I get it, by getting frozen, but shouldn't that have killed you? Aang shook his head. I went into the Avatar state to save my life. He was basically put in hibernation, Naruto, Sakura said as she crossed her arms. Still seems unbelievable, but this Avatar state sounds like it defies all known medical science. Aang nodded. Katara cleared her throat. Before Aang left, the Fire Lord launched a massive attack on the unsuspecting nations. Somehow, the Fire Nation's forces breached the natural defenses around the air temples, killing all the air nomads, leaving Aang the last survivor of his kind. And that Fire Nation is still winning this war, I'm afraid, Sokka stated coldly as he looked at Team 7 and Hinata. Only Aang can stop it, he has to master all the elements and bring the current Fire Lord, Ozai, down. Elements? Hinata asked. Like chakra elements? Katara shook her head. Never heard of it be called that before, but the elements can be used by certain people, born in each nation, to bend the elements to their will. She demonstrated by opening her flask, and the water floated out as if it was contained in a bubble. Not everyone can do it, like my brother over there. Aang's an airbender, I'm a waterbender, and Toph is an earthbender. Kakashi nodded. Interesting, he lifted his forehead protector up over his right eye. Hinata-san, please activate your Byakugan. Hinata looked at him, confused, but did it. Now, look at how Katara-san is manipulating her chakra. The Hyuga heiress gasped as she saw the waterbending master's chakra flowing through her hands, and through the water. Katara gasped seeing Hinata's eyes. What the heck is that? Sokka gasped as Hinata turned off her Byakugan. My clan's Keki Genkai bloodline trait, the Byakugan, Hinata replied. That was some of the most precise chakra control I've ever seen, Katara-san. Chakra, is that another word for Kai? Aang asked as he saw. Kakashi pulled his forehead protector back over his right eye. Was that a Keki Genkai, too? Kakashi nodded with a smile under his mask. Yes, though I wasn't born with it like Hinata-san. My Sharingan was given to me by one of my old friends, who died in the last war. He was part of the Uchiha clan, the clan that has the Sharingan visual bloodline trait. So there was a war where you guys came from? Sokka asked, lowering his boomerang. How long ago? By now, 15 years. I was just promoted to Junin then. It was a shadow war between all the shinobi villages, Kakashi replied as he sat down, and Sakura passed him a cup of shrimp ramen with chopsticks. Thank you, Sakura. Right now though, we are in a cold war with the Sound Village, who is led by a former Konoha ninja named Orochimaru. Naruto snarled at the snake Sanin's name. He killed the third, and made my best friend and rival Sasuke join him. He squeezed his fist. Wait, probably the snake bastard is probably the reason we're here, probably one of his damn experiments messed up. Kakashi was surprised by Naruto's insight. Yes, I suppose that is how we could have gotten here. I think the only question left is what to do next, Yamato said as he received the chicken ramen and chopsticks from Sakura. Thank you, Sakura-san. I think we should help these guys, probably we'll be able to find a way to get back home if we go with them, Naruto suggested. And besides, they'll need help if they got that guy on their side. The blonde genin pointed at Sokka, whose jaw dropped. What are you talking about? I'm the best warrior in my village. After all the adult warriors left to fight in the war, Sokka, Katara reminded him, making the teenager's face fall. We could use any help you can provide. Naruto grinned. That's great. Hinata smiled at his enthusiasm, and Katara caught the blush in the Hyuga heiress's cheeks. Defeating someone like Orochimaru would be good, as well as stopping a century-long war, Hinata agreed without stuttering, yet her blush still remained. And you can train each other, Kakashi suggested, making everyone look at him. Naruto and Hinata-san's chakra elements have both been discovered recently, wind and water respectively. Perhaps they can learn how to bend from you, Aang-kun and Katara-san, giving them the control needed. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about perfecting my jutsu, Naruto yelled, and then he sat down and looked at the ramen cups Sakura had finished handing to him during the conversation, and his stomach growled deeply. Training can wait till I eat. Everyone laughed at that, and Aang got a cup of chicken ramen and chopsticks from Sakura. He sniffed it. What is this stuff? It smells good. Ramen, the best food on earth, Naruto replied as he started digging into his cup, practically shoveling the noodles and vegetables into his mouth at surprising speeds with his chopsticks. Never had it before? Never, Sokka replied as he tried to hold the chopsticks and grab the food inside the ramen cup, but it fell out. He tried it again, same result, and again. Is there some trick to this? Katara bends the wet noodles and lets them go into her mouth, and she slurps them up. Sokka snarls. That's not what I meant. How do you use these things? I know how to use them to eat rice, but not noodles. Like this, Hinata demonstrated, holding the chopsticks properly. It takes practice to use though. Sokka growled, and just decided to go the easy route, drinking the ramen noodles. Yes, this is good. Toph used her chopsticks skillfully to eat her ramen, which was shrimp. Aang looked at her confused. Coming from my family, you learn to use all types of food with these things. They all laughed at that. I know how you feel. Being heiress to a clan is hard work. Hinata laughed, and Sakura could see she was getting more comfortable, even though she was sitting just a few scant inches away from Naruto. The two groups had their breakfasts and talked where to go next. Yamato was kind of curious that they were taking vacations while the world's fate was at stake, and Sokka agreed. Naruto however thought it might be a good idea, since rest and relaxation is needed between training. So where are we going? Naruto asked as Appa stretched and roared, you sure that thing can fly? Yep, we're going to an oasis in the desert, the Misty Ponds Oasis, really beautiful place and one of the wonders of the world, Aang replied as he leapt onto Appa's head, and the rest of the group piled on into the saddle. Sounds nice, Kakashi commented as he sat down on the massive saddle. Never seen a creature like this before, though at least it's friendly. Kind of cute too, Sakura commented as she rubbed the flying bison's furry coat, and it warbled a thank you for the petting. Alright, let's get going, Naruto yelled as Aang said, yip yip, and Appa took off into the sky at a startling speed. Wow, who'd have thought Beaver-san would be this fast in the air? Beaver-san? Aang asked questioningly as he looked back, and then he laughed. Oh, the tail? Flying bisons can airbend like humans, making them able to fly. The young avatar patted Appa's head. Appa and I have been together through thick and thin ever since I was a little kid. Cool, Naruto grinned as he looked over the mountains as they headed towards the desert. I noticed you called Kakashi earlier, sensei. What does that mean? Katara asked Sakura and Hinata. It means teacher, Sakura replied with a smile. You mean like, Sifu, right? Katara asked and the pink-haired Kunoichi nodded. Hinata used the term, kun, when addressing Naruto, and he called you, Chan, and Kakashi called you, San. What do those mean? Kun is used to describe boys, Chan is used to describe girls and young children, and San is used to describe equals and people you're unfamiliar with, Hinata replied as she looked shyly at Naruto. There is another honorific to describe those greatly respected and elderly, Sama. Katara nodded. Sounds confusing, so I'd either be called Katara-chan by Naruto, or Katara-san by you two and Kakashi. Correct, Sakura replied with a smile as she looked over the mountains. What is a ninja and a shinobi, anyway? Sokka asked them. Ninja and shinobi are two words for the same thing, really. Yamato replied, we're basically warriors who fight in the shadows, using stealth, recon, and other powers to win victories. Where we come from, there are 5 major countries, with major shinobi villages in them. The Land of Fire, where Konoha the village hidden in the leaves exists, the Land of Earth with the village Iwa village hidden in the rocks, the Land of Lightning, where Kumo the village hidden in the clouds exists, and finally Konoha's ally in the Land of Wind, Suna the village hidden in the sand. There are other major shinobi villages, yet they aren't as large or as powerful as the main 5. Orochimaru's Sound Village isn't formally recognized by any shinobi village due to the fact he threatens us all. Sokka nodded. So you're warriors, just like us. Can anyone where you live bend the elements like Aang, Sokka, and Katara? Not like them, but it is similar. You have 4 elements, there is an extra we have that requires changing the nature of your own chakra lightning, Kakashi replied. Yamato-san can use both earth and water elemental chakra, and can even manipulate wood due to his DNA being that of the first and second Hokages. The second Hokage was the first's brother, and could perform water jutsus without being close to a water source. The third was earth and fire jutsu master, and was the student of both the first and second. The fourth Hokage, his chakra element was wind, like Naruto, but he died before completing the Rasengan. Hopefully Naruto can complete his work. Finally, the fifth is probably an earth jutsu specialist due to her extraordinary physical strength, although she devotes her time to healing ninjutsu, which is probably where most of strength probably comes from, and her incredibly fine chakra control. What are Hokages? Toph asked as she leaned back in the saddle, and she cursed the real feeling of blindness she had in the air. Leaders of our village, and the strongest ninja in the village, Naruto replied as he grinned. One day, I'm going to become Hokage and become greater than all of them, it's my goal in life. So we're going to be at this oasis place soon? Yep, you're really going to love this place, Aang replied as Appa roared in agreement. Misty Pond Oasis, Earth Kingdom Desert. Later that day, they landed near the wooden-walled oasis. The ice spring looked like it hadn't been maintained, so it had melted to a shallow stump in a pool of water. The buildings were dilapidated, falling apart, and looked like they were hit hard by fire blasts, earthquakes, and even bombs. This is the natural wonder? Naruto asked, pointing forward at the scene. It looks like one of those merc camps Ero Sennin and I passed during training. Must have changed ownership since I was here. Hey, Aang chuckled as Katara and Sokka looked at each other questioningly, and then at Kakashi. We got nowhere else to go, Kakashi stated bluntly as they all started walking in, and the sign fell and shattered behind them. Seems to me the people here don't care about this place. They all nodded at that, and began walking further into the small village, passing what used to be a large iceberg. Vapors wafted up from the mere cube of the former spring, and a dog was licking the moisture off. Hinata looked around to see a couple of the men in the small village leering at her, Sakura, and Katara, and she subconsciously shuddered. Naruto looked around as some of the tough-looking men glared at him, and he squeezed his fist. They reached the restaurant, and there were 4 men standing on either side of the door. One of them, closest to the door, spat at Sokka, who started to grumble as the man wiped his face. Naruto stuck out his tongue at him, and as the rest of the group entered the restaurant, he chuckled. Sexy no jutsu, Naruto said quietly, and, in a puff of smoke, his form was replaced with an incredibly sexy blonde woman in ponytails, her assets being covered by wafts of smoke, and she winked and blew a kiss at the 4 men that acted tough. Instantly, the blood rushed to the men's heads, and they all rocketed away in a stream of blood coming from their nostrils. Naruto chuckled as he released his sexy no jutsu, and rushed into the restaurant. The 4 men landed, and slumped against the wall of the restaurant, unconscious. He put his hands in their pockets and walked in with a smirk at his recent prank. He saw a person sleeping on a table, and a bunch of other tough guys in the background. What are you smiling like that for, Naruto? Aang asked as Naruto grinned. Well, I just taught those guys who spit at Sokka a lesson, Naruto replied as they walked further in. There was a guy in desert clothing at the bar. I'd like a mango please, the man asked, and the bartender nodded and drew his swords. The bartender sliced off what looked like an ice bowl, used the tip of the blades to put it on the cutting board. He then cut a few fruits onto the cutting board and began using his blades to chop them at
lightning fast speeds, tossed a half a mango up and sliced it in half, and then he scooped up the juicy mango and put it in the ice bowl. He then used his blades to grab a vase of liquid and poured it into the bowl, and then he sheathed his blades. He moved the ice bowl of
diced mangoes into the middle of the cutting board, and put a bamboo straw and umbrella into it, and the man took. Impressive, Kakashi muttered as Sokka pushed forward into the room, getting a whiff of the beverage. I don't see anything wrong in having one of those fruity beverages while we plan our strategy, Sokka said as he put his hand on his chin and smirked. Then he pushed Aang and Toph out of the way and ran toward the bar stands, and the rest followed. Excuse me. As the bartender turned around to get another bowl, and Aang accidentally bumped into the man with the desert clothing who was walking towards a table. The drink splashed onto the airbender's shirt, and the bowl crashed onto the ground. No worries, I clean up easy, Aang told the man as he looked at the blonde-haired Genin's reaction to the man who wasn't paying attention. The airbender closed his eyes and generated a pulse of wind around his clothing, which dried after a few seconds. Wow, that was cool, Naruto exclaimed as he saw the feat of airbending. The man caught his desert hat and chuckled. You'd better watch where you're going in the future. It was an accident, Baka, Sakura said as she bowed to the man. Sorry about that. Not a problem, the man said with a chuckle. You're the Avatar, a living relic. Thanks, I try, Aang said, not getting what the meaning of living relic is. An air nomad, right in front of me, the man said as he put his hand to his chin in thought. Professor Zay, head of anthropology at Ba Sing Se University, he said as he bowed in respect, and Aang did the same. Then the professor grabbed the Avatar's arm, and pointed at the arrow tattoo. Tell me, which of the air temples do you hail from? The Southern Air Temple, Aang replied, starting to get confused at why the professor was so interested in him. Splendid, Zay said as he took out a head measurer and put it around the airbender's head. Now tell me, what was the primary agricultural product of your people? Are fruit pies an agricultural product? Aang asked the professor who put his hand to his chin again. Oh, truly fascinating, that is one for the journal, Zay replied as he put his hand on Aang's shoulder and raised his other hand in an pointing motion. Hey, you can stop treating Aang like some piece in a museum now, Naruto grumbled as the professor took out his journal and began to write. He then looked at the blonde genin and his headband and gasped. You've been touched by a creature of the spirit realm. No, it's been imprisoned inside you, Zay stated, making Aang's group look at Naruto. These marks indicate it's either a wolf, fox, cat, or bear. Is it a benevolent spirit, or malevolent? Why was it sealed inside of you? Anyo, Naruto started as the professor traced his whisker marks with his finger, then recorded it into his journal. Got any idea what he's saying, stupid fox? This is the place where Biju come from, Kyuubi stated bluntly. When I was a one-tailed kid, I used to work for a group of spirit beasts, including this annoying owl who thought he knew it all. Wait, Biju come from this place? Naruto asked the old fox demon. Not this place exactly, more specifically the spirit realm. Kyuubi replied with a snarl. A Biju, or tailed beast demon is created when an impure or evil human spirit collides with an evil human spirit. Mine was a firebender, one of those avatars had to kill 1,000 years ago, that's why when you use my chakra, flames sprout out. I see, Naruto said as he came back out of his mind as Zay furiously wrote down the markings on the genin's cheeks, and he looked at Sokka, who was eyeing him strangely while sipping a fruit cup, and Katara who looked at him confused, and Toph, who just had a strange look on her face. I have a demon inside of me, guys. What? Sokka asked, hearing Naruto mumble his confession. Kakashi sighed, he was hoping this conversation wouldn't come up until they got back to Konoha. Naruto has a demon sealed inside of him named Kyuubi, a nine-tailed demon fox that attacked our village 15 years ago and killed many of our shinobi. Yondaime, the fourth Hokage, battled the demon on nearly equal ground, but he couldn't last for much longer, so he took a newborn infant and performed a difficult seal on the demon, imprisoning it in Naruto here. He was hated by the adults in our village since he had Kyuubi inside of him. They blamed him for all the deaths the demon caused. Hinata said in a small voice, looking at Naruto whose head was looking at the ground. She then looked around the bar, noticing not everyone cared, and those who did cautiously moved away from the young Jinchuriki. Fascinating, Zay said as he looked closer at Naruto, and here I thought Jinchuriki were impossible to create. Wait till my colleagues at the university hear about this. Can't you see he's not happy with his situation? Katara asked Zay as she raised an eyebrow. For a person who knows so much about humans, you don't seem to know a lot about their feelings. It's okay, Katara-chan, I'm kind of used to the hatred people give me, and I just shrug it off, Naruto said as he raised his head with a smirk. Actually, it's kind of refreshing having a guy go nuts about the fact I do have a demon inside of me. I meant no disrespect, however, Zay said as he bowed in an apology, and then directed it towards Aang too. I tend to forget about people's feelings. I spend more time in books than with actual people. So Professor, you sound like a well-traveled guy. Do you have a current map? Ours seems a little dated, Sokka asked, giving Naruto a weird look, and then he shrugged. Weird, having a demon inside of him, how does he even contain it? Certainly, Zay replied as he looked at them. A few minutes later, Sokka rolled out the map on a nearby table. The map shows the desert and most of the Earth Kingdom. Toph reclined herself on 2 chairs as she drank her fruit drink. Naruto, Hinata, and Aang stood to the right of Sokka, Sakura, Katara, Yamato, and Zei stood to the left, and Kakashi was behind, looking over the Water Tribe warrior's shoulder. Wow, this area is as large as the land of Earth, Sakura gasped as she looked at the desert on the map. Though the desert, you could fit the land of wind in it easily. Very observant, Sakura-san, Kakashi stated as he looked at the map too. Land of Earth? Land of Wind? Zei asked. Are those formal names for the 4 nations? They are actually the names of the 5 great shinobi nations where we come from. Long story, Yamato replied as he looked at the map. Damn, no Fire Nation? Does anyone have a good map of that place? Sokka complained as he looked up into the ceiling. It looks like you've made a lot of trips into the desert, Katara commented as she looked at the trails through the desert that were marked by dashed lines. All in vain, I'm afraid, Zei replied with a sigh. I've found lost civilizations all over the Earth Kingdom, but I haven't managed to find the crown jewel Wan Shi Tong's lost library. You spent years walking through the desert to find some guy's library? Toph asked him skeptically. I have to agree with Toph-chan, a library doesn't sound too important, Naruto added, and a growl was heard at the back of his head. What is it, stupid fox? Wan Shi Tong is the name of the bastard owl who ordered me around all those years ago. If I wasn't sealed up in your damn body, I'd rip him apart. This library is more valuable than gold, young lady and man, Zei replied as he raised his hands and closed his eyes. It is said to contain a vast collection of knowledge, and knowledge is priceless. He emphasized by pointing up at the sky, and Toph still wasn't convinced. Sounds like good times. It is, according to legend, it was built by the great knowledge spirit, Wan Shi Tong, with the help of his foxy knowledge seekers, Zei said, emphasizing the amazement of it all by waving his hands. Kyuubi was one of those knowledge seekers 1,000 years ago, Naruto said bluntly, making Zei look at him. The bastard fox told me himself. Again, fascinating, Zei muttered as he looked at Naruto. One day I'd like to see how one of those seals are created. The knowledge for it died with the Sandaime, the 3rd Hokage, nearly 3 years ago when Orochimaru slayed him, Kakashi told the professor, who sighed. The Junin smiled under his mask. Though I could show you how to make some basic seals for Fuin Jutsu's cursed techniques, but I don't think you'd be able to put them into practice. It'd be much appreciated, sir, Zei replied as Sokka got a look in his eye. So you were saying, Naruto, that the knowledge seekers look like Kyuubi? Sokka asked as the Jinchuriki nodded. And he isn't too happy about going to Wan Shi Tong again. He told me if he wasn't sealed inside me, he'd rip the owl bastard in half, Naruto replied as Zei started pulling out something from his pack. Wan Shi Tong and his knowledge seekers collected all the books from around the world and put them on display for mankind to read, so we might better ourselves, Zei told them with wonder in his voice as he laid out a blueprint of the library on the table. So if this place has books from all over the world, you think they might have any info on the Fire Nation? A map, maybe? Sokka asked the professor. Aang and Naruto leaned forward as they began finishing their drinks, and Hinata sipped quietly as Katara looked at Zei. I wouldn't know, Zei replied truthfully as he looked at the blueprints, but if such a thing exists, it would be in Wan Shi Tong's library. It might be a good place to learn some intelligence, Kakashi stated from a military point of view. I'd like to see how this place looks compared to the maps from home, Sakura stated as she leaned forward at the map. We need to know more if we're ever going to get used to living here for the time being. Anyo, and there might be a way for us to get back in the library, Hinata added as she looked at it. Then it's settled, Sokka said after he put his hand to his face and thought again, and he smirked. Aang, I believe it's my turn, I'd like to spend my vacation, he started dramatically and he pointed his finger towards the sky. At the library. Hey, when do I get to pick? Toph asked, looking over to them. You got to work here for a little longer before you qualify for vacation time, and that goes for the rest of you too, Sokka stated as he crossed his hands to emphasize his decision. Toph slammed her bowl on the table and huffed in indignation. Sakura was starting to get a little tired of Sokka's attitude, so she put him in an arm lock. He cringed as the pink-haired kunoichi grip, and several pops were heard. Now Sokka-san, are you going to treat a comrade with more respect? Sakura asked him sweetly as more pops were heard from the warrior's arm. Yes, just let go. Sokka replied in a yelp as Sakura released her hold, and his arm floated back down to his side, limp. Ouch, you're stronger than I'd ever think. Of course, there's the matter of finding it. I've made many trips into the desert and nearly ended up dying each time, Zay told them, getting everyone back to the topic at hand. I'm afraid that desert is impossible to cross. Professor, would you like to see our sky bison? Sokka asked as he looked at Aang, and then at the professor. A sky bison, you actually have one? Zay asked amazed, and he looked at Naruto smirking. Yep, and you also have 5 Konoha shinobi escorting you too, and nothing is impossible to cross, Naruto replied with a smirk. A little later, the group with the professor exited the bar, and went to look for Appa. The flying bison was at the edge of the settlement, and there were strange men in desert clothing approaching him. Appa snarled a warning at them, and he started sidestepping away. Sandbenders, shoo, away from the bison, Zay ordered the sandbenders as Aang and Naruto caught up. The sandbenders looked at the group, and began walking away towards their sand skiffs. They piled on and one bended a mini sandstorm into the sail, making the skiff move away, and it formed up with another one and they moved away at a startling speed towards the north. We should get some supplies before heading out, Yamato reminded them as he looked around. The desert is vast, so we'll need all the water and food we can carry, as well as sleeping gear and tents for the rest of us. You might be able to get some in town. I'd like to wait out here, and enter the actual appearance of a sky bison in my journal, Zay told Yamato, who nodded a thanks and went back into the settlement. Oh, could I have some of the local currency? I don't think our ryus will work here, Yamato asked, as Katara gave the Anbu captain the sack of Earth and Water Nation money. To be continued, He Who Knows 10,000 Things Chapter 3, He Who Knows 10,000 Things. Appa, flying over the great desert in Appa's saddle, the group was talking about various things. Kakashi was drawing the Fujihuan Jutsu in Professor Zay's journal. Sakura, Hinata, Toph, and Katara were talking about various different things. Sokka wrapped an extra shirt over his head to keep a steady flow of cool air through his hair, and Yamato was checking the supplies. He had given out a fair share of food, rations, and other equipment to carry on their person earlier. Naruto, Zay, and Aang were on top of Appa's head, where the blonde genin was practicing to learn airbending. Sokka crawled to the edge of the front of the saddle and used his telescope to look for the library. Zay crawled down near Appa's mouth and leaned over. Tell me, Sky Bison, are you the last of your kind? The flying bison roared in reply. Fascinating, if only I could understand his tongue. Oh, the stories this beast could tell. Momo began chattering, and the professor turned to him and shushed. Tiny monkey. Aang looked at the blueprints of the library as it flapped in the wind. Wow, it shouldn't be too hard to find a place like this out here. Naruto looked at his hand as he concentrated his chakra. A tiny amount of wind flew out, but it was uncontrolled. Is there some trick to this, Aang? No trick, just practice, Aang replied as he did the same thing, but the air formed a mini ball in his hand. You said you could do something similar? Yeah, called the Rasengan, Naruto replied as he concentrated his chakra to form a mini hurricane of power in his hand, all contained in a softball-sized sphere. Arrow Sennin taught me it 3 years ago. Aang's eyes widened as the Jinchuriki let the Rasengan dissipate. How did you do that? Like you said, practice. I had to learn how to control and form my chakra, first by using my chakra to walk up trees, then using it to walk across water, Naruto replied. Then, I had to learn to form the chakra in a tiny sphere in my hand and control it without popping a balloon the size of the Rasengan. Then, I had to learn to put power into the attack by popping a water balloon the size of the Rasengan. And finally I had to learn how to control the attack and release the power. I did it in a week to win a bet with Oba-chan, when it took Yondaime a couple months. Yondaime invented the technique, Kakashi said as he leaned back on the saddle, finishing his drawing of the seal. I hope this helps your collection, Zay-san. The professor smiled as he took his journal back. Thank you, Mr. Hitaki. I have to say that your village would be a pleasure to visit if I could get there. In the back of the saddle, Katara was showing Hinata how to waterbend. A globule of water floated out of her leather-skinned flask and hovered around her hands. Hinata watched, popped open one of the flasks of water, and began to concentrate her chakra. Slowly, the water began to flow out in a globule, and she breathed out as she motioned her hands to pull out the liquid. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she manipulated the water and breathed out. I'm doing it, Hinata muttered quietly with a hint of pride in her voice.
Hey Sakura-chan, Hinata-chan. Aang said he's going to teach me how to use the wind to fly in a couple weeks. Naruto cheered from Appa's head, making Hinata freeze, and the water splashed onto the saddle.
You almost had it, Katara said with a smirk, and she bended the liquid back into the Hyuga Heiress's flask. Naruto, Kun seems to make you flustered. Hinata began blushing, and Sakura smirked. Someday you got to tell him, she told her friend quietly as the Hyuga blushed and put her hands to her face. What do you see in such an arrogant jerk like him, anyway? Toph asked as she blew some of her hair out of the path of her eyes. Anyo, Hinata started, breathing out and trying to calm down. He's the most wonderful boy I know, she confessed in a voice which Naruto wouldn't pick up. He's strong, he never goes back on a promise, he's confident, she then began twiddling her index fingers. And also handsome, and I believe he will reach his goal in becoming Hokage. Katara smiled at that. Well, when you do tell him, he's going to be lucky to have someone like you on his side, she whispered, making Hinata freeze again, and she fainted as the blood rushed to her head. This mushy stuff isn't my thing, Toph said bluntly. I really hate flying, I can't feel any earth up here.
So you're basically really blind up here, Sakura said as she put the reasons why. You feel the earth to see.
Right, whenever I'm on solid ground, I can see as well as the rest of you, Toph replied as she leaned back. My mom and dad never understood that I wasn't helpless, and they never bothered teaching me to read because I couldn't see. Wait, so they never bothered to teach you to read or educate you? Sakura asked as Toph nodded. They really saw me as helpless since I couldn't see, so they never bothered sending me to school, and kept me secret from the entire town, Toph replied with suppressed anger. Never even thought that I could be of help to the town, the Earth Kingdom as a whole, or the world. Just kept me inside the mansion under lock and key. I know how that feels, Hinata told the blind earthbender quietly. I'm the heiress to my clan, and even though my father trained me, he hardly let me out to see the village and the branch family. When I finally was old enough to go to the academy, he barely let me have any friends, everyone was screened for their worthiness to be a friend of mine, and then on my graduation year, father basically disowned me since I couldn't beat Hanabi Ni-chan in combat. She's my younger sister, I didn't want to hurt her. Except for the sister part, you're right, Toph said as she put her hand on Hinata's shoulder and smirked. Let's both prove our dads wrong. Hinata-san has already done that, Sakura told them with a grin. She's back as heiress to the Hyuga clan, started repairing the gap between the main and branch houses, and has started making the Hyuga clan more active in the village, she even convinced Hiyashi-sama, her father, to let some of the branch clan reform the Konoha military police, in honor of the Uchiha clan which was slaughtered 6 years ago, she said with a sad sigh, and the reason why Sasuke-kun left, to avenge his clan. Katara nodded. Well, that is good, she noticed the look on the pink-haired Kunoichi's face. Something wrong, Sakura? Sasuke-kun left the village for Orochimaru to gain the strength to avenge his clan, Sakura muttered as she wiped a tear streaming down her cheek from the memory, and then she smiled weakly. Though I am convinced that Naruto and I will get him back, Orochimaru's hold on him isn't as strong as he thinks, she turned to Toph. You can learn to read, you know. What do you mean? Toph asked, confused. She can't see the letters, how could she read? Katara added as Katara pulled out a scroll from her pack and unrolled it. There are many shinobi who were blind, either by birth or through an accident on a mission that are still able to perform their abilities in Konoha, Sakura stated, showing them the scroll, which had bumps on the bottom of the kanji symbols. The bumps stand for the letters and symbols in print. So I would feel it out and read, Toph said as her jaw started dropping. Sakura nodded a yes. Some of them have honed their sense of touch so much, they don't even require the bumps to read, they just feel where the ink that the letters are made from. She rolled up the scroll and smiled. You up for proving your parents are still wrong? Toph smirked at the challenge, and nodded. You bet.
Katara smiled at that, and looked over to Hinata. Sakura seems to have become a good friend to you, hasn't she?
Yes, she's started helping me become more confident, though the praise for the Hyuga clan's change over the past 3 years really belongs for Naruto-kun, Hinata replied shyly. During the Chunin exams, my father witnessing Neji Ni-san, my cousin, and the clan's prodigy from the branch, being defeated by Naruto-kun started to make him hold me in a higher regard, since if Naruto-kun could defeat Neji Ni-san, that means I could be stronger, and he became less cold, and more tolerant of my shortcomings. That's really good to hear, Katara said as she looked over to see Naruto and Aang chatting and laughing. I'm glad you're on our side, now let's get back to the waterbending lessons. Hinata nodded, and began to concentrate again and breathe out. Konoha village, Hokage Tower Tsunade, the 5th Hokage sighed, and rubbed the bridge of her nose. A panic had started in the village with the news that 5 Konoha shinobi had disappeared, the only trace was a burnt circle in the middle of training sector. Anbu had searched the area for any other reasons why Naruto, Hinata, Sakura Tsunade's protege, Kakashi, and Yamato had disappeared. They came to the conclusion that Kyuubi's chakra wasn't responsible for the disappearance, which eased many of the elders' fears. Anbu had also been dispatched to find Naruto's wayward sensei, Jiraiya of the legendary Three to aid in the investigation. Any more news, Shizune? Tsunade asked her former apprentice, the blonde-haired woman in the blue kimono standing next to her, holding a cute pink pig. Nothing yet, Hokage-sama, Shizune replied with a sigh. The Anbu are searching around the clock, and Hiyashi-sama has ordered a full-scaled investigation of the disappearance of his daughter by the military police. Thank you, Tsunade said with an even heavier sigh. This isn't good, we can't be down 5 ninja during this time. Diplomatic relations between Sound and Iwa have begun, haven't they? Shizune asked as Godem sighed with a nod. They still hate Konoha with passion for the loss we dealt them in the war nearly 18 years ago, Tsunade replied, interlocking her fingers as she leaned heavily on the desk. Kumo also isn't too kind of us as of late, mostly because Hiyashi killed one of their famed Junin to save his daughter 13 years ago. There are still Kiri and Suna on our side, Shizune reminded her former teacher. Yes, and because of Naruto, the Land of Waves is also ready to send soldiers to aid us, and minor shinobi villages of the Taki, Kusa, and Aim stand with us as well, Tsunade added as she counted off their allies. Yet, I fear it won't be enough if both Iwa and Kumo join the Sound. Suddenly, the door opened revealing the muscular, long, white-haired toad Sannin Jiraiya. Behind him were 2 Chunin, both of which were Tsunade's temporary aides until Izumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Higain returned from their Niju Shotai mission with Asuma, Sarutobi and Shikamaru Nara. The perverted Sannin was a bit drunk from the look of the blush on his face, but he was still coherent enough to know the seriousness of the situation. So you want me to look at the burn in Training Sector 8, Tsunade? You should have come personally, Jiraiya joked as he hiccuped. We could have had sake later? Jiraiya, where were you when my aides found you? Tsunade asked. It was actually the Anbu who found me, Tsunade, of a delightful little shipping village with a magnificent hot spring. That was excellent research material for my latest book, Jiraiya replied with a perverted smile, and the Hokage squeezed her fist. Shizune, get our esteemed colleague here some coffee to clear out that alcohol, and I mean my special brew, Tsunade ordered, and the brown-haired woman nodded, understanding what she meant. A few seconds later, Shizune handed the toad Sannin a cup of coffee, which he gingerly drank, and then he spat out. What the hell is this? My special brew, Tsunade replied as she wiped the coffee spray off her clothing and face. It really gets out the alcohol after a night of binge drinking. I assume you're more alert now? Yeah, Jiraiya replied with a sour face, wrinkling the red lines on his cheeks. So what's so important about this burn on Training Sector 8? You don't recall the Anbu telling you about Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi, and Yamato's disappearance due to the light they were engulfed in? Tsunade countered with a hint of frustrated anger in her voice, and she leaned forward. Well? Give me a break, I was drinking just a while ago, and you know how your memory is afterwards, Jiraiya replied with a hint of annoyance in his voice. So, what is there to check, a seal or something? Come see for yourself. You are the expert on seals, Tsunade told him as she got out of her seat and stood up. Follow me. Jiraiya nodded, and the 2 Sannin walked out of the Hokage office with Shizune following. The 2 young Chunin stepped aside as the 3 high-level shinobi headed for the hallways.
Later that day in the village, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune arrived in Training Sector 8, where Anbu and military police had surrounded the burn mark that had engulfed the 5 missing Konoha shinobi.
Jiraiya knelt down and looked at the marking that was left and his eyes opened wide. This is a technique similar to Yondaimi's Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and Kachiyose no Jutsu, meant to transport a person or group to another place instantly, Jiraiya said in awe as he looked at the seal, and he felt the still tingling chakra on it. This is Orochimaru's doing, no doubt about it, but it seems Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, and Yamato were not his intended target. He looked at a smudge on the edge of the burn. The seal was ruined during execution, so the jutsu went awry, and homed in on the strongest source of chakra, Kyuubi's. Tsunade nodded. Recall the Niju Shotai, increase Anbu patrols and contact our allies, and Iwa and Kumo. For what, Hokage-sama? One of the Anbu asked as she stepped forward. We need to scour the continent for our lost ninja, and we'll need all the help we can get, Tsunade replied. I know our potential enemies won't answer our call, but our allies will. The Anbu nodded, and went back to the investigation. Tsunade then turned to one of the Hyuga military police members. Inform Hiyashi-sama that we might have a lead of how Hinata disappeared, Tsunade ordered the Hyuga, who bowed and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Godem Hokage then turned on her heel and started walking towards the Hokage tower. Jiraiya and Shizune followed, noticing the look on her face. She was deep in thought, and quietly suppressing her anger that Orochimaru may have permanently incapacitated the young man who would become Hokage one day. Jiraiya, if you'd put off your research for a while, why don't you go to my personal library and find a way to reverse this ninjutsu and return Konoha's shinobi, Tsunade ordered, making Jiraiya blanch. Do I make myself clear? Yes Tsunade, Jiraiya replied with a heavy sigh. My readers will just have to wait. Tsunade smiled at that. Good, Shizune, provide him with any help he needs, any non-perverted help he needs, so we'll be able to return our shinobi to Konoha. Hi, Hokage-sama, Shizune said with a bow, and Tauntaun squirmed in her arms. Tsunade started to burn with a fiery determination, the very determination that founded the Land of Fire and Konoha. They would get Naruto, his teachers, and his friends back, or they would die trying. Earth Kingdom, Great Desert. After hours of flying, they still hadn't found the library. Momo slumped on Aang's head, closing his lime-green eyes and lowering his ears. Katara, Hinata, and Yamato were on the right side of Appa's saddle, looking outward, while Kakashi and Sokka were looking out through the left, the young Water Tribe warrior using his telescope to get a further look out. The Hyuga heiress activated her Byakugan, and pushed it out to its 800-meter maximum radius. It shouldn't be that hard to find a giant ornate building from the air, Katara commented as she shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand and looked out. Yo, Nerd-san, you sure this place is out here? The owl guy may have moved it, Naruto asked as Sokka and Hinata kept searching long distance. I'm sure, Naruto, the maps and scrolls have never led me astray, Zay replied as he looked at one of the medical scrolls that Sakura had provided him with. Very impressive, I doubt we have such a catalogue of the human body at Ba Sing Se's greatest medical schools. Mind if I keep this one? Sure, that's a copy of the main scroll, by the way, Sakura replied as she looked out over the saddle to the rolling desert. Any luck? Sokka looked back at his sister, shrugged, and went back to looking through his telescope. He scanned the area, and at the same Hinata began focusing her Byakugan vision on Inspire poking out of the sand at the edge of her vision area. Sokka caught it too, and his face contorted to a smirk. Down there, both Sokka and Hinata yelled, and they pointed to the upper right of Appa's head. That spire down there is our best bet, Hinata added as the flying bison began to descend from the air. A few seconds later they landed near the spire, and everyone had gotten off of Appa. Kakashi looked up at it and he saw the disappointed look on Naruto's face. Forget it, it's obviously not what we're looking for, Katara said as she looked at the spire. The building in this drawing is enormous. Probably it's covered by the sand, Kakashi commented as a ping sound was heard from their left, and they looked over. Over the dunes a gray fox walked over the sand carrying a scroll. Kyuubi stirred inside Naruto at the sight. So that's the slave driver's new whipping boy, another kit. What kind of animal is that? Sokka asked, not recognizing it. Are you serious, Sokka-san, that's a fox, Sakura replied as the fox ran over to the ornate spire and began literally running up it. That's one of the knowledge seekers all right, Naruto said as the fox reached the open window and leapt in. The bastard fox doesn't like how the owl, bastard, treats his brethren. We must be close to the library, Sei said enthusiastically. This is the library if you look at the blueprints hard enough. Kakashi said as he pointed to the top of the dome, which had the exact same spire on top of it. It's completely buried, Sokka added as he pointed at the spire. The library is buried? Sei yelled out in fear as he slammed his hands to the sides of his head. My life's ambition is now full of sand. He collapsed to his knees after running forward a bit, with a small shovel in hand. Well, time to start excavating. The professor immediately started digging. Hinata activated her Byakugan again as Toph slammed her palm into the spire. Actually, that won't be necessary. The inside seems to be completely intact. There are also more of those knowledge collectors down there, it's huge, Hinata gasped as she stretched her Byakugan to its range limit. It just keeps going, and going and going, must be literally kilometers long and deep. That big huh? Looks like we're going to have a long look down there, Sakura said as she looked up at the building. That fox thingy went up there through a window, I say we go inside and give it a look, Sokka added as Toph crossed her arms and stepped away from the spire. I say you guys go ahead without me, Toph told them as she looked around. Oh wait, Katara started and she blushed in embarrassment on forgetting the conversation they had on Appa. I held books before, and they don't exactly do it for me yet, Toph finished with a shrug. Let me know if they got something you can listen to. Though you'd be alone up here, Kakashi started, and he smirked and did a few hand seals. The group looked at him as he placed his palm on the sand, and lines went out, Kachiyose no Jutsu. A puff of smoke followed, and the copy ninja slowly lifted his hand, revealing a pug dog with the same headband on his head, in blue clothes. Yo. WW, what the heck did you do? Teleport a weird animal who could speak here? Sokka asked as the pug turned to him. Strange creature? Never saw a pug before? The dog asked, making Sokka jump back. Everyone, I'd like you to meet my Ninken ninja dog Pakun. Kakashi said as Pakun raised his paw and said, Yo, again, he'll be able to keep you company, Toph-chan, while we are down in the library. Pakun then began walking to Toph, who was skeptical. The pug raised his paw again. If you're up to it, you can play with my soft, cute, foot pads. No thanks, Toph said as Momo flew to Pakun and chattered at the Ninken. Fascinating. I never thought I'd see a real dog out here, much less one that can speak, Zay exclaimed as he entered the data on Pakun into his journal. So how did you get here? What was that thing Kakashi did to get you here? I used the summoning jutsu to bring him here. I have a blood pact with the spirit dogs, and Pakun just happens to be one, Kakashi stated as he noticed Sokka tossing his boomerang up to the window with a rope attached. He has an excellent sense of smell, so if anything happens he'll be able to pick up the scent and warn you if anything comes. I figure this sand must be messing up your senses out here. You're right about that. Everything is fuzzy and blurry when I stand here, Toph admitted as she felt Pakun walking over. Let's go over to the other fuzzball. Let me know if they got something you can listen to. Sokka began climbing up the rope he threw up as Naruto and Aang said goodbye to Appa. The young avatar patted the giant flying bison's nose. Don't worry buddy, I'm not making you go underground ever again. You can stay right here with Toph and Pakun. Stay safe Beaver-san, and keep my extra ramen cups safe. Naruto laughed playfully as he rubbed the bison's nose and began walking to the rope with Aang. Wow, you're as big as a giant toad, Pakun exclaimed softly as he watched Appa and Toph look left and right from each other. What's up? Toph asked as the flying bison growled a reply. So we might as well conserve our chakra until we need it, Yamato said as he looked at the rope. It's the best idea, in case we need to get out of there quickly. But this is the sucky way to do it, Naruto muttered as Hinata giggled softly at that. All 5 ninjas began climbing up the rope after the Aang's group and the professor had already scrambled up to the window. Naruto kept complaining this was the slow way to Kakashi, and Sakura finally got tired of it. Naruto, shut the hell up, Sakura told him firmly with a killing intent in her eyes. You should know conserving our chakra is the best way to go now. Sorry, Sakura-chan, Naruto mumbled as he kept climbing. Soon, they were all in the interior, climbing down on the rope. Hinata looked down, it was really high up. As she cautiously looked around, she used a burst of chakra to keep her feet sticking on the ornate wall markings of the tower. They reached the base of the tower and descended into the oculus of the rotunda base. Oh, it's breathtaking, Zay gasped as he looked around the library from the rope. Man, you were right Hinata, it is huge in here, Naruto exclaimed as he continued to climb down the rope with Hinata over him, and he looked up. Wow, I didn't notice she got curvier during my time away. He suddenly stopped and shook his head furiously. Where the hell did that come from? I'm not a pervert like Ero Sennin. The spirits spared no expense building this place. Look at these beautiful buttresses, Zay told everyone as he held out his hand, and Naruto, Aang, and Sokka began to chuckle at the last word he said. What's so funny? Nothing, Aang replied as he looked down. We just like architecture. As do I, Zay said with wonder in his voice. The professor reached the bottom of the rope and leapt off. Aang, Sokka, Sakura, Naruto, Hinata, Kakashi, and Yamato followed afterwards, and Zay gasped at a massive mosaic of Wan Shi Tong. Inside the young Jinchuriki's mind, Kyuubi growled at the sight of the mosaic of the owl. Wow, Naruto gasped as he looked at the mosaic. My word, the exquisite mosaic handiwork of this tile rendered avian sim, Zay started as everyone looked at him. Nice, owl. A ruffle was heard from behind them, and Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato, Hinata, and Sakura instinctively went for their kunai pouches, and then leapt to the end of the causeway and into the shadows. Katara and Sokka ran to the left pillar, and Aang led Zay behind the right one. Using a small bit of chakra, the pink-haired kunoichi cast a camouflage genjutsu that concealed herself and her friends. They watched as a massive brown owl with a white face walk onto the causeway. He stopped in the middle and looked at the rope, and Naruto heard loud roars and barks coming from Kyuubi's cage. The owl's head turned a full 180 degrees as he looked to where everyone was hiding. "I know you are back there," he announced as Aang quickly ducked back behind the pillar. Zay couldn't keep his excitement in, and he came out of hiding. "Hello, I am Professor Zay, head of anthropology at Ba Sing Se University." He bowed respectfully to the owl. "You should leave the way you came," the owl advised as he looked to the left at a pillar with a bunch of animal heads on it, "unless you want to become a stuffed head of anthropology." Zay started rubbing his neck nervously, not expecting this at all. Sakura dropped her genjutsu as the rest of the group started walking out of their hiding spaces. Naruto told Kyuubi to shut up and get over it in his mind as they walked up. "Are you the spirit that brought the library from the spirit world?" Sokka asked as they stopped behind the professor. "Indeed, I am Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things. You are obviously humans," the owl stated with resentment in his voice, "which by the way are no longer permitted in my study." "And why is that?" Kakashi asked Wan Shi Tong, who looked at the silver-haired Junin. "What do you have against humans?" Aang added by raising his hand. "Humans only bother learning things to get the edge on other humans, like that firebender who came to this place a few years ago looking to destroy his enemy," Wan Shi Tong replied, and he went down to eye level with Sokka. "So, who are you wanting to destroy?" "Hey," Naruto yelled, making the great owl look at him. "Even if we were looking to get an edge, it wouldn't be for such a selfish reason as conquering others. Everything I learn is to protect my precious people. So the bastard fox is right about you. You are a bastard who thinks he knows it all. You act like you know it all, but you don't." Wan Shi Tong's neck turned and faced the blonde genin, who was still growling at him. "You have one of the spirit creatures sealed inside of you, a former collector of mine." "Yeah, the bastard demon fox Kyuubi. He tried destroying my village of Konoha 16 years ago, so Yondaime Hokage sealed him up inside me," Naruto replied, unafraid of the owl. "And Naruto-kun," Hinata squeaked out, making Naruto look back to her. "It is his library, and we are looking for a way for you to complete your attack. We should just go somewhere else." Sokka gulped at that. "No way, Hinata," he then smiled at Wan Shi Tong. "No, we're not in for destroying, we're not into that." "Then why have you come here?" Wan Shi Tong asked the young water tribe warrior directly, his eyes focusing on Sokka. Knowledge for knowledge's sake?" Sokka asked as he looked back. "If you're going to lie to an all-knowing spirit being, you should at least put some effort into it," Wan Shi Tong told him as Sokka's nervous smile disappeared and he stepped back. "I am not lying, I'm here with the Avatar and he's the bridge between our worlds, he'll vouch for me," Sokka said as he pulled Aang to face the great owl, and patted him on the back, and then elbowed him. "Ow, yeah, I'll vouch. We will not abuse the knowledge in your library, good spirit, you have my word," Aang told him as they all bowed. "I could use some help creating some new medical ninjutsus with the information in your library, good spirit," Sakura said as she bowed. "I'm a medic nin, a doctor, and I won't abuse your knowledge like Aang told you. And all we could use is a few maps, and probably some information on how to return to our world," Kakashi mentioned as he pulled out his all-too-familiar book, Icha Icha Paradise. Very well, I will let you peruse my vast collection, on one condition," Wan Shi Tong told them sternly. "To prove your worth as scholars, you have to contribute some worthwhile knowledge." Zay then walked forward, reaching into his pack, and he knelt before the great owl with a large book. "Please accept this tome, as a donation to your library." "First edition, very nice," Wan Shi Tong commented as he stretched out his wing, and waved it over the book. "I have an authentic waterbending scroll," Katara offered, the scroll she stole from the pirates nearly 3 months ago. "I need to keep the others Master Paku gave me to instruct Aang and Hinata." "Oh, these illustrations are quite stylish," the owl's wing flew over the scroll as Aang sat down and began to think. Oh, I know," Aang exclaimed as he reached into his shirt and pulled out his wanted poster. "Ha. I suppose that counts," Wan Shi Tong said as his wing waved over the poster, and Sakura stepped forward. "I have a basic healing ninjutsu scroll," Sakura offered with the scroll in hand. Very nice, such healing techniques are severely lacking in my library, Wan Shitong commented as his wing flew over the pink-haired Kunoichi's scroll. Anyo, I have this taijutsu scroll that my father gave me to study from when I was younger, Hinata offered shyly, and the great owl looked at it. These illustrations are as impressive as the ones in the waterbending scroll, very nice, Wan Shitong commented again as his wing flew over the Hyuga Eris's scroll. I know, Naruto said as he reached into his pack and pulled out a scroll. This has a bunch of cool genin-level ninjutsus, taijutsus, and genjutsus, would this do? Yes, such knowledge hasn't arrived here since long ago, the owl replied as his wing again flew over the scroll, and Naruto grinned. Told you didn't have everything, Naruto grinned as the owl sighed. I have a first edition of the very first volume of Icha Icha Paradise, Kakashi offered as he pulled out the small book. I suppose this'll do, even though I do not want to part with it. First edition, and a very stylish cover. This will do very well, Wan Shitong replied as his wing waved over Kakashi's dirty book. And I have an advanced stealth and espionage scroll, Yamato offered, and Wan Shitong's beak moved. Excellent, my knowledge seekers haven't found much in the area of stealth or espionage area, Wan Shitong said as he took the scroll, and the Anbu captain bowed. And you? Oh great spirit, check this out, Sokka replied as he held a string, and started tying it in intricate ways to form a butterfly shape, and he offered it out to the great spirit owl. Ta-da! Everyone's eyebrows either rose questioningly, as if he was really serious about offering that. It's a special knot that counts as knowledge. You're not very bright, are you? Wan Shitong asked after a little consideration. Sokka's joyful look turned sour as the owl's wing waved over his butterfly knot. Enjoy the library. With that, Wan Shitong leapt off the causeway ledge and spread his wings. He started spiraling down the height of the library. Man, for once I agree with the bastard fox, he is a know-it-all bastard, Naruto commented, making Aang and Hinata giggle, and the blonde-haired Genin looked back at the Hyuga Eris, enjoying the sound of her laugh. I never realized she had such a pretty voice. Hinata caught him looking at her, and she began to blush. Naruto wrote the blush off in the category of weird things Hinata does, and just smirked too. They all began to walk away, with Momo chattering on the ledge as he followed. Bright enough to fool you, Sokka said as the owl disappeared from sight. They all decided to spread out in groups to increase their chances in finding anything. Naruto decided to go with Hinata, who blushed, and Sakura tagged along with them. Kakashi went out on his own to search the library for any ninjutsus that would be able to take them back to Konoha. Yamato decided to stick with Aang, Katara, Sei, Momo, and Sokka. They had a better chance this way, and Kakashi had distributed compact, ear radios through the group in case a quick contact was needed. What is that thing? Sokka asked as Yamato placed the radio in his ear. A device that'll allow us all to keep in contact, and signal anyone if
we need to coordinate a search, if they are in trouble, or if they found
something, Yamato replied as he attached the earpiece to the radio, and put it in his pocket. We use them a lot in Konoha, we call them radios. Sokka nodded, still confused by the concept the radio was. Whatever, let's just see if we could find anything useful about the Fire Nation. The Anbu captain nodded and the FVE of them walked to one place in the library that looked promising. To be continued, the secret anonymous reviewer, thank you for your reviews, they are very insightful. I would like a name to go to so I can address you directly, in the reply section. Have any thoughts of becoming a fanfiction writer? Chapter 4. The secret Wan Shitong's library. All around the library, the groups started searching for anything useful to use against the Fire Nation, get Naruto's group back home, get updated maps, and other things. Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura were surrounded by piles of books and scrolls, searching for one little hint to get home. Any luck, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked as he looked up from his book, which was a record of the avatars. Nothing much really, Sakura replied as she put one of the medical scrolls she found interesting into her pack. Yo, Hinata-chan, you found anything? Naruto asked as the Hyuga Eris blushed when he addressed her. Anyo, not yet, I did find some waterbending techniques, but nothing that can help us go back home, Hinata replied as she cursed herself for stuttering. Though I'm sure we'll find something. Naruto smirked. Yep, we will. Even if the know-it-all bastard tries to throw us out for trying to find it. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at that, and Sakura smirked. I'm going to go find us some more scrolls to look through. Nay, you're already done reading yours, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked his pink-haired teammate. Not yet, but I'm almost done with the last of them. Time to get some more, Sakura replied as she walked off, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. Hinata-san, make your move soon. Hinata gulped as she looked at the scroll. The blonde genin sitting next to her scrunched his forehead in thought, and he looked at the scroll, clearly not understanding what was on it. Nay, Hinata-chan, probably you could help me out on this, Naruto suggested as he looked at the scroll.
Anyo, sure, Naruto-kun, Hinata said without the stutter, but she cursed herself for the pause between her words. She walked over to where he was, and saw the scroll.
The scroll was about the air nomads and their culture. Naruto was having a hard time understanding why airbending masters were tattooed with the arrow symbol on their bodies. Do you get the reason, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as Hinata slowly and nervously sat down next to him. I think it shows they have mastered their element so much that when they move their arms and legs, as well as their head, it shows how they can direct their chakra into bending the air, Hinata replied after she read over the scroll again. Aang-kun is an airbending master according to this. Naruto nodded. I really wouldn't want to be tattooed like that though, seems too long a process and, I kind of like my hair. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at that. You're really smart, Hinata-chan. She began blushing at his praise. I'm really not that. Yes you are, Naruto told her as she began to blush further. You're as smart as anyone I know, Hinata-chan, don't downplay yourself. Thank you, and Naruto-kun, Hinata muttered, barely able to control her stuttering. Hey, Hinata-chan, can you tell me more about the Hyuga clan? Naruto asked as he put his scroll down. I promised Neji that I'd change the clan when I'm Hokage, but I really don't know that much about it. Can't keep my promise without knowing some stuff that needs to change. Hinata nodded. Oh okay, she searched her mind where to start. What do you want to know about the clan? How about why there is a main and branch clan system for one, Naruto replied as Hinata nodded. Anyo, the main and branch clan system allows for a larger family unit, for one, Hinata started as she thought back to her lessons. The clans of Konoha have existed longer than the village itself. Before the first Hokage, the major clans Hyuga, Uchiha, Nara, Inuzuka, Akamichi, and Yamanaka they divided their power throughout the clans by breaking them up into two branches, like a tree. After Shodai Hokage founded the village, the clans banded together to make it stronger. Gradually, the main branch family system fell out of favor with the other clans, and they assimilated each other into one main clan. She took a breath and thought back again. The Hyuga, being the oldest of the shinobi clans, kept the archaic system since we had grown too large to be assimilated into a whole at that time. So, because of the size of your clan, the main and branch families can't become one? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. And things became more restrictive to the branch, where their duty to protect the main family was put into question by my great-grandfather, Hianza. He was the clan head that instituted the caged bird seal when there was an attempted coup by a few branch family members. Hinata sighed sadly, and, due to that, the branch lost influence in clan politics, and a rift between us formed and widened with each generation of Hyuga. That's really stupid, Naruto mumbled, making the Hyuga heiress look up at him. Just because a few of the branch family members attempted a coup, that meant all of them were to blame? That's just really stupid, and because your clan is too big, assimilation back into one united clan would be too hard? That's what my father told me, Hinata replied as the blonde genin sighed, and then he smirked. Well, that stupid ancient system is going to be thrown out as soon as I become Hokage and you become clan head, Naruto told her, jumping up and down. Don't you think it's time for your clan to enter the modern era? Yes I do, Hinata replied with much thought. Our clan is weakening itself with the main branch family system, so we need to abolish it. That, a girl, it'll be so awesome, Naruto cheered as Hinata gave him a shy smile, her cheeks reddening. She really looks cute when she blushes. His eyes widened after he thought that. From behind a bookcase, Sakura giggled at the sight as she looked through one of the holes she made by pulling out the books and scrolls. Finally, Naruto's dense, but I can see he's starting to look at her differently. At another end of the library, Kakashi had put his book back in its satchel and looked through a few scrolls. There were quite a few of them about different types of chakras, kai, and other energies that he had looked at, but so far, no jutsus. He had found quite a lot of scrolls about bending, and found it interesting how chakra could be manipulated to bend the elements to a user's will without using hand seals. Interesting, Kakashi thought as he looked at an earthbending scroll. the most powerful earthbenders can learn to manipulate the minerals in refined metals such as iron, steel, gold, and bronze, yet it is harder due to the minerals being spread out. His ears tweaked and he looked around to the flapping of large wings that disappeared into another hall. Kakashi's eyes shifted, looking around, and then it focused back on the scroll he was reading. It seems our esteemed host is checking to see if we keep our promise. This could be trouble, Kakashi thought to himself as his eye watched one of the knowledge seekers walked by with a scroll in its mouth. He smirked and then continued to read the scroll on earthbending, learning about Avatar Kyoshi, how she had combined fire, earth, and airbending to dislodge Kyoshi Island from the mainland. Such a feat was on the levels of the strongest Hokages, which was impressive. Great desert outside the library. Toph, Appa, and Pakun sat in the shade of the library spire where it was cool. The sun was taking a harsh toll on the flying bison, due to the fact it was more adaptable to the freezing weather of the mountains and the poles, and the tiny pug hated the heat since made his fur sticky. So, you like flying? Toph asked Appa, who growled and scratched his head. Of course, I'm more comfortable here on the ground where I can see. I don't see the way you do. I feel the vibrations in th ground with my feet, but like Kakashi said, she grabbed a handful of sand. This sand is so loose and shifty, it makes everything look fuzzy. Not that there's anything wrong with fuzzy. There better not, Pakun added with Appa's growl, because I'd have to bite you if it was. Toph chuckled nervously at that, and then tightened the hold her arms had on her legs. She looked up at the spire with her blind eyes, waiting for her friends to return. Wan Shi Tong's library in another part of the halls of the library, Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Yamato were either sitting down near a bookcase and reading, leaning against a bookcase reading, or sitting at the desk, around a pile of books and scrolls. Zay read like a kid in a candy store, and Momo chirped in his weird language to Aang. One of the spirit collectors placed a book into an empty slot on a bookcase, and Aang and Yamato watched. Aang was looking through a picture book of legendary creatures, and his face lit up at a picture of a turtle-like creature. Hey, look at these weird lion turtle things. I've seen weirder, Sokka commented as he pulled out an book and placed it in his pack. Katara walked over. Did you know in a previous life you were left-handed? I always knew I was special, Aang said with a chuckle, and he looked to Yamato. So what are Anbu anyway? Special tactical enforcement for ninja villages as well as investigators, hunter ninja that seek out traitors to either kill or incapacitate them, interrogators, shadow soldiers, and a number of other things, Yamato replied with a smile, reading another scroll. About the creatures of this reality, some even pose as double agents, when sent to villages that might betray the others. All major villages have an Anbu unit, and even some of the minors. So what can you do? Katara asked as the Anbu captain gave a nod and smirk. I can manipulate wood, remember? Yamato replied as he did a few hand signs, and placed his hand on the ground. Suddenly, a table literally grew out of the smooth surface of the floor, which the Anbu captain placed his scrolls on. That was Mokuton. Taku no Jutsu would release. Table no Jutsu. Can you teach me how to do that? Aang asked enthusiastically. Sorry, it's sort of a bloodline trait since I have Shodai's DNA in me, Yamato replied as Sokka passed Sei, who was pulling out books and putting them in a pile in his arms. The young water tribe warrior pulled out a scroll, unraveled it and put it in his pack gingerly. He then walked out of the row of bookcases and saw a burnt piece of paper underneath a glass case. Sokka walked over to it and looked at the characters on it. The darkest day in Fire Nation history, Sokka started as he put his hand to his chin. It's got a date at the top but it doesn't say anything else. He used his machete to jimmy the glass cover off of the burnt piece of paper. He put his machete back in its pack and rolled the paper up, placing it into his pack. Aang, Katara, Sei, and Yamato walked out of the bookcase aisle and noticed Sokka running for an aisle near them. Sokka, where are you going? Aang asked as the older boy passed him. I want to find out what happened to the Fire Nation on its darkest day. It could be promising, Sokka replied, and he looked at the Anbu captain. Better use that radio thing to get the others back here. Yamato nodded and pressed a button on the earpiece. Yamato to Team 7, Sokka may have found something. Converge on my signal. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, and Kakashi met up with Yamato, Aang, Katara, Sei, Momo, and Sokka, and the young water tribe warrior led them to where the Fire Nation information was. Underneath a massive dark red flag with the Fire Nation symbol on it, the water tribe warrior led them into the room. You sure there's something good in there, Sokka? Naruto asked as they walked in and looked around. The light peered through, illuminating the room. Where bookcases with knowledge were, there were instead piles of ash. It was a sad sight to say the least, not just because Sokka probably never would be able to find out the information he needed, but because of the knowledge that was lost forever. Firebenders, Aang gasped as he looked around. They destroyed everything having to do with the Fire Nation. Katara added as Hinata bent down and searched through the ash. I can see why Wan Shi-Tong-sama distrusts humans, seeing how they ruined his most prized possessions, the stuff he loved, Hinata said as she sifted through the ash. Yeah, Naruto muttered as he looked around, I know you are loving this bastard fox. More than you know. Take that slave driver. That's so unfair. Just when I think I'm one step ahead of the Fire Nation, it turns out they beat us here a long time ago. Sokka yelled as he sank to his knees in defeat. Suddenly, a spirit fox appeared behind them. I need to know what happened on the darkest day. Sokka, that might not be the best idea, Kakashi warned him as the fox stood on its hind legs and whined like a hungry dog. Sokka turned around and looked at the fox. Hello, weird little fox guy. The fox spirit turned around and used its nose to point away from the Fire Nation information. Seems it's trying to assist you, Sei said as the fox pointed. Sure, I guess I'll follow you, Sokka told the fox as his eyes shifted. Thanks little buddy, Naruto exclaimed as he rubbed the fox's head and it cawed at the attention. They all ran behind the young fox across the library, passing bookcases about the water tribes, Earth Kingdom, air nomads, and other various scrolls and tomes. The green light of the lanterns illuminated their path as they ran past the railings towards a massive circular door that looked like the sun in the sky. The group stopped as the young gray spirit fox crawled into an opening under the door. As soon as it did that, the door started opening, rolling slowly to the left. As the door opened wider, the young gray fox was sitting there. Waiting, giving a little impatient whine. The group slowly walked into the room, which was a massive dome. The fox led them to a raised cylindrical stone with a lever next to it, and the fox pushed it down. Suddenly, projection of the stars appeared on the ceiling as two metal supports with a sun and moon on them rotated. Everyone gasped at the wonder, and the projected stars reflected onto their clothing. Man, this is cool, Naruto said softly as his blue eyes widened at the planetarium. Yeah, the rest of the group's teenagers added as Zay's eyes and mouth widened. This room is a true marvel, a mechanical wonder, Zay told them, his voice filled with wonder as he put his hands on his face. It's a planetarium that shows the heavens, moving. The nighttime cycle of the planetarium ended and shifted back to day. The sun beam soared over the blue background of the dome. This is beautiful, but how is it helpful? Sokka asked as Kakashi walked over to the cylindrical stone structure in the middle of the room. You should check this out, Sokka, Kakashi replied as the group walked over to the rocky cylinder. Maybe these dials represent dates and times, Katara added as she looked at the top of the cylinder. There were 4 rings with symbols on them, and 2 golden rulers, and finally the symbol of yin and yang in the middle of the 3 circles. Sokka, try entering that date from the parchment you took. Yeah, let's see how this thing works. Naruto cheered as the young water tribe warrior shushed them both. Katara, Naruto, not in front of the fox, Sokka told them in a loud whisper, leaning forward with his hand in front of his face, he's with the owl. The young gray fox's ears and tail lowered, as if it was hurt by Sokka's comment about it. It whined, and Hinata and Sakura walked over to it and scratched it behind its ears. Sokka-kun, he risked everything to show us, so why can't we trust him? Hinata asked as the young water tribe warrior carefully and stealthily took a corner of the burnt piece of paper out and glanced at it. Yeah, don't be such a baka, Sokka, Sakura taught him as he turned the outer ring of the timetable cylinder. The inner rings all shifted to align the outer ring's data. Each symbol in the inner rings stopped as they matched the symbol on the outer ring underneath the 2 golden rulers. When the rotation stopped, the young water tribe warrior pushed the lever forward, starting the cycle of the planetarium again. The sun symbol moved to what would be west in the room, starting the nighttime cycle as the moon rose. Wow, got to hand it to you Sokka. You picked the best mini vacations for sure, Aang exclaimed in awe as the planetarium nighttime cycle kept shifting. The daytime cycle started as the sun rose, and all of a sudden, the entire planetarium seemed to shut down. Everyone looked around, looking for the cause. Hey, what happened to the sun? Katara asked as she looked at the walls. Great, Naruto and Aang said at the same time. You must have broken it, the young avatar muttered as his eyes narrowed. It was so cool too, this really sucks, Naruto added with a sigh. Wait, it's not broken, Sokka started as he looked up to where the two beams that the sun and moon crossed. The moon was over the sun symbol. The sun is behind the moon, it's a solar eclipse, it's literally the darkest day in Fire Nation history. Now I get it, something horrible happened on that day, I don't know what yet, but I do know. Why? Firebenders lose their bending during a solar eclipse, he exclaimed, grabbing onto Aang and accidentally tossing him back. Sorry. Interesting, Kakashi stated as he looked at the eclipse. That makes sense. I mean, think of the lunar eclipse at the North Pole did to the waterbenders, Katara added as she walked forward to where Aang, the young water tribe warrior, and Naruto were standing. This is huge. The fox came walking up next, with Sakura and Hinata at its sides. It looked down at the ground as if it were sad. Told you we could trust him, Sakura stated as she glared at Sokka. The fox sat, and then went up to its hind legs and begged. Sokka sighed with a smirk. Fine, you earned it. He tossed a piece of seal jerky towards the fox's mouth, and he caught it. Naruto bent down and patted it on the head. You really helped out, little buddy, he said as the fox ran away cheerily. Hinata smiled at the scene. The blonde Jinchuriki seemed to have taken a liking to the young fox. It was sort of cute, and made her like him even more. Now what do we do next? Sakura asked as the group went into a circle to find out the next move. We got to get this information to the Earth King at Ba Sing Se. We'll wait for the next eclipse, then we'll invade the Fire Nation when they're helpless. The Fire Lord is going down. Sokka cheered as Kakashi shook his head. It won't be that easy, Sokka, Kakashi started as a massive shadow loomed over them. It was Wan Shi Tong. Mortals are so predictable, Wan Shi Tong stated as he moved behind them, and such terrible liars. Sokka gulped as they all turned around and faced the great owl. You betrayed my trust, from the beginning you intended to use this knowledge for evil purposes, Wan Shi Tong continued, his voice rising with each step. You don't understand, Sokka cried as the owl kept stepping forward. If anyone's evil, it's the Fire Nation. You saw what they did to your library, they're destructive and dangerous, we need this information. You think you're the first person to think their war is justified? Countless others before you have come here seeking weapons or battle strategies, Wan Shi Tong continued. If he had teeth he would be baring them now in rage. We had no choice, please, we're just trying to protect the people we love, Aang told him as Naruto growled. Bastard. If you know everything about why we're here, you know the condition of the war outside, correct? Naruto yelled, making the great owl glare at him. Casualties are mounting on the thousands on each side, already the Fire Nation has committed genocide on Aang's people, Kakashi stated. This information could end the killing, and probably lead to peace. Wan Shi Tong thought of Kakashi and Naruto's words. No, now I have to protect what I love. He spread his massive wings, and began kicking up a windstorm. With each flap of his wings, the entire library shuddered and shook. Wan Shi Tong kept flapping his arms at an furious pace. What are you doing? Aang asked as the owl kept pumping his wings. I'm taking my knowledge back, no one will ever abuse it again, Wan Shi Tong replied with anger in his voice as sand began to seep into the planetarium with each pump of his wings. He's sinking the building, we got to get out of here, Katara told everyone and they all nodded in affirmative. No kidding, Sakura added as the giant owl stopped pumping his wings. I'm afraid I can't allow that, Wan Shi Tong told them as his neck started growing, as if it was a spring, and he lifted his head. You already know too much. The giant, owl thing screeched in attack as he used his beak to try to smash Naruto and Aang. Everyone leapt out of the way, and the ninja began running. Everyone ran out of the planetarium and Wan Shi Tong turned on a dime and began to follow the ninja. Zay looked comically as he tried to carry all the books he found in his arms as he ran. Nerd-san, drop that weight if you want to live, Naruto ordered as he looked back. And no, this information is priceless, I won't let go of it, Zay told the blonde Jinchuriki, who cursed underneath his breath at the professor's stubbornness. Momo glided as everyone ran across the library near the cross-shaped causeways and bookcases. Wan Shi Tong gave a bird-like roar as he followed the group out at an increasing speed, his neck long like a snake ready to strike. We need to split up, Kakashi told everyone looking back as he used his chakra to enhance his speed. Naruto, Aang, Sokka. Hinata, you're with me. Yamato, you lead Katara, Sakura, and Zay away, and make sure the professor's safe since he's the only non-combatant. Understood. Team 7, Hinata, and Aang's group replied, and when they reached a corner they all split up as the silver-haired copy ninja ordered. Wan Shitong stopped and looked around, his freakily large neck twisting to see where they were running. Splitting up won't save you. With that, he took off after Yamato's group, flapping his wings to give him more speed. Wan Shitong's library exterior, great desert where the shade used to be, Appa, Pakun, and Toph were in the open sun after hours of resting. The blind earthbending master and the little talking ninja pug were in the only shade, the flying bisons, waiting for their friends to return. The spire started shaking, and then began to slowly sink, and Appa roared at both of them. I already told you, I don't want to snuggle, Toph told Appa again, before the gigantic bison stood up making her fall onto the sand. She then turned around and felt the vibrations and heard the rumble. Library sinking, she ran over and thrusts her hands into the rock bricks of the library in an attempt to stop it from sinking. She gritted her teeth as the spire sank another 6 inches after she had thrust her hands deep into the rock. The sand was proving to be too soft for her to keep the spire from sinking, and her feet sank into the sand. Toph took her hands out of the rocky surface of the library, leapt into the air, then she slammed her palm into the sand, as if she was using the Kachiyose, summoning, jutsu. All 5 of her fingers penetrated the sand, looking like claws, and she twisted. Instantly, the sand was turned into solid rock. Then she thrust her fists back into the library spire, slowing its descent. She groaned as she tried to stop the massive structure from sinking. She wouldn't give up, she wouldn't abandon her friends. Toph then recalled what Naruto had said while they were riding, I never give up, that's my nindo, way of the ninja, and she smiled to herself. Well, I think that'll be my nindo, too, I won't give up guys, Toph thought to herself as she tightened her stance, and tried to LFT the library up. I won't give up. To be continued, Loss, Rage, and Emergency Chapter 5, Loss, Rage, and Emergency. Wan Shitong Library interior. Wan Shitong crashed through an arced opening, toppling the walls like they were a pile of toy bricks. Sakura glanced back as the owl creature picked up speed. She looked to her left as Katara frantically searched for a solution, and she saw Yamato stop abruptly and look around. Sakura-san, keep leading them to the exit, I'll stall him, Yamato ordered firmly as the pink-haired Kunoichi nodded. What are you going to do? Katara asked as she stopped to catch her breath. Momo landed on her shoulder, out of breath too. Let's just say that the bird will be in a cage, Yamato replied as his lips curled into a wry smile. Now, get out of here, I'll catch up soon. Katara and Sakura nodded, and the pink-haired Kunoichi grabbed Zay. Hey! Katara-san, how good are you at climbing? Sakura asked as she leapt up into the air, leaving the waterbending master on the floor. Wait, Katara said as she tried to keep up with the Kunoichi, and the flying lemur took flight again to keep up with Sakura. How did they do that? Lesson in chakra, Katara-san, Yamato told her as if he read her thoughts. Should be easy with your chakra control, focus it in your feet and then jump, you'll get a boost of speed. Katara nodded as she kept running. I don't even know what he's talking about, focusing my chakra. She popped the cork on her flask, and a whip of water grabbed onto one of the overhanging beams of the library interior, and she used it to pull herself up. Katara quickly gained enough speed using this new whip technique, and she subconsciously began focusing her chakra into her feet to give her an extra lift in her leaps. A little dust was kicked up in a circular fashion with every launch into the air, showing that she was controlling her chakra subconsciously. Not what I was thinking, but it'll work, she'll be able to keep up with Sakura-san now, Yamato thought to himself as he turned and faced the charging owl creature. So you've decided to accept your fate, mortal? Wan Shitong asked arrogantly as he closed the distance at full speed. Not really, Yamato replied as he performed a few dozen hand seals, and crossed his arms. Shichuru no Jutsu, 4 pillars prison technique. The owl creature came to a screeching halt as a massive wooden gate wall rose out of the ground. Another came out near his side, and a final one rose out of the ground behind him. Wan Shitong screeched in anger as he was caged in the wooden barrier. I know it won't hold you for long, but it should buy us enough time to get away, Yamato said as he turned and began running at full speed, moving on the borderline of visual tracking. A few minutes later the group met up again and Wan Shitong was right on their heels. The owl creature glided over the ground to increase his speed to catch the group. As they reached another cross causeway below where they entered, Zay turned to face the Wan Shitong and plea for mercy of his books. Ah, good knowledge spirit, do not destroy your vast collection of priceless tomes. Zay begged as the owl creature closed the distance dangerously. Aang looked back, turned around gathering the air around him, and he created a vacuum which pulled the professor back to the group, and Sakura caught him. Naruto grinned at the move, but the young airbender was not finished yet. He jumped into a cartwheel with his staff and diagonally lifted his weapon, sending a wave of wind crashing into Wan Shi-tong, knocking him back and careening over the edge of the causeway. "Nice job, Nisan," Naruto commented as Aang came running back to the group. "Nisan?" Aang asked as he shook off the word, "We got to get back to the surface." "It means, brother," Aang, and agreed, Kakashi told Aang, and they all began to run away except for Sokka. "Sokka, let's go," Katara and Sakura yelled back, "but we still don't know when the next eclipse is going to happen," Sokka told them and Kakashi sighed. "Don't be stupid, we'll find out later," Katara told him. "No we won't, if we leave this place we'll never get the information," Sokka retorted as he leaned forward. "Aang, Naruto, Hinata, come with me to the planetarium, I need cover and a person who can see." "When the owl bastard comes for us," he ordered, making Kakashi's eye rise. His mind is not as focused as Shikamaru's, but he still has a strategic mind. Aang and Naruto are going to be the heavy hitters, covering for him, and Hinata's Byakugan will be able to see when Wan Shi-tong comes for them, and enable a good warning for them to run, Kakashi thought as Sokka looked at him. Katara, Sakura, Yamato, and Zei. "Katara, take Momo and the others and get out of here. Kakashi, be sure they get out of here safe," Sokka ordered as a crash was heard behind them. "Go." Wan Shi-tong roared as his long neck twisted around to where Katara, Sakura, Kakashi, Yamato, and Zei were standing, completely ignoring Sokka, Naruto, Aang, and Hinata. The massive owl creature stomped after Kakashi's group, and they started running and leaping off to keep away from the razor-sharp beak. "Hurry, Sokka," Katara told her brother as they ran. Sokka, Naruto, Hinata, and Aang then ran towards the causeway again as more sand leaked into the library. The rest of the group started running for the next staircase, and Zei ducked into a bookcase hallway and covered his head as Wan Shi-tong flew past. He then looked over and smirked, grabbing a priceless book from the shelf. "Sakura, any genjutsus you can think of to distract this guy?" Kakashi asked as he leapt near Katara, and Momo squealed on the waterbending master's shoulder. "I think so," Sakura stated as she did a bunch of hand seals, activating a simple illusionary jutsu. "I think Naruto'd like this one, it would be a prank after his own heart." As Wan Shi-tong swooped down, a massive, orange nine-tailed fox leapt to challenge him. The sudden appearance of the fox made the owl creature shriek in surprise and fear, and he began to flap upwards. His owl eyes then notices Sakura slamming her hands into the ground, then running with the rest of the group. The nine-tailed orange fox started to have a shimmer, and the great owl spirit finally identified what it was. An illusion, and with that, Wan Shi-tong roared and flew right through the nine-tailed fox illusion. "Such petty tricks won't save you from me." As they reached the staircase, Sakura looked back. "It didn't take, I see, damn it," she cursed as she focused her strength into her fist. Kakashi then put his hand on her shoulder and gave her a sharp look that screamed, "No. Our priority now is just to escape, and if you smash him to pieces I don't think we'd ever be able to get out," Kakashi told her sharply, and she nodded and followed Katara and Yamato up the steps. Wan Shi-tong's library exterior. As the library continued the sink, Toph started to feel the strain of keeping the mountain-sized slab of hollow rock up in the mortal realm. Pakun sniffed the air and Appa began roaring, to keep the young earthbending master's spirits up. Suddenly, the kicking up dust cloud behind the flying bison made Appa turn around and look. "Yo, we may have problems. Several guys that have a bad, sweaty smell are coming for us," Pakun warned Toph, who nodded. "Great," Toph said as she struggled to keep the massive library up, and she glanced back. "What is it now?" 3 sandbender sand skiffs floating over the sand dunes, being propelled by a mini sandstorm right in the middle of the legs of the boat and a yellow sail that was caught up in the wind. The captain of the party looked at their prize, and underneath his mask he smirked at the sight of Appa. One of the sandbenders threw up his hand, sending a wave of sand at the flying bison that was looking back at them. "Who is there?" Toph yelled in question as Pakun sniffed the air again. "Don't know, but it looks like they're after Appa," Pakun replied as the sand skiffs began circling Appa, who took a fighting stance. "Oh no, oh you don't." Several of the sandbenders leapt off their circling skiffs, as Pakun charged forth, barking like a normal dog. They weren't intimidated by the petite pug, and focused on Appa. Wan Shi-tong's library interior. Aang, Naruto, Hinata, and Sokka ran through another causeway towards the planetarium. The Hyuga Eris had her Byakugan activated as they ran through the bridge-like causeway. Crumbling rocks fell from the ceiling, crashing on the causeway behind them and around. Naruto glanced back as a rock came crashing dangerously close to her, and he let out a growl. "We're almost there," Sokka stated as they approached the planetarium entrance. "Why are we doing this?" Aang asked as they all reached the planetarium. "Because if this calendar can tell us of eclipses in the past, then maybe it can predict when the next one will be," Sokka replied as he turned the outer ring of the cylinder calendar. "You can't possibly check every single date," Aang argued as he panted a bit, and he looked back to see Naruto and Hinata starting a guarding position. "I don't have to, we just need to check every date before Susan's comet arrives because after that, well, try not to think about that," Sokka replied as he turned the outer ring of the calendar again. "This is crazy, Sokka," Naruto yelled back as he pulled out a kunai. "The owl bastard could come for us at any time."
He's still chasing Kakashi-sensei and the others. Sakura-chan tried to distract him with a genjutsu, Hinata told everyone as her.
Byakugan kept searching the area. Aang pushed down the lever after Sokka entered the date, no eclipse. The Water Tribe warrior rotated the middle ring of the calendar, and it was tried again, no eclipse. And again, and again, and again, Naruto kept glancing back, hoping this was worth the waste of valuable extraction time. Sokka kept turning the calendar, knowing they were running out of time. When the moon and sun icons passed close to each other, he went back to it and Aang looked up. "Come on, eclipse," Aang growled as he pushed the lever down again, and the sun and moon moved, and the moon covered the sun in an eclipse. "That's it, the solar eclipse, it's just a few months away," Sokka cheered as the planetarium went into a faux shutdown, and he wrote the date on a piece of paper and put it in his pack. "Got it, now let's get to Ba Sing Se." "About time," Naruto called back as the four of them ran out of the planetarium. "This better be worth it, Sokka." "It is, this war's going to end," Sokka told him as they ran off down the corridor to the causeway. The small group dodged the sand flows and falling boulders. Aang flicked his staff and canvas wings extended out of the wooden walking stick. He grabbed onto Sokka as Naruto and Hinata began leaping to catch up. The blonde-haired Jinchuriki smirked as he saw the Airbender and Water Tribe warrior glide off ahead of them. Wan Shi Tong Library exterior Appa growled as more sandbenders leapt off their skiffs, surrounding him. Pakun leapt up to grab one of the renegade benders by their legs, but he was effortlessly knocked away by a blast of sand. The little pug was slammed back into the pillar, being knocked unconscious. The sandbenders took out bolos and spun them around as the flying bison sized them up. One of the sandbenders stomped forth and launched a weighted bolo over Appa's back to a man on the other end. The other benders followed, and soon they had the flying bison caught underneath several ropes and collectively they began to pull down. Appa roared as he struggled to keep his footing, but the combined might and bending the sand around their legs kept him from getting away. "Don't make me put this down," Toph yelled as she glanced back, her hands still firmly in the library spire stone wall. She then dropped it and punched blindly, sending a wave of sand right past the sandbenders that were attacking Appa, and she turned around and placed her hands back on the library spire, trying to push it up. "Put a muzzle on him," one of the sandbenders ordered as a rope went around Appa's mouth. Very soon, Appa was subdued by the sandbenders, his body was pulled down, and then tied up, and even his mouth was wrapped by the rough rope. With his legs and mouth bound, he was virtually unable to do anything and the sandbenders tied him up to their skiffs and dragged off. "No, stop sinking," Toph roared as she punched out a few more times, sending waves of sand around the area, but it was too late. She turned around and slammed her palms right back onto the library spire's surface. "No, I'm sorry, Appa." She closed her eyes, cursing herself of her failure to protect one of her friends. Even though she didn't like flying, Appa was one of the things she cherished, along with her friends. Don't tell me, we lost," Pakun said as he struggled to regain his footing. "Those sandbenders play cheaply." Wan Shi Tong Library interior Kakashi, Katara, Sakura, and Yamato were running down the hallway away from the crazed owl creature known as Wan Shi Tong. They rounded a series of bookcases with the owl on their tails. Katara had found a hiding place behind one of the bookcases and pulled Momo to her front and hugged the lemur tightly as she tried to regain her breath. Sakura went to the other one and pulled out one of the flasks of water Yamato gave her and she drank it while panting. "Who would have thought such a large owl thing like Wan Shi Tong could keep up with us while running?" Sakura whispered to the waterbending master, and her emerald-colored eyes scanned the area for Kakashi and Yamato. Her enhanced hearing picked up the footsteps of Wan Shi Tong from behind them on the other side of the bookcases. "Katara-san, quiet." Katara nodded and began to hold her breath. She failed to neglect pulling Momo's tail closer behind the bookcase. Wan Shitong glanced back and forth, and his keen owl eyes spotted the flying lemur's tail. At least I got another specimen to add to my collection, Wan Shitong muttered as he roared and began charging for Katara and Momo. Sakura stood up and grabbed her friend ran off, the giant owl creature's neck cocked to see them run, but several small metal objects whirled past him, making him pull his neck back. He then
looked to see Kakashi on one of the pillars, and he yanked his hand back, and the several small metal objects were pulled back into his hands, and he placed them back in his satchel and leapt down to the floor and began running after his student and Katara. Yamato was ahead of them, already approaching the rope.
Wan Shitong continued to chase them as they reached the rope. Katara, Sakura, Yamato, and Kakashi turned into the causeway and towards the rope. The young waterbending master turned and faced Wan Shitong as he approached them, standing in a horse stance.
Sakura, Yamato, and Kakashi drew kunai out of their leg boxes, and prepared to wield them in a knife fight fashion, the blades pointing down.
Your waterbending and your weapons won't do much good here. I've studied northern water style, southern water style, and even foggy swamp style, Wan Shitong told Katara as he started standing up straight and spread his wings.
Kage Bushin no Jutsu. A voice yelled from behind Wan Shitong, who glanced back to see Naruto and Hinata running up, with 5 other Naruto clones. The clones tossed several kunai at the owl, who ducked and dodged, not expecting this.
Aang and Sokka then soared above the owl, and the young water tribe warrior let go of the airbender's glider, clutching a heavy book. He slammed it onto Wan Shitong's head and landed on his feet as the owl creature collapsed. That's called Sokka style, learn it, Sokka told Wan Shitong arrogantly as he leaned forward and grinned, and he looked as Naruto and Hinata, as well as the blonde Jinchuriki's clones approached them. Wow, that's a cool trick, now let's get out of here.
Right. Both Naruto and Hinata replied, and Naruto crossed his fingers again. Disperse. He yelled as his clones vanished in a puff of smoke. They all began climbing up the rope, but Sokka looked back as he was sitting on the floor near a pile of sand on his right, and a pile of books on his left. Wait, Professor. Let's go, Sokka told Zay, who glanced up from reading a scroll.
Yeah, Nerd-san, let's get the hell out of this sandy place, Naruto added, but the professor shook his head.
I'm not leaving. I can't. I've spent too long trying to find this place. There's not another collection of knowledge like this on Earth, Zay told them as he closed his eyes in contentment. I can spend an eternity in here.
Just go, Katara told Sokka and Naruto, who were above her. The rope began swaying back and forth, and Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi, and Yamato climbed up the rope as fast as they can.
Time to use the fast way to get out of here, Kakashi ordered as he leapt onto the inner wall of the spire and began running. Yeah, not the sucky way. Naruto cheered as he put his chakra to his hands and feet, and began running up the wall, and he glanced back. Hinata leapt at the wall, and she applied chakra to her feet, and she stuck onto the wall next to Sakura. She started running like the others, but her foot slipped, and she started falling. Naruto leapt down and grabbed her hand, preventing her from falling back into the library. She began blushing. Hinata-chan, are you okay? Naruto asked as he pulled her up. If the heat is starting to affect you, I'll help by carrying you up to the top.
Sakura glanced down, and Hinata was near fainting by the offer. Naruto better not do anything perverted, but this would be good for Hinata. Anyo, sure, if you want, Hinata replied as Naruto lowered himself and the Hyuga heiress climbed onto his back, and she linked her arms under his. He's so warm, and his chest is broader than it was 3 years ago. You all set, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked, glancing back at her. She was still red, but the blush was fading, and she nodded shyly. She's light, she began leaning on his back, and unintentionally he began to blush. All set, let's go. He began running up the spire wall as Aang flew up with them, carrying the Katara and Sokka on his legs. Wan Shitong took up after them as Momo soared up through the interior of the spire, and Aang picked up speed, which was kind of hard carrying 2 people. The massive owl creature gained on them, and Yamato dropped some flash packs, which exploded in a blinding light that momentarily damaged the owl's vision. Wan Shitong crashed into the wall as they all flew out of the top window of the library spire. Everyone landed, while Katara and Sokka crashed into the sand while everyone else landed on their feet, feeling the vibrations of their landings. Toph stopped struggling to keep the massive library above the sands, and she let go.
As she let go, and the sheer weight and speed of the spire, library falling, the blind earthbending master fell and landed on her back a few meters away from where the library spire was. A dust cloud enveloped her, and finally the ancient library vanished into the sands.
We got it. There's a solar eclipse coming, the Fire Nation's in trouble now, Sokka told his sister, and they hugged at the news. Excellent, Sokka, Kakashi said as he walked towards the young Water Tribe warrior. You'd make an excellent team leader if we were in Konoha.
You really mean that, Kakashi? Sokka asked as Aang started to look around. Yes, your mind is like Shikamaru, a Chunin of our village and is now one of the proctors of the Chunin exams, though you have much more drive than he does, Kakashi replied as Aang started walking towards Toph, who had curled her legs up and was staring down at the sand.
Where's Appa? Aang asked her as he held his staff in his right hand. She shook her head sadly, and closed her eyes, the realization of what she meant hit Aang hard and tears began welling up in his eyes and he broke down. Everyone came rushing over to him. A little while later, they were spread out and looking for any tracks, any trail that would lead them to Appa. Pakun sniffed the air and shook his head. How could you let them take Appa? Why didn't you stop them? Aang asked Toph angrily, who was standing behind him, looking away. I couldn't, the library was sinking and you guys were still inside and, Toph told him, throwing her arms into the air as she looked down at the ground. You could have gone down and got us, Aang told her as he stomped toward her. I could have saved him. Aang, calm down, Kakashi started as the airbender's anger continued to grow.
I can hardly feel any vibrations out here, the sandbenders snuck up on me and there wasn't time for. Toph said as she tried to explain. You just didn't care. You never liked Appa, you wanted him gone. Aang roared as he glared at the earthbending master. Naruto and Katara walked forward.
Aang, stop it. You know Toph did all she could, she saved our lives, Katara told him as the airbender glared at her.
Who's going to save our lives now? We'll never make it out of here, Sokka said as he looked over the desert and looked back at Aang. I wouldn't go that far, Sokka. Remember, we did pack the essentials on our person, food, water, and you have some updated maps, Yamato told him as Aang glared at all of them.
That's all you guys care about yourselves, you don't care whether Appa is okay or not, Aang stated as he began to walk away. Naruto clenched his fist and walked over to him.
We're all concerned, but we can't afford to be fighting now, Katara told him as Aang started to look up at Naruto.
Suddenly, the Jinchuriki's fist crashed into his face, and everyone looked at Naruto in shock. Aang crashed into the sand, and the blonde-haired genin glared at him. Aang glared in return, and wiped the blood off his face.
Aang, cut it out. We do care for Appa, Toph did all she could. Naruto told him angrily, and the airbender scrambled onto his feet.
Stop being a baby, the only one thinking about themselves is you. What are you talking about? I want to get Appa back, Aang retorted and Naruto grabbed him by the collar. Naruto, put Aang down, Sakura told him and the Jinchuriki shook his head.
If you were really thinking about us, the people Toph saved, you'd be more concerned getting us out of this desert alive. Naruto told the airbender, who looked at him in shock. Listen, we'll get Appa back, but going off like this and blaming the person who saved your sorry ass isn't the way to go.
Shut up, Aang retorted, making Naruto chuckle. He shrugged the Jinchuriki's hand off his shirt, and then knelt down, clutching his staff. I'm going after Appa. With
that, he leapt into the air and used his staff to glide off. Katara ran towards where he was, but she was too slow.
Aang, wait, Katara yelled, but he was too far away to hear her. We better start walking. We're the only people who know about the solar eclipse, we have to get that information to Boss Sing Se. She then stomped over to Naruto, and why did you hit him? Because he deserved it, he was blaming Toph-chan for something out of her control, Naruto replied simply, making Kakashi chuckle under his mask. Though I can't blame him, I went off on the same tirade after I failed to bring Sasuke back. What do you mean? Katara asked as Naruto shrugged. After we Team Shikamaru failed to bring Sasuke back, and after I was released from the hospital, I begged Oba-chan to send me out again. Each mission ended in failure, so she forbade me to track
Sasuke down until after I got back with Ero Sennin, Naruto replied with a chuckle. Well, might as well get going. I hope there's a good ramen noodle shop in this Boss Sing Se you guys keep mentioning. They all began walking and Sokka began to mumble. Do you think if we dig out the giant owl, he'll give us a ride? A few hours later, Katara, Sokka, and Toph were starting to show fatigue in the searing heat in the desert. Their cheeks had reddened as they tried to siphon heat out of their bodies, and they looked over to see Hinata more or less in the same boat, due to her pale skin.
Naruto panted and wiped the sweat off his forehead, and took a drnk of water from the flask that Yamato had given him. Sokka panted and momentarily stopped to pull Momo up onto his head and to spread his wings. Kakashi, Yamato, why aren't you bothered by this heat? Sokka asked as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. I've spent some time in the desert, so I know how to use my chakra to keep me cool enough to function, Kakashi replied, and Yamato nodded.
Anbu training has mostly the same type of condition training that Kakashi-san had to go through, Yamato explained as he looked back at Naruto and Sakura.
Like that helps us, Naruto and Sakura yelled simultaneously, and Katara couldn't help but giggle at that. She then looked up into the air. Aang, where are you? Hinata wiped the sweat off her forehead and panted. The heat was affecting her badly. She wasn't used to any desert conditions, since no missions her team had received had gone to Suna. She drank some water, and glanced at Naruto, who, while uncomfortable, was in a better state than she was, and Sakura was too. Hinata then looked at Toph and Sokka, who were more or less in the same boat as she was. Naruto looked back at her, and saw she was in a different shade of red than he usually saw her. Hinata-chan, are you alright? Hi, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied between pants, and she drank some more water, emptying the flask that Yamato had given her for drinking water. Kakashi noticed it too. We need to get out of the sun. Toph then bumped into Sokka. Can't you watch where you're? No, Toph replied simply, with a hint of depression in her voice. Kakashi understood what that meant. She was blaming herself for the loss of Appa.
Right, sorry, Sokka said sheepishly as he slapped the back of his neck.
Come on guys, we got to stick together, Katara told them, and Sokka put his hands Toph's shoulder and arms and tried to push her off of him, but they were stuck together. If I sweat anymore, I don't think sticking together will be a problem, Sokka said as he tried to push himself off, but with one swift push to his head, the blind earthbending master pushed his sticky clothes off her. It's way too damn hot out here, Toph said as she went to her belt to get her flask, but there was no more water in it. Katara, can I have some water? Yamato tossed her an extra flask. We're starting to run out, and we need a break. I'm still good to go. Naruto cheered with false bravado, but he wiped his forehead. Damn, it is really hot out here. Sakura then noticed Hinata panting more than usual. Hinata-san, are you sure you are okay? Why yes, Hinata replied weakly, and she stumbled forward. I just got to get used to the heat.
On instinct, Naruto leapt back and caught her as she collapsed. He put his hand on her forehead, and gasped. She's burning up. What's wrong?
Damn, Kakashi cursed as they all ran over to the fallen Hyuga. What's wrong? Naruto asked as everyone rushed over to her.
Heatstroke. Naruto, Sakura replied as she ripped her sleeve, and poured some water on the ripped cloth, then she put it on Hinata's forehead. She's not used to this heat.
She was fine on Beaver-san's back though, Naruto said as he knelt by her, and he touched her cheek again. It was burning up. Appa was higher in the air than we are now, and the air was moving at a speed which kept her body cool, walking in this heat, with skin as pale as hers. It was a shock to her system, Sakura replied, looking up into the sky. We need to get out of this sun.
On it, Yamato said as he performed the seals, and put his hands to the sand. Mokuden. Shichuka no Jutsu, would release. 4 pillars house technique.
Katara and Sokka gaped as a wooden house rose out of the sand, and Toph stepped forward. What's so great? Why Yamato just made a house. A real house, Sokka stuttered as he looked at the ANBU's handiwork. You're kidding me, Toph said as she was led to the wooden house. At least it's solid, though I can still barely see. Naruto gently brought Hinata inside the house and laid her down on one of the cots in the living room. Sakura returned from the kitchen with a bowl in her hand, and she poured some water into it and used a rag to dab some water from the bowl, and she handed it to the blonde Jinchuriki. Watch her, I'm going to try to see what else I can do. Apply cool
water to her head every 15 minutes, Sakura ordered as she took out a scroll on medical ninjutsu, and walked off.
But, why me? Naruto stuttered, and Sakura sighed. Because, idiot, she's close to you, and I think when she wakes up, she'd like to see your face, Sakura replied as she walked into the other room again. Sokka looked around, and he opened one of the canvas doors. I'll try to see if there's something out there that can help Hinata, okay Naruto? Why yeah, Naruto said as Sokka exited the room, and he spotted a cactus.
Sakura said that there may be some plants that might help Hinata out here, Sokka said as he slashed the cactus open, and Momo chattered on his shoulder. I wouldn't drink that if I were you, Kakashi told Sokka, who had sipped the juice out of the cactus bowl that he made. Strange plants shouldn't be touched until we know their effects on the human body, that's survival training 101 for any warrior.
But this juice is actually refreshing, it might help Hinata, Sokka argued as he drank some more, and Momo drank some too. Suddenly, the Water Tribe warrior's pupils dilated, and the flying lemurs too, and he began to sway back and forth. Drink cactus juice, it'll quench you, nothing's quenchier. Behind his mask, Kakashi frowned and dabbed his finger into the cactus juice, and put the finger to his mask to taste the juice safely. It seemed this water has fermented in the heat, basically becoming sake or wine.
Momo spun around wildly in the air before crashing into the sand. The silver-haired Junin pulled the young Water Tribe warrior and lemur back into the temporary house. To be continued. Author's notes. I figured Hinata'd be the least adaptable, at first, to the desert weather. Appa provided cool air, so she had both extremes while flying with him. But due to her pale skin, she's light a magnet for the UV radiation and searing heat of the desert sun. Her body will adjust, but it'll take a while.
Please read and review. Avatar's Rage Chapter 6, Avatar's Rage. Earth Kingdom's Great Desert. Aang flew over the Great Desert, looking for his lost bison. He blew out from his special whistle, trying to signal Appa to come for him, but with each blow, nothing flew up to greet him. He sighed and rubbed the bruise where Naruto had hit him.
Appa, Aang called out, and he blew his whistle again. Still nothing, and he reluctantly put his whistle in his pocket.
Aang cut it out. We do care for Appa, Toph did all she could. Naruto told him angrily, and the airbender scrambled onto his feet. Stop being a baby, the only one thinking about themselves is you. What did he do that? Can't he see, I'm looking for my best friend, Aang thought to himself as he bore his teeth, flicked his wrist and retracted the wings into his staff. Appa. Appa. He looked around as he landed, calling out his bison's name again and again. His anger kept bubbling up until he couldn't take it anymore. It was like a shaken-up bottle of wine was inside of him, and he had to release the cork. No, no, Aang roared as he spun around and lifted his staff high into the sky, and then he slammed it down, releasing a massive wind blast straight into a sand dune. The release of energy was so intense, the rising cloud of kicked-up sand plumed into a mushroom cloud, as if a nuclear explosion had hit the desert. From the temporary house that Yamato had created, Sokka sat, barely coherent on the steps of the house, and Katara and Kakashi was watching him. They saw the plume of dust rising in the background, and a wave of dust hit them. The silver-haired Junin, the waterbending master, and the drunken Water Tribe warrior covered their eyes as it ceased. What is that? Katara asked as she looked as Kakashi pulled up his headband, revealing the Sharingan. There was a massive release of chakra out there, Kakashi said as his Sharingan eye squinted, the tomos rotating as if they were giving a telescopic vision. It's a giant mushroom, Sokka muttered in drunken awe as he raised his hands. Maybe it's friendly. I'm going to go check on Hinata, Katara said as she stood up and started walking into the house. I just hope Aang's okay. That was Aang, Kakashi stated, and the waterbending master looked back at him. He's too far away to get to on foot, but that was him releasing that energy. He needs to cool off. Friendly mushroom, Sokka called out as he lifted his hands up high again and he swayed back and forth. Mushy roomy friend. Katara nodded, and she entered the room as a tear trickled down her cheek. I just hope he stays safe until he gets back to us. Toph was moping in a corner of the room. Hi Katara, any sign of Aang? Kakashi used his Sharingan to see him in the distance. He released this massive blast of wind into the dunes, creating a mushroom cloud. Katara replied as she knelt next to the other girl. Are you doing okay? Yeah, just not every day when one of your friends chews you out on something, Toph replied as she wiped a tear from her eye. I did all I could to save Appa, and he didn't listen. Aang's really going through something right now, Katara said as she put her hand on her friend's shoulder, and we all know that you did your best. Toph sniffled softly, and wiped her nose with her forearm. That Naruto guy's alright, he actually defended me from that. He punched Twinkle Toes, didn't he? I don't agree with what he did, but yes, Naruto did punch Aang after he criticized your actions, Katara replied with a small smile. Naruto really seems to defend his teammates a lot. He's cool, Toph agreed, and she smiled. Thanks Katara, I feel better now.
I'm going to go check on Hinata now, Katara stated as she walked away from the other young bender.
Hinata had been taken into another room that had better ventilation compared to the main, living, room that was in the center of Yamato's grown, summoned house. The coat she was wearing prior to entering the desert was being used as a pillow to prop up her head, and there was a bowl of water near her head as well so the cloth could be dampened again and again to attempt to cool her off. Naruto sat watching her, gently wiping her forehead with the cloth that Sakura made out of her sleeve. How's she doing, Naruto? Katara asked as she knelt down by the blonde-haired Jinchuriki. I think better, her face doesn't feel as hot as it did before, Naruto replied as he callously rubbed the Hyuga heiress face gently.
Sakura-chan said she'll be fine after a few hours of cooling down, and she'll have adapted to this climate, whatever that means.
Katara nodded, and poured some water on her hands, and they began to glow. She placed them over Hinata's forehead, and the glow began to make the Hyuga face recede from the red color that it was before to lighter shade of pink. Her breathing softened, and Katara sighed with relief. She's out of harm right now, but she's still a little overheated, she just needs rest right now, Katara told Naruto, who gave a smirk. Thanks, Naruto said as he rubbed Hinata's face again. His stomach growled, but he ignored it. Her skin is so soft, it's like touching silk.
I'm glad I could help. I'm going to wait for Aang now, if that's alright, Katara told him, and then she giggled. Kakashi said that.
Sokka got himself drunk off of some cactus juice, I'd better see if he won't do anything rash, he's kind of funny right now. I'll be out soon, I just want to be 100% sure that Hinata-chan's okay, Naruto told the waterbending master, who nodded and left the room. His stomach growled again, and he put his hand on his stomach and winced. Damn it, just be quiet a little longer, I want to be sure Hinata-chan will be alright.
His stomach ceased its growling, and he looked down at Hinata again. He was amazed on how much she had changed since the Chunin exams of so long ago. She looked stronger and beautiful, he thought. He shook that out of his head for a second, and thought how much stronger she had become while they were away.
His eyes then, unexpectedly, wandered down to her assets, and he shook his head. I'm not a pervert like Ero Sennin. With that, he crossed his arms and pouted. His stomach began to growl again, and Hinata let out a soft moan, making him jump. She shifted in her lying position, and rolled over to face him. This surprised him, making him leap back and breathe out. He noticed her face was a few shades pinker, almost near her original color. Well, it looks like she's going to be alright now, I'll just let her sleep, Naruto said to himself as he blushed and began sweating in
embarrassment, although there was no one to see it. He walked to the door and looked back as he opened it. Sleep well, Hinata-chan.
With that, he exited the room and went towards the kitchen to get something to eat. He blushed to himself when he thought about Hinata, and wondered, where the hell did that come from? As he hurried himself inside. Night began to fall, and as the sun set, Aang glided above the dunes thinking. He couldn't get Naruto's words out of his head, and he began to feel ashamed of his harsh words towards his friends. He looked down and saw the house that Yamato grew, and mistook it for a resident of the desert. Maybe they've seen Appa, Aang thought as he soared down to the ground, but he was surprised to see Kakashi and Sokka either sitting on the steps or, in the silver-haired Junin's case, leaning back against the wall reading his book. What are you guys doing here? Where did this house come from? Yamato used a Mokuton Jutsu to grow it from the ground, Kakashi replied as he looked up. We were hoping to make more ground, but Hinata-san collapsed from heatstroke. Aang's eyes widened. What, Hinata-san collapsed of heat stroke earlier today, while you were off blowing some steam, Kakashi explained simply, and he saw the Avatar's horrified look. She's in the perfect care however, Sakura has been treating her, and Naruto has been watching over her to see any change in her condition. That's good, Aang muttered sadly, and he started to walk up the steps and Sokka looked up at him, with dilated eyes. What happened to him? Drank some fermented cactus juice, so he's a little drunk right now, Kakashi replied as he turned a page in Icha Icha Paradise.
Aang, did you see that big friendly mushroom out there? Sokka asked drunkenly, pointing out to the horizon. It looked big and friendly. Aang smirked, then just pushed open the canvas door and walked into the house. He looked around to see Toph reclining against the wall with a piece of wheat in her mouth. She was staring at the ceiling with her blind eyes, and she felt the airbender's footsteps through the wood.
Well, looks who's back, looking to yell at me again, Toph asked, making Aang rub his arm. Sorry Toph, I got angry and let it out on you, Aang replied, and then he rubbed his cheek. know where I can find Naruto and Katara. Naruto's probably in the kitchen, don't know where Katara is. I could hear Naruto's stomach growling from here, so he's probably incredibly hungry, Toph replied as Aang nodded. Who'd have thought you could grow something like this?
Aang nodded, and he started walking where he thought the kitchen would be. He opened the canvas door, sliding it over, and saw Naruto cooking up some of his favorite ramen. Good thing he decided to take some in his pack, or else he'd be on cold turkey from his favorite food for a long while. He turned around with a hot bowl of the noodle soup, and saw Aang coming towards him.
So finally stopped acting like a brat? Naruto joked as he sniffed his ramen, and Aang breathed out as he ground his teeth. Yes, you were right, I shouldn't have acted that way towards you guys, Aang said as he watched Naruto sit down. Katara walked in. How's Hinata?
She's doing much better, thanks to Sakura-chan and Katara-chan, Naruto replied as the waterbending master walked over. Yes, her fever's gone and now she's just resting. Hinata's body will be better prepared to handle the heat of the desert after this, Katara added, and she looked at the airbender. Any luck finding Appa? Aang shook his head sadly, and Naruto sighed. We'll find him, Ni-san, you can count on that, he added, showing off Rock Lee's good guy pose, and his teeth actually glinted. That's a promise you can count on for a lifetime.
What was that thing you just did? Aang asked as Naruto grinned. Fuzzy eyebrows, good guy, pose, that his sensei made a guy taught to him, Naruto replied with a grin. Found it's a great way to pledge a promise, so I just copied what Fuzzy Eyebrows does. Who's Fuzzy Eyebrows? Katara asked, not getting his nickname for Konoha's beautiful green beast.
Oh, yeah, Rock Lee, one of the best taijutsu fighters in Konoha, Naruto replied, and he grinned. Because he can't do ninjutsu or genjutsu, he only uses hand-to-hand fighting or taijutsu in combat. He's the hardest working guy I've ever seen as well, and he's a powerful ninja.
Sounds like a cool guy, Katara said as Naruto nodded. Kakashi entered the kitchen.
We'll have to be moving out soon, since Hinata-san will be alright, Kakashi informed them. He noticed a somber look pass onto Aang's face. Something wrong, Aang.
We won't survive without Appa, we all know that, Aang told them, making Naruto laugh. What? You've already given up hope after I gave you the good guy pose. We can't lose hope, Ni-san, Naruto told him. Come on Aang, we can do this if we all work together, Katara added, as she turned to Kakashi and Naruto. Right, Naruto? Kakashi? Yep, that's right. As long as we stay together as a team, we will survive this, get Beaver-san back, and then get to Boss Sing Se. After that, we kick ass all the way to the Fire Lord's doorstep, Naruto told Aang, who still looked somber. So, any ideas on how to even find Boss Sing Se then? Aang asked Kakashi and the blonde genin. We'll use the star maps that Sokka brought out of the library. Kakashi replies as he smirks underneath his mask. Though we should have brought some warmer clothing off of Appa's saddle, the airbender's head immediately sulks at the mention of his bison's name. Since the desert has a climate of extremes, incredibly hot during daytime, freezing cold around midnight. We might as well get going then, Katara said as she stood up and stretched her legs. We have enough water on us to last a few weeks. Hopefully it'll be enough to get us out of this place. Sakura walked into the room with a slightly groggy Hinata. So what's the diagnosis, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked with a grin. Hinata will be fine, just has to take it easy for a couple hours, Sakura replied with a smile, and Hinata began to blush. I'm sorry I slowed everyone down today, Hinata muttered and Naruto shook his head at that. It's okay, you're better and that's all that matters, Naruto said with his trademark grin, making the pink-haired Kunoichi raise an eyebrow. Hinata began to blush and put her hands to her face in surprise at what Naruto said, and he chuckled nervously. Naruto always will. Watch out for a teammate Hinata, Sakura stated with a lopsided smile, and Aang and Katara chuckled at the scene. I'm all packed up here and ready to send the house back, Yamato informed everyone in the kitchen, hauling a wooden backpack on his back. Sokka's drunk, so we should be careful, Kakashi informed them, making them laugh. He could be a danger to us and himself, so we'll watch out for him. They all nodded as Toph and Sokka walked, or in case of the latter, staggered into the room. The earthbending master was clearly ready to set off. She had one of the Anbu captain's wooden backpacks fastened to her back. I'm all set too, ready to carry my own weight, Toph started with a grin, as if she could feel the look that Aang and Katara were giving her. And help the team. Kakashi looked around, his former, current students smirking at the blind earthbending master's mannerism. Before we go any further, since we are all a team now, and Appa is one of our teammates, we should all remember this. One who abandons a mission is trash, but those who abandon their teammates to death, they are lower than trash. So that's why we never leave a teammate behind, and that's why we're going to get Appa back. Everyone agreed at that, and Aang started feeling better from the silver-haired Junin's statement. Everyone helped each other get ready for the journey, and they exited the house. Yamato grew, and it sank back into the sand, its usefulness temporarily over. Land of Fire, near Konoha. Chunin Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba, with his large dog Orochimaru, bound through the forest, returning from a routine D-class mission in one of the smaller villages near Konoha. Their former sensei, Yuhi Kurenai, didn't attend the mission. She was aiding her lover Sarutobi Asuma recover from an attack the Akatsuki inflicted upon him, and since Hinata was missing with Naruto's team, they were 2 members short during their mission. The dog shinobi furrowed his eyebrows as he leapt to a branch and stopped. Why the hell did Hinata have to end up missing with Naruto's lousy team? She could get hurt, Kiba growled as Shino stopped at a tree branch above and across from him. The dog shinobi cared for the Hyuga heiress as an older brother cared for a younger sibling, and was very worried about her welfare. You know as well as I do, Hinata-san is strong enough to take care of herself, and Naruto-san and Sakura-san are strong enough to aid her and protect her if she ever ran into trouble, as well as the legendary copy ninja Kakashi-sensei and Anbu Captain Yamato-sama are leading them. She should be more than alright when Jiraiya-sama finds a way to return them here, Shino stated in his stoic manner, and Kiba sighed at the bug using Shinobi's logic. He then sat down on the branch and his large dog Orochimaru barked, and Kiba nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're probably right, Shino. I'm just worried over, Kiba started, and his nose twitched. We have company. Shino nodded, and leapt further into the canopy with Kiba and Orochimaru to conceal themselves. The bug user deployed several of his Kikai, destruction, bugs to survey what the unknown intruders. There were a troop of 20 men, wearing strange red armor and armed with spears marching through the forest beneath them, and from what Kiba and Shino noted, they were well-trained soldiers. One of the bug user's insects crawled on a leaf to get a closer look and listen. General Mao has ordered us to survey the area and start construction of a base near the village, one of the soldiers ordered. While Shino's bug listened in, this will become the foothold for the Fire Nation to invade, and we'll make Fire Lord Ozai proud. The soldiers all gave a hearty yell, feeling victory would soon be there. Shino's bug flew up and informed the bug user of the information. Shino's eyebrows raised, and Kiba noted that. So what's the deal? Are they a division of the daimyo's army? Kiba asked in a whisper. That looks like a symbol for the Land of Fire. Shino shook his head after he listened to his bug's information. They seem like Land of Fire and the daimyo's soldiers, yet their symbol, instead of being red or white, is a black flame. They also refer to where they come from as the Fire Nation, which is ruled by a Fire Lord named Ozai. Kiba nodded. Then what are they doing here? Apparently making a base camp to invade Konoha, Shino replied simply as he stood up, and held out his arms. His bugs began flowing out from underneath his sleeves and they began to form a swarming mass around them. Before we get back to Konoha, we'd better stop them. Right, Kiba cheered softly, and Orochimaru added his own enthusiastic yet quiet bark. Farming really doesn't give me a workout, hopefully these guys can oblige. Be careful, we don't know the full extent of their abilities, Shino warned stoically, but his teammate had already leapt into the formation of Fire Nation soldiers with a kunai drawn. Shino sighed as he joined his teammate, and the Fire Nation soldiers all pointed their spears at the dog ninja. Orochimaru landed momentarily, and began barking viciously at the new enemy's spears, grabbing onto the stave of one of their spears and throwing them into the tree. Men, we have intruders, the captain, or what appeared to be the captain of the troop roared. Kill them. Yeah, right, Kiba muttered as he dodged a thrust from a nearby spear, and used his kunai to shatter it. He then sank down, almost crouching, and he smirked as his fangs enlarged. Shikyaku no Jutsu, 4 legs technique. Chakra began wafting off his arms and legs as his muscles and tendons were supercharged with energy, and his fingernails grew to large claws. He then charged the closest Fire Nation soldier, slamming his elbow right into his enemy's gut, shattering the man's armor. The Fire Nation soldier went flying, and he ended up sprawled against a tree trunk, twitching slightly from the attack. How was that? Kiba asked with bravado, because I'm not done yet. Suddenly, a couple of the masked soldiers fired several blasts of flame at Kiba using a punching motion. the dog shinobi leapt back, surprised, and he continued to dodge the blasts in surprise. Akamaru, who was dealing with several Fire Nation soldiers, leapt towards his master, using the Suga, piercing fang, to deflect the fire blasts, and Kiba hopped onto him when his dog landed. Man, what kind of jutsus are those? Kiba asked as Akamaru began bounding between the trees to avoid the fire blasts. They don't even use hand seals. Akamaru barked as he leapt over a spear and charged right for a few other soldiers. Where's Shino, damn it? Shino was observing in the bushes what the Fire Nation soldiers were doing. Interesting, they don't need to use hand seals to perform fire jutsus. His bugs flew off to scout out the area some more. Something large and heavy was plowing through the forest, knocking down trees like. They were saplings. From the vibrations the bug shinobi could feel, it was on wheels and they could move independently from each other. It could be trouble. Shino watched his teammate and his partner dodge the fire blasts, and Kiba tossed a few kunai which the fire users dodged. Another one of the soldiers had joined in, it was the captain, lobbing fireballs at Kiba and Akamaru through punches and kicks. They're Konoha shinobi men, do not go easy on them, the captain ordered, throwing a large blast of fire at Kiba, knocking the dog shinobi off his steed. Ouch, Kiba yelled, and he patted the fire-off black jacket and took it off, revealing his samurai-esque plate armor. He grinned. Looks like I have to get serious. He took a little pack from his belt and tossed a pill into his mouth. His muscles tensed and his eyes widened. Kiba took on a feral look as his chakra was increased. The pill he took was a soldier pill, and he tossed one to Akamaru. His dog swallowed the pill in one gulp, and his fur turned fire red and he increased in size. Akamaru let out a roar, which made the normal Fire Nation soldiers step back. Alright, now we'll kick your asses. Kiba cheered as the chakra swirled around his body, and he dodged a fire blast and leapt onto Akamaru's back, doing a hand seal. Jujin Bushin, beast human clone. Instantly, Akamaru transformed into an exact copy of Kiba, and they both charged one of the fire blasters, as Kiba nicknamed them as such. They roared and the dog shinobi tossed a smoke bomb into the fray, blinding the fire blasters. Several fireballs exploded out of the smoke cloud, the soldier clearly not being able to see the two Kibas. They leapt into the air, roaring, Gatsuuga, double piercing fang, and they spun at incredible speeds, and slammed into the fire blaster, sending him slamming into one of the ordinary soldiers. Yeah, the captain roared, sending a massive fire blast aimed at the Kibas. It slammed into one of them, and yell of pain was heard. Damn, Kiba cursed as the beast clone jutsu wore off, and in a puff of smoke Akamaru became visible again. I don't see what's so great about ninjas. If a bender on my level could do that, the captain said arrogantly, sending fire into his palm, making a dagger with the flame. Kiba instinctively pulled out another kunai. Now, you will die. He will not, the voice belonging to Shino said, unless, of course, you want all your men to die here. Show yourself, the captain ordered, and the bug user leapt out of the bushes, his hands engulfed in a swarm of kikai bugs. The captain's eyes narrowed. You actually expect to beat me and my other firebenders with bugs? Yes, Shino replied flatly, and behind his glasses his eyes equally narrowed. The firebending captain smirked evilly, and launched 5 simultaneous fireballs at Shino, taking several steps with each punch. The bug-using shinobi leapt into the air to avoid the blasts, and the other standing firebender joined in. Kiba watched as his teammate was hit by one of the blasts, and gasped. The captain smirked, but it faded when the burning human dissolved into several 100,000 insects, all of which were unharmed by the fireball. What the hell? The captain muttered as Shino reappeared in a corner of his eye, and he shot another blast of flame at the bug shinobi. Again, the result was the same, but he failed to notice several of the insects landed on himself and his subordinate. The kikai bugs crawled underneath their armor before they could notice, and he began to look around. Come out, you coward. Shino then rose out of the ground, with a kunai drawn, and he placed it at the other firebender's neck. I suggest you surrender if you don't want your men, and yourself to die. Like hell, the captain roared, slamming his foot down and thrusting his fist out in a punch, expecting a blast of fire to fly out of his fist, but all he got was a tiny blast that fizzled out. What the hell? He tried again, but this time no blasts came out at all. Suddenly, several of his soldiers collapsed, and he looked around in disbelief. I placed several of my kikai bugs on your men with each blast of fire you shot at me. There are several hundred crawling beneath your armor, and your friends here. The reason why you can't fire any more blasts is because they've started eating off more than your excess chakra. In a few minutes, you and your men will be little more than husks of dried out meat. Kiba chuckled lightly, and a few blue lines seemed to appear on his face. That's Shino for you. Even 3 years of being teammates, the dog shinobi was still freaked out at Shino's callousness after executing a genius plan to use his bugs to their full advantage. Why weren't your bugs burned to death by my fire blasts? They individually put up a chakra shield to shrug off your flames, Shino replied simply, holding the kunai closer to the firebending soldier's neck. The Fire Nation captain looked at his hands as he saw several bugs crawling on them. He let out a blood-curdling scream as all the bugs came out of his armor, making themselves visible to him. He tried in vain to shake them off, but it was no use. He sweated profusely, and then collapsed. His subordinate's eyes rolled back into his head as he too collapsed, and Shino let him fall. Orochimaru limped over. His leg had a first-degree burn on it. Kiba was relatively unharmed, except for a few minor burns. He walked over his partner, and began to take out a salve of healing cream that Hinata had made for them a month ago. He tabbed his fingers into the white cream, and rubbed it gently on his dog's leg when rumbling was felt. What the hell is that? Kiba asked as he looked around, trying to find the source of the rumbling. We should make ourselves scarce, Shino told his teammate, who nodded, and they leapt into the trees. Orochimaru leapt behind one of the large branches, due to his wound making it unable for him to get into the treetops. I suppose your bugs told you what was coming for us, Kiba asked in a harsh whisper. It's apparently an armored vehicle, self-propelled, and weighs about 10 to 20 tons, Shino replied in his stoic manner. It is propelled by 4 large wheels with spikes on them, and seems to have a turret on top. Is that all? We're screwed, Kiba shrugged as the vehicle came into view. It pushed down multiple trees before coming to a stop in the area of the ambush. He glanced at where Orochimaru was, and he sighed in relief when he saw that his partner had gone deeper into the woods. Well, what's the plan? We wait, Shino told his teammate simply, sending some Kikai bugs down from his sleeve to make them crawl down from the tree. They moved under the vehicle as a hatch on top of the turret opened, and a Fire Nation soldier peeked out. What happened here? He asked as he looked around, and hopped out of the hatch. The bugs suddenly started to crawl into the vehicle, keeping themselves silent and hidden, and crawled around the black shadows inside to keep themselves hidden from the rest of the crew. The Fire Nation soldier walked to the unconscious firebending captain, and bent down to shake him. Sir, General Mao ordered you to. He stopped mid-sentence as he got a good look at the captain's withered face. Ah. The captain's face looked like it had dried out and been mummified, and the soldier looked around in fright to see most of the soldiers and the other firebender in the same state. He then saw the unconscious soldiers, and then a yell came from the vehicle he came out of. He looked to see the crew running out of it, covered in a swarm of insects. What the hell is happening here? The soldier asked in fear, and suddenly a kunai appeared at his throat. An ambush, Shino told him as he held the kunai closer to the soldier's throat. Surrender. The Fire Nation soldier dropped his spear, and raised his hands. He looked as his crew writhed around in pain on the ground, and suddenly they stopped. Shino's bugs then crawled off their dried-out corpses, crawling back up the bug user's body and disappearing into holes on his face. Kiba walked towards the vehicle, and slammed his hand into its armored hull. First off, mind telling us what the hell this thing is? We'll take him for interrogation by Ibiki-sama, to see how much he knows, Shino said as Kiba nodded, and he looked at the vehicle. A team will have to be sent back to retrieve the machine however. Kiba nodded and he tied some rope around the Fire Nation soldier's wrists, and Orochimaru tackled him. The dog shinobi laughed as his partner smothered his face with his tongue, making Kiba laugh and push his dog off of him. After a few minutes, they left the scene, bounding off for Konoha. Earth Kingdom's great desert, navigating through the use of the stars, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura. Kakashi, Yamato, Sokka, Katara, Aang, and Toph had made it quite a ways through the desert. The young avatar was starting to feel crestfallen about not being able to find his bison, but the words of the blonde Jinchuriki still burned in his ears. Right now, they had to focus on staying alive and then finding Appa. So how are we doing on water, Katara-san? Kakashi asked, and the waterbending master looked into her pack. We have enough to last 2 weeks, at the most, Katara replied, and everyone nodded. If we run out of water by then, I think I can create some more, Yamato said as Katara, Toph, Sokka, and Aang stopped. What do you mean, create some more? Toph asked as she stumbled forward. Just what I meant, I could create a small river, pond, or waterfall if I needed, Yamato replied simply as they continued walking, but since we don't need any extra water right now, I don't feel like wasting chakra out here. Sokka, Aang, Katara, and Toph were just silent at his reply, and they began walking again. The Avatar continued to look down, and Katara saw it. She saw how vulnerable and slightly unstable Aang was becoming, and she placed her hand on his shoulder. "We will get him back, Aang," Katara told him, and he nodded as they continued walking. Kakashi checked the map and looked up into the sky to trace the stars. He smiled underneath his mask. He rolled the map and continued walking. Hinata looked up into the sky when she heard buzzing, and her mouth dropped slightly as she saw several large wasp-like creatures with vulture necks and heads. "What are those things?" Hinata asked, pointing into the sky as several of the vulture wasps began circling over them. "Buzzard wasps, they live in the deserts of the world, scavenging off of the dead things that fall in the wastelands of the world," Aang replied as he watched the pattern of the circling buzzard wasps. "The circle birds look like they want to have some fun," Sokka mumbled in his drunken stupor, and Toph pulled him along. Naruto looked up at the sky. "Well, none of us are dead yet." As they continued walking, the moon rose fully. It was a full moon, and with hardly a cloud in the sky, it gave almost as much light as the daylight sun. The 9 of them trudged up another large sand dune, when Toph yawned. Kakashi realized the 4 younger members of the new team were starting to get tired, and he lifted his hand. "We need to rest here," Kakashi told them, and he looked up into the sky. 30 minutes should do it." 30 minutes? Are you kidding me? Toph asked as she sat down. "That's hardly enough time to get some sleep." "We're on a timetable. We have to go with the night. We can get a full night of sleep in the daytime, when we'll rest," Kakashi told the blind earthbending master, who harumphed at that. They all sat down on the cool sand, and Naruto decided to try to keep everyone's spirits up with some of the missions he did when he was younger. Sokka, still drunk from the cactus juice he drank, fell into a deep sleep, and Momo began to bury him the sand. Sakura began to show Toph the braille scrolls she had, and the blind earthbender nodded and began tracing her fingers over the paper. Yamato went into a carefully timed sleep to recuperate his chakra. Katara practiced her waterbending techniques with Hinata, and Aang just curled up and began to mope. After 30 minutes, the time allotted by Kakashi was passing quickly, and he told the waterbending master to wake anyone up who was still asleep. "Come on, get up, we have to go," Katara said as she put her hands on top of the sand that was covering Sokka, and she gently shook her brother. Sokka yawned and groaned as he sat up, knocking the sand off of him, and his head twisted to the right. A strange expression was plastered on his face. Toph leaned forward and smacked her lips. "Yesterday my mouth tasted like mud, now it just tastes like sand. I never thought I missed the taste of mud so much," Toph said as Katara tossed her a water flask, careful to aim it at her waist. "Thanks, Katara." Naruto got up and stretched. "Sitting or sleeping on sand bites, it's not cushiony." Yamato woke himself up, and he squinted his eyes momentarily to adjust back to the nighttime darkness. Katara walked over to Aang, who was curled up on his side in the sand. "I'm awake," Aang said as he continued to look away. "I couldn't sleep." "Well, we have to get moving if we want to get out of this sand bed," Katara told him gently, and his eyes shifted to look at the sky, and he sat up. "See something, Aang?" Kakashi asked as he put his book away. Aang looked up into the sky right at the moon as a blob floated above them, and his eyes lit up. "Appa." "Where?" Naruto asked as he looked up into the sky. Aang and everyone but Sokka stood up and looked into the sky. "Appa? Now why would Princess Yu need him? She's the moon, she flies by herself," Sokka ranted in his drunken stupor, grabbing Momo's tail and rubbing it on his face. The Avatar squinted to get a closer look, but to his disappointment, the blob he saw in the light of the moon wasn't his bison. His face fell slightly, eyes cast down to the sand, and Katara sighed. "It's just a cloud," Katara said with disappointment in her voice. "Wait, a cloud? What's so special about that?" Naruto asked as the waterbending master turned to Aang. "Just so we have enough water. Here, fly up and bend the water from that cloud into my pouch," Katara told Aang as she handed her leather flask to the Avatar, who looked at her slightly annoyed. He grabbed it and put it on his shoulder, opened the canvas wings on his staff, and took off into the sky. Katara watched him go up, and she subconsciously shivered at the cold look he gave her. Aang was normally cheerful, but ever since Appa was captured, his mood was in a deep depression. She turned to Naruto, who shook his head at his younger friend's actions. Aang screened the cloud twice, flying through it each time and erasing it from the skyline. Naruto squeezed his fist again, his anger rising at the Avatar's new attitude again. Aang swooped down, tossed Katara back her flask and landed, kicking up dust as the canvas wings retracted back into his staff. Wow, there's hardly any water in there, Katara muttered as she looked into her flask to see just a tiny bit of water. I'm sorry, okay. It's a desert cloud, I did all I could. What's anyone else doing? What are you doing? Aang asked as he pointed his staff at Katara, and Naruto pushed it away. We're trying to survive, Naruto growled, his hand still on the staff, and he grabbed it and started to squeeze. You didn't even try to bend water out of that cloud, did you? I thought you were freaking done with your temper tantrums about Appa. And Naruto-kun, Hinata started, and Sakura put her hand on her friend's shoulder. No, Naruto's right, Sakura stated as she stepped forward. Aang, we need to work together as a team, for both getting out of this pit and finding Appa. You need to grow up and stop this. Both Naruto and Sakura are quite right, Aang, Kakashi stated with a sigh. You can't let your emotions fly like this, since you're not only putting yourself in danger, but others as well. Aang looked around in disbelief, and he started shaking in rage, but he saw the look on Katara's face. I was trying to keep us all together, Katara said quietly, a stray tear dropping out of her left eye. Kakashi handed her the map to get her mind off Aang's outburst, and she looked at it. Let's just keep moving, she began walking away, leading the group. We need to go in this direction. They continued walking, Aang at the back of the group looking downward. Naruto was standing next to Hinata and Sakura, Kakashi and Yamato were at the head of the group with Katara, and Sokka and Toph were in the middle of the group. The earthbending master tripped and fell, kicking up dust. Everyone stopped and looked at her, as she rubbed her foot. There was something jutting out of the sand. Toph-chan, are you okay? Hinata asked as Toph kept rubbing her leg and groaned in pain. Crud. I'm so sick of not feeling where I'm going, Toph yelled as she continued to rub her foot. And what idiot buried a boat in the middle of a desert? A boat? Katara and Sakura asked. The waterbending master ran over to the protruding object. Believe me, I kicked it hard enough to feel plenty of vibrations, Toph replied as she finished rubbing her foot sourly, and Sokka stumbled to face them. This could be useful, Yamato said as Katara started to wipe the dust off the protruding bow of the boat, and Aang walked over and raised his staff. Katara stepped away as he swung his staff, uncovering the entirety of the vessel. Naruto, the waterbending master, Hinata, and Sakura climbed up to the small bridge of the sand boat, and Katara's hopes rose. It's one of the gliders those sandbenders used, Katara exclaimed as she looked at the wooden pedestal in the middle of the small bridge. It's got some kind of compass on it. Compass? That could be the key to getting out of this dust bowl. Naruto said as he leapt up onto the bridge, and Hinata and Sakura climbed up too. Both he and Katara looked at the compass and smirked. Yeah, I bet it can point us out of here, Katara cheered as Kakashi and Yamato walked up. Nice job, Toph, you discovered a way for us to survive here, Kakashi congratulated the blind earthbender, who grinned. Okay, it was completely intentional, then, Toph said with a wide grin, and Yamato helped her onto the sand glider. Of course, Kakashi said as he grinned under his mask. Katara tapped the glass over the needle on the compass, making the needle pulse, swinging a tiny bit. Aang, you can bend a breeze so. We can sail it, we're going to make it, great idea, Katara-chan. Naruto grinned as he looked around. Sokka was laughing and grinning stupidly as he buried a sleeping Momo in the sand. Alright Sokka, enough with the drunken stupidity. You're worse than Oba-chan is when she's had a few dozen. Sokka just grinned stupidly, giving the blonde Jinchuriki a double thumbs up as the flying lemur stirred underneath the sand. After a few seconds of getting the glider ready to sail, the sail was opened and Aang threw a wave of wind into the cloth, and they were all propelled forward. Konoha outside the interrogation chamber, Tsunade waited for the results of the master interrogator, Morino Ibiki, who was giving the interrogation to the captured Fire Nation soldier, after Shino and Kiba had told her of the small battle they had with the Fire Nation soldiers. She was intrigued at the method of fighting three of the soldiers used, creating fireballs without using jutsus, and shooting them from any part of their body. She had dispatched 2 Junin squads to retrieve the vehicle from the battle site, as well as dispose of the bodies. Ibiki walked out of the interrogation chamber, his lips pursed. I'll say one thing for him, his mind is very resilient to the standard techniques. Did you get anything out of him? Where he came from, and who sent him here? Tsunade asked, and the scarred master interrogator smirked. Of course, Ibiki said as he began walking with the Hokage. The vehicle he and his comrades traveled in, he called a tank. It's powered by coal, and to attack targets, a member of the crew, a firebender, shoots a blast of flame out of the turret. Tsunade nodded, and pursed her lips. I assume you retrieved some more information? The Fire Nation he comes from has been on a war of conquest for at least a century. Their current leader is a man known as the Fire Lord, Ozai, Ibiki replied, and he sighed. He was proud to brag his nation's progress in the war. Apparently, where he came from, they completely wiped out a faction known as the Air Nomads in the first years of the war, complete genocide. Godem shuddered at the thought of an entire race being wiped out, and what else has he told you of this war? A southern water tribe has nearly been wiped out in this war, leaving only a small village of elderly, women, and children, since all the men were called off to fight, Ibiki continued, and he placed his hand on the wall. Some of the stories of the war were sick, even by the standards set by the Great Shinobi War of nearly 16 years ago, unspeakable atrocities, which he gladly bragged about. The Northern Water Tribe has survived a massive assault by the Fire Nation, led by an Admiral Zhao. The fleet they sent initially took most of the city, but was pushed back by the Waterbenders, and someone called the Avatar, who apparently is the last surviving airbender of the Air Nomads. What else? Tsunade asked after a few seconds of pause, letting the information of this war the soldier Team 8 had captured sink in. The Fire Nation has also launched a new offensive on a fourth and final nation, the Earth Kingdom. They have conquered nearly 59% of the landmass that the Earth Kingdom occupies, including this city, which from what I gather is an extremely strategic point, Omashu, during the last offensive. Apparently, they are aiming to claim the Earth Kingdom capital of Ba Sing Se by the end of the month. Ibiki finished, and he sighed. Even though he didn't tell me, these Fire Nation soldiers' appearances just reeks of Orochimaru's doing. Agreed, Suede said grimly with a nod. Ibiki, get as much as you can out of him. We have to get prepared to defend the village, since apparently these Fire Nation soldiers are preparing an invasion force to destroy Konoha. Ibiki nodded, and began walking back down the hall. Hokage-sama, we have to be prepared for anything. You think I don't know that? I am Hokage after all, Tsunade said with a smirk, but a bead of sweat dropped down her face. I'll send word to all our allies, the battle lines will be drawn before they are needed. Ibiki nodded, and walked back into the interrogation chamber, cracking his knuckles as he planned his next method. Tsunade walked away, attempting in her mind to contemplate the information Ibiki just told her. A century of war seems unbelievable, and there would be millions dead by the end of the war. Earth Kingdom Desert, Team Avatar's sand skiff. The skiff sped over the sands of the desert at a very fast pace due to Aang's airbending. Every few seconds he pulled the air into his hands and tossed a gust of wind into the sail to propel it on at a very high speed. They were going in the direction that the compass was pointing to, and it was becoming clear that they weren't heading north. The needle on this compass doesn't seem to be pointing north according to my charts, Katara told everyone as she pulled up a star chart to look at it. Take it easy, little lady, I'm sure the sand folks who built this baby know how to get around here, Sokka said lazily as he dangled his legs off the back of the small bridge, holding onto Momo's tail firmly. Then where are we going? Sakura asked, her jade eyes looking over the dunes. Naruto squinted as he looked around. I think that compass is busted. Kakashi-sensei, don't you know how to make a working one? Yes, but that would waste water, Kakashi told his student with a grin under his mask. If we weren't in a desert and had ample water, sure, I would make a compass, but since we are in a desert, we can't waste what little water we have. As they continued to glide over the sands, Katara saw a large object looming in the distance. That's what the compass is pointing to, that giant rock. It must be the magnetic center of the desert. A rock? Yes. Let's go, Toph cheered as she pumped her fist. Maybe we'll be able to find some water there, Katara added, and Yamato looked at the rock. And some shelter that I won't have to use my chakra to make, Yamato said with a grin. Maybe we can find some sandbenders, Aang said darkly, pushing more air into the sail. Aang-ni-san, don't do anything stupid, alright? Naruto told Aang sharply, and the Avatar huffed at that. Hinata couldn't help but giggle at that, and she blushed at Naruto's attitude. I think we'll be fine, Naruto-kun. A few minutes later, they stopped at the massive rock, which was more like a mountain sticking out of the sea of sand. It dwarfed the sand glider. It would take near dawn to climb up the rock to reach the top. Naruto, Sokka, Aang, Kakashi, Yamato, Sakura, and Hinata were the first to reach the top, and they stood at the edge of the rock watching the sun rise. Katara pulled herself up and Toph followed, and the waterbending master looked at the sunrise. It was a beautiful sight. Finally, Toph sighed and contented as she slammed into the rock, and proceeded to make a rock angel in the outcrop. Solid ground. We might as well check these caves. There may be drinkable water in the depths of this rock, Kakashi said as they all walked to the entrance of one of the caves. As they walked in, Sokka breathed out, I think my head is starting to clear out the cactus juice, and look, he then wiped what looked like honey off the wall, and put it to his mouth, and immediately spat it out. Tastes like rotten penguin meat. Oh, I feel woozy. You've been hallucinating on cactus juice all day and then you just lick something you find stuck to a wall in a cave? Katara asked her brother in angry disbelief. And I thought Naruto was dense, but this takes the cake, Sakura added, walking over. Are you really that stupid, Sokka? Did the stuff you drink suck out your brain? Naruto yelled with annoyance in his voice. Sokka-kun, Hinata winced. Sometimes you act more dense than Naruto-kun. I have a natural curiosity, Sokka told them, looking up from his slouched Toph then touched the wall, her body picking up the vibrations. I don't think this is a normal cave, this was carved by something. Yeah, look at the shape, Aang said as he looked around the cave. Hinata-san, please use your Byakugan to try to see if anything is still in here, Kakashi advised as the Hyuga nodded, and the veins began bulging around her eyes. Toph began picking up vibrations, and Hinata's eyes widened. There's a swarm of those buzzard wasps in here, Hinata exclaimed in fear. They're coming for us, Toph added as they all began running out of the cave. As they ran out, Kakashi took out several shuriken as the buzzard wasps pursed them. Several buzzard wasps flew out of the caves and surrounded them. Toph nearly fell while she was running, and Momo flew above the vulture like insects. Hinata, Sakura, Naruto, and Yamato drew kunai, and prepared themselves to fight off the insects. Kakashi tossed his handful of kunai at 2 insects, cutting them down and killing them. Aang used his staff to pull up wind and toss it at a charging insect. Yamato tossed an explosive tag onto one of the buzzard wasps, and one massive explosion engulfed 3 of the buzzard wasps at once. One buzzard wasp swooped down to attack Katara, only to be caught off by her water whip. Another tried to get her from behind, only to be met by Sakura's fist, sending the bird-like insect careening back into the hive, and nearly half of the holdout rock top collapsed. The waterbending master looked back and saw the aftermath of the pink-haired medical kunoichi's strength, and she flashed a smile. I got your back, Sakura told her friend, and Katara nodded. Several of the buzzard wasps began to swarm at Hinata, who had put her kunai away after dispatching several of the wasps by herself. She assumed the stance of her family, Jukin, and activated her Byakugan. As the buzzing oversized insects charged, she threw out her hands and slapped each wasp away. All the wasps kept diving at her, and she just shifted her footing and prevented any of them from reaching her. She span as several nearly broke her defense, and she yelled, Kaiten, rotation, blowing them away and carving a small crater out of ground. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he created several clones to attack the wasps, beating them down or cutting their wings off with kunai. The Jinchuriki then took out a scroll from his pack, did a few seals, and in a puff of smoke he summoned 2 katana swords. Sokka, catch, Sokka, who had been using his short machete to try to cut down the wasps, turned and grabbed the katana. Huh, why do I need this? He then looked at the sword. And where did you get this? Never mind that now, use it for reach, Naruto yelled as he leapt into the fray with his summoned sword, cutting down several wasps with one slash. That dinky little thing you are using now won't give you the speed or cutting strength to get through these things' skins. Hey, my machete is not dinky, Sokka yelled as Toph sensed one of the wasps landing to try to sneak up on her. The blind earthbending master's feet turned and she raised her hands, making a pillar of rock shoot out of the ground, sending the wasp into the air. She heard one buzzing around Sokka, and she lifted a rock and tossed it, missing the wasp by several meters and made it almost crash into Sokka. What are you doing? That rock almost crushed me, Sokka yelled as he raised his hands into the air. Sorry, but I can't tell where they are in the air, Toph retorted as she looked around, and the same wasp buzzed away. I got this one, Sokka said as he charged after the wasp, and he brought the katana Naruto gave him into a vertical slash, and then he did plenty of other SLSHES, hitting only air. There's nothing there, Katara told her brother as she used her water whip to slam into Sakura's fist, which sent it flying, breaking up from the kunoichi's explosive strength. I guess my head isn't as clear as I thought, Sokka told everyone as he held the katana up vertically. We have to get out of here, Kakashi said as he used his kunai to decapitate one of the wasps. We'll be running out of energy and weapons if this continues. Suddenly, a buzzard wasp swooped down and grabbed Momo, and began to fly off to the horizon. Momo-chan. Hinata yelled as she dispatched another wasp with her Jukin style. I'm not losing anyone else out here, Aang said with determination, and he flicked his staff to open the canvas wings, and flew off after the wasp. Come on, we're getting out of here, Katara told the rest of them, and everyone nodded. Line formation, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, you take up the front while Yamato and I will take the back. Katara, keep the middle of the line safe, Kakashi ordered as everyone nodded. A few seconds, they were all climbing the path of the massive rock. Kakashi slashed at one of the wasps that was pursuing from the rear, and hit another with a kick. Sakura used her strength to slam away a wasp with her fist. A wooden vine shot out of the rocks and hit two wasps like a spear, impaling them and then tossing them down to the earth. Hinata used the first two strikes of the hake Rikujuyan Sho to kill two more wasps, and she continued to slide across the rocky path carefully. Naruto created 4 more bushins, which tackled the buzzard wasps that were coming at their front, and when one got into his range, he slammed a Rasengan right into its face. Toph, shoot a rock right there, Katara ordered as a wasp approached the center of the line formation. The blind earthbending master stomped, lifting a heavy set of weights out of the ground, and she pushed them at the incoming wasp. The buzzard wasp's carapace was crushed by the attack, and Katara's water whip hit another one that was flying at Sokka. Yeah, you got it, Sokka cheered as he pumped his fist, she got it, right? Yes, Katara said as they continued to move with the group. Wow, these guys aren't even tired, she thought as the shinobi continued to plow through the swarm that was attacking them.
Aang began to gain on the retreating buzzard wasp that had taken Momo, and when he was about 10 meters behind the wasp, he descended beneath the large insect. He flew underneath it, flipped, and then yelled, shooting a blast of wind at the wasp. The wasp relinquished its hold on the flying lemur, and Momo fell. The avatar watched his pet descend, and then the flying lemur flew up unharmed and okay. Aang then focused on the fleeing buzzard wasp, and a look of rage formed on his face. He glided down, and as he prepared to land, kicking up a lot of sand and dust, he brought an overhand slash with his staff down, unleashing a wave of wind that cut the wasp in half. The dead creature fell down to the earth, kicking up dust, and Aang continued
to glare at its lifeless form. He suddenly began to walk away, and Momo chattered and began to go after his master. They were near the bottom of the rock, and everyone but Naruto was getting exhausted from the fight down the massive rock.
Katara's chakra was running low, and she was beginning to rely on Toph's skills to fight for her. She kept telling where the buzzard wasps were converging, and more rocks were sent flying at the wasps. As the sheer numbers of wasps began to converge on the team, massive pillars of sand shot out of the desert, engulfing their numbers and burying them under tons of sand. The remaining wasps cut their
losses and flew back up to their hive to begin repairing it. Wow, that was cool, Naruto commented as the sand fell down to settle again. It was like some of Gaara's moves. The group covered their eyes as the dust began to settle, and when they opened them again, they saw a tribe of sandbenders standing there. 3 sand gliders were converged around the rock near the one team Avatar found. The sandbenders had covered their bodies in robes, and if Toph could see, she'd recognize one of them as one of the thieves that stole Appa. Aang landed on the sand in front of his friends, and he looked at the sandbenders with pure hatred and anger in his eyes. One of the sandbenders unveiled his face, showing an older man in his 40s with a brown beard and spiky hair. What are you doing in our lands with a sandbender sailor? He asked them, looking at the glider they found. From the looks of it, you stole it from the Honey Tribe.
The young man standing beside him looked down to the ground for some reason, and Kakashi noted that. He looked at Yamato, who also noticed the look on his face.
We found the sailor abandoned in the desert. We're traveling with the Avatar, Katara replied to his questions, motioning back to Aang. Our bison was stolen and we have to get to Ba Sing Se. The bearded man, possibly the chief of the tribe's jaw lowered slightly as he looked at Aang. The young man standing next to him, however, didn't notice the Avatar being mentioned.
You accuse our people of theft while you ride on in a stolen sand sailor. He accused, and the chief glanced at him. Toph carefully listened to his voice, her blind eyes narrowing. Quiet, Gashuan. No one accused our people of anything. The chief told his son harshly. If what they say is true, we must give them hospitality. Yeah, we didn't steal anything, got it? Naruto yelled as Gashuan glanced at the blonde Jinchuriki. We didn't even accuse him, and he starts getting all defensive. He took Appa, Kakashi thought, his visible eye narrowing.
Sorry father, travelers, Gashuin said, and Toph's eyes widened. I recognize the son's voice, Toph gasped, telling everyone, he's the one who stole Appa. Thank you for the confirmation, Toph, Kakashi said as he stepped forward. You tipped your hand by getting all defensive when you weren't even accused, kid.
Katara looked at both of them. Are you sure? I never forget a voice, Toph confirmed, and the air around Aang began swirling.
You stole Appa, Aang accused as he advanced, his entire body starting to conform to his rage, and he pointed his staff menacingly at the young sandbender. Where is he? What did you do to him?
You bastards, Naruto said, jumping down from the rock. Not all of you, just the wise guy who stupidly got defensive.
Hinata and Sakura leapt down. Please, tell us where you took him, Hinata pleaded.
They're lying, father, Gashuin yelled, looking back and forth between Team Avatar and his tribe. They're the thieves. Aang advanced, and he slammed his staff down, sending a wave of wind that destroyed a nearby sand sailor, and he glared at the young sandbender. Where is my bison? Quote.
Aang, you don't have to beat them up to get the information, Naruto said, looking at the young boy's damage to the sailor. Just calm down, Nisan, we'll sort this all out since we have the culprit. Aang ignored what the Jinchuriki told him. You tell me where he is now. He sent another wave of wind that destroyed another sand sailor, and the chief looked at his son in disbelief. What did you do? It wasn't me, Gashuin replied weakly, and Toph pointed at him. You said, put a muzzle on him. Toph added, remembering the entire capture in her mind now. You muzzled Appa? Aang asked in blind fury, and his eyes and tattoos began to glow as his rage continued growing. He flipped and threw another wave of air at the sand sailors, destroying another glider. I'm sorry, I didn't know it belonged to the Avatar, Gashuin apologized, but it was no use. Tell me where Appa is. Aang commanded as his entire body was engulfed in the Avatar state aura. I traded him to some merchant, he's probably in Ba Sing Se by now. Gashuin replied in earnest, and it only made Aang's eyes narrow. Aang, get a hold of yourself, Naruto yelled as he ran over. Suddenly, he was thrown back by a blast of energy, and dust began to be picked up. Like how I was, when I couldn't control the Kyuubi. They were going to sell him there, Gashuin continued, and he raised his hands defensively as all the sandbenders flinched. Please, we'll escort you out of the desert. We'll help you any way we can. The dust began to pick up and Sokka recognized what was happening. Just get out of here. Sokka yelled as he pulled Toph away, who had no idea what Aang was doing. Shodai's jutsu won't work on him, we have to get out of here, Yamato told Kakashi, and he and the other Junin leapt down the rock. Aang, stop this. You're really going to hurt someone. Sakura pleaded, and her eyes widened in horror as the young Avatar ignored her. This is like when Naruto went into the four-tailed state, and when Sasuke-kun used the cursed seal for the first time. Hinata shivered at the power she saw coming out of Aang. Aang-kun, please, don't lose your head, please. He's not going to listen, Naruto thought as he picked himself up. Aang's body was covered by the swirling wind chakra, and the Jinchuriki squeezed his fist. If I don't do something, he really is going to wipe out everyone here. I haven't seen that look in anyone's eyes since I first saw Gaara kill those two grass ninja. The Jinchuriki closed his eyes. All right, stupid fox. I need a bit of your energy, so are you happy now? Naruto's body was engulfed in the Kyuubi chakra, and he opened his eyes, showing that they were still blue and he was completely in control of it. He squeezed his fist, and looked up as everyone was running. The entire landscape began shaking violently, and Katara and himself were the only ones that were staying. Aang, if you don't stop, I'll beat you down, Naruto told the young Avatar, and his eyes widened as Katara just walked up to the raging Aang, grabbing his arm. Aang looked down, his eyes still full of rage, but Katara was still able to get through his wind barrier. She pulled him down, and in one swift movement, she wrapped her arms around her and hugged him. Naruto's eyes began to widen in disbelief as the winds began to slow down, and the dust began to stop swirling. What's happening? Naruto asked as the Avatar began to calm down. Katara-chan is getting through to him. He holds Katara very dearly, Naruto, she's probably the only one who can talk some sense into him during this state, Yamato told the Jinchuriki as Naruto began to dispel the Kyuubi chakra he summoned. Aang began to cry as his rage calmed,
Tears streaked down his face as Katara tightened his grip around his shoulders. The swirling wind chakra dissipated and the dust settled. As loudly as his rage in the Avatar state began, the young Avatar began channeling the anger out of him, and all that was left was a deep sadness.
To be continued, The Serpent's Pass Chapter 7, Never Abandon Hope. Oasis at the edge of the desert, near the Ba Sing Se travel post.
When Aang had eventually calmed down, the group took in the hospitality of the Sandbender tribe, getting fresh food and supplies to get through the massive desert.
Maps were given to them that pointed out the desert landmarks, so they could travel by day instead of by night. In addition, as penance for his son stealing Aang's bison, they were given the tribe's fastest sand sailor to travel on. While staying with the tribe, Katara, Hinata, and Sakura got a lot of male followers due to their beauty, but after seeing Aang and to a lesser extent, Naruto, said followers decided not to leer at them.
Before departing, Naruto gave the son, Gashuin, a warning. He flashed his Kyuubi eyes red irises with a cat-like slit for a pupil, and warned him gently. If I ever hear that you stole a traveler's animals and belongings ever again, I'll take the mission of hunting you down personally.
Gashuin nodded in fear, deeply disturbed by Naruto's appearance there agreed to the Jinchuriki's terms. With that, they departed on the sand sailor that the tribe had given them and they flew off with Aang powering the sails with his airbending. They quickly came to the end of the desert in half a week, and stopped to rest at an oasis near Earth Kingdom port which was near Ba Sing Se. Sokka, now free of his drunken stupor, studied a map with Kakashi and Yamato. Toph dangled her feet in the soothing waters of the oasis, tracing her fingers over the braille scroll that Sakura had given her. Sakura, Hinata, Naruto, Aang, and Katara were all taking the time to enjoy the waters by swimming. Aang floated on the water, stopped and took a breath, dove under the water and he spun, encasing his body up to his neck in a block of ice. Naruto was seeing how long he could stay under the water, as
well as attempting to catch some fish. Thanks to the Sandbender tribe, both Sakura and Hinata were given bathing robes to swim with, which showed off their figure as well as Katara's done. The pink-haired Kunoichi practiced her dives from a nearby rock, and the
Hyuga heiress soaked in the shallows. Aha, I caught one, Naruto cheered as he splashed out of the water, with a 2-foot trout in his hands. We're going to eat good tonight. Gee, great job, Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered, and the Jinchuriki realized where he surfaced just 2 feet away from the heiress. Hinata began blushing madly, and when Naruto got a closer look at her form, well, a little bit of blood shot out of his nose, and he embarrassingly covered his nose with one hand. SSS sorry about that, Hinata-chan. He swam away quickly, his left hand still clutching the slippery fish. He then looked into the sky, trying to keep his mind off of Hinata in her swimming robes, and he couldn't get the image of her assets out of his mind.
Damn it, what's wrong with me? I'm not a pervert. Naruto thought nervously to himself as he swam to the shoreline. Hinata's body entered his mind again, and a little more blood spurted out of his nose again. Damn it. Katara had climbed up a path that led to the cliffs near the waterfall that was flowing at the oasis, and at the edge of a protrusion she
looked down. It had been a long time since she tried this, and she was excited. She leapt down the rocky outcrop, cheering. Waterbending bomb. Katara cheered as she curled her legs up to her chest, and slammed into the water creating a veritable tidal
wave. The wave washed Naruto, Aang, Hinata, and Sakura onto shore, and the blonde Jinchuriki scrambled to grab the fish he caught. Toph and Aang laughed as Sokka covered the map, and Kakashi found himself chuckling. Sure, 5,000-year-old maps from the Spirit Library, just splash some water on them. Sokka groaned sarcastically, holding up the map as water dripped off of it. Sorry, Katara said as she squeezed some of the water out of her long brown hair, and bent the water out of the soaked map.
Sokka then took the map and placed it in the middle of the group as they all gathered around it. Have you figured out what route we're going to take? Aang asked as they all knelt down around the map.
Our 2 best guesses are taking the secret checkpoint that the Earth Kingdom has set up to go to Ba Sing Se, or this narrow
passage called the Serpent's Pass, Kakashi said as he pointed at the points on the map. The Serpent's Pass seems the best way to go right now. You sure? Toph asked as Sokka nodded. It's the only way, it's not like we have. Sokka started before Sakura covered his mouth before he could finish. Sokka, you're sometimes denser than Naruto at times, Sakura hissed and everyone looked at Aang. Can't you at least try to be sensitive? Katara added as she looked at the young avatar.
Katara, Sakura, it's okay, I know I was upset about losing Appa before, but I just want to focus on getting to Ba Sing Se, and warn
The Earth King about the solar eclipse, Aang said somberly, determined not to make the mistakes he did in the desert again. Oh, well, okay, I'm glad you're doing better, Katara said as she offered her hand. Otto-san, we are going to get Appa back, remember, the good guy promise? Naruto said as Aang sighed, and nodded. Well, that settles that, go straight to Ba Sing Se, no distractions, Sokka said as they all stood up, and he began to roll up the map.
We might have some distractions, Sokka, Kakashi told the young water tribe warrior. That's the point of traveling.
Hello, fellow refugees, an Earth Kingdom man said with a wave. Sokka raised his eyebrow at that, and a little while later the two groups met. So you guys heading to Ba Sing Se too? Aang asked, and the man in the refugee group nodded. Sure are, he replied with a smirk, and then he put his hands on the pregnant woman with green clothing. We're trying to get there before my wife Ying has her baby. Great, we can travel through the Serpent's Pass together, Katara said cheerily. I'd be happy to help any way I can to help you give birth, I'm a medic, Sakura offered, and the three Earth Kingdom refugees cringed. Did I say something wrong? The Serpent's Pass? Only the truly desperate take that deadly route, Ying gasped, and everyone looked at Sokka, Yamato, and Kakashi.
A deadly route. Great pick, Sokka, Toph muttered sarcastically as she slammed her fist into the water tribe warrior's arm, making him crash to the ground, and he picked himself up. Well, we are desperate, Sokka replied as he rubbed his arm.
I hate to say it, but that's our road, Kakashi added as he took out his book.
You should come with us to Full Moon Bay, the Earth Kingdom man, identified as Tan, offered. Ferries take refugees across the lake. It's the fastest way to Ba Sing Se.
And it's hidden, so the Fire Nation can't find it, Ying added as Katara put her hand to her chin. Peaceful ferry ride, or deadly pass, Katara asked herself and everyone, and Sokka glared at his sister. We initially wrote off that port since we didn't know its exact location, Kakashi told them with a grin underneath his mask. Though, if you'll lead us to it, we'll be very grateful. Yes, we will, Tan said with a grin. The group changed and got ready to go. Naruto, tears practically in his eyes, let go of the trout he caught. He really wanted to eat it, but they didn't have time or the need to cook it now, so it would go to waste and rot if they kept it. A little while later, they were all packed up and ready to go. Tan and Ying led them to the secret port, which was deep in the mountains, which were only accessible via earthbending. Thanks to Toph, they were able to find the secret passages and traveled straight through the mountains towards the port. Full Moon Bay, Earth Kingdom perfectly hidden under a mountain, Full Moon Bay was a port perfect in a war against an enemy like the Fire Nation. A large crevice facing the lake could be covered perfectly with earthbending from several high-level benders that were scattered around the compound. A wall, at least 90 feet high, blocked the waters from spilling into the rest of the cavern, and also provided a means to get to the ships. Several transports were in the bay, guarded by a dozen Earth Kingdom wooden warships. At the secret entrance to the bay, the two earthbending soldiers guarding the entrance thrust their hands into the air, and they brought it down their hands, making the invisible door slide into the ground. The group stepped through and looked around. There were literally tens of thousands of refugees camping out around the wall, waiting for passage to go to Ba Sing Se. Cries of babies were heard all around, and Hinata and Sakura felt sorry for everyone here. I've never seen so many refugees before, Sakura said as she walked in. She rubbed her elbow. Why haven't there been any counter-attacks against the Fire Nation? War isn't so easy to define that way, Sakura, Kakashi told the young Kunoichi medic with a sigh, knowing from years of experience, having fought in the last great shinobi war when he was only 13. It is a terrible business, loved ones die, people are uprooted, thousands dead. It's not a pretty or glorious business, not for the victors, and not for the losers. But, I can't believe how many people's lives have been uprooted by the Fire Nation, Katara said as she looked around. People were being rationed food and water, and it was becoming clear that the bay would be reaching its full capacity. We're all looking for a better life, safe, behind the walls of Ba Sing Se, Tan told her as a woman fed some cold soup to her baby, who cried at the taste.
While you guys go get a ticket, I'm going to see if anyone needs some medical assistance, Sakura told them, and Kakashi and Yamato nodded. They could see there were a lot of injured and sick people in the refugee port, and the pink-haired Kunoichi ran off into the crowd. Naruto, Hinata, Kakashi, Yamato, Katara, Aang, Toph, and Sokka led Tan's group to a space with the other refugees so they could get ready to board one of the ships. From behind a wall, one of the transports departed, carrying at least 1,000 refugees. Little did anyone know that the Fire Nation's two most wanted criminals, Iroh and Zuko, under the guises of Mushi and Lee, were traveling to the refuge of the Earth Kingdom capital. Back at the Full Moon Bay, the line to get aboard the ships was long and people were shuffling to get closer to what they view would be safety. An old woman in Earth Kingdom official clothing sat behind a rocky desk, slamming and stamping papers, and she addressed the current head of the line, placing the last paper in the pile. "I told you already, no vegetables on the ferry," she told the man angrily, and he seemed to shrink under her contempt for him and his situation. One cabbage slug could destroy the entire ecosystem of Ba Sing Se. She then pointed at the man's cart, which were filled to overflowing with cabbages. Security.
A platypus bear was brought out and it attacked the cart, ripping it and the cabbages to shreds. "Ah, my cabbages," the vegetable merchant screamed as he slapped his face and fell to his knees, only to be carried off in that shocked position by the security. "Scary, mean lady," Naruto said quietly as he, Hinata, Aang, Kakashi, Toph, Katara, and Yamato watched the merchant be carried away. "Next," the woman ordered, slamming her emblem down on a piece of paper. Aang cautiously walked forward. 9 tickets for the ferry to Ba Sing Se please." "Passports, no one told us we had to have passports," Aang said shyly, and Sokka took a step. "Don't you know who this is? He's the Avatar," Sokka told her, and Naruto stepped forward.
"Doesn't he get a free pass or something to go on the ferry, lady?" Naruto asked defiantly. "Ah, I see 50 avatars a day, and by the way, not a very impressive costume," the lady told them, pointing at the several avatar imposters that tried to board the ferry for free. Momo then jumped on Aang's shoulder. "Besides, no animals allowed. Do I need to call security?"
They all reflexively looked at the platypus bear, who was still munching on a head of cabbage. Momo pulled back in fear, wanting no contact with the vicious omnivore. "That won't be necessary," Aang said as he put up his hands and walked away. "Kakashi-sensei, can't we just sneak on board?" Naruto asked his sensei. "I mean, they would have no way to stop shinobi of our level. The constant searches for stowaways wouldn't make it worth the effort and chakra usage." "Naruto," Kakashi replied simply, glancing up from his book. "I'll take care of this," Toph told them, walking forward to the rocky desk. She slipped a piece of paper with her family's seal. "My name is Toph Bei Fong and I'll need 9 tickets. "Ah, the golden seal of the flying boar," the woman gasped, seeing Toph's identification card. "It is my pleasure to help anyone of the Bei Fong family." "You get the same treatment from people like this in Konoha, don't you, Hinata-chan?" Naruto asked with a grin, making the Hyuga blush. Kind of, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied, as she looked down at the floor, and she started twiddling her fingers.
"It is your pleasure," Toph told her, letting her hand point aristocratically at herself, showing she was part of the high upper class. "As you can see, I am blind, and these 3 are my feet." She pointed to where Katara, Aang, and Sokka were hugging, to show they were the valley for the earthbending master. "They are my bodyguards," she continued, pointing to Naruto, Kakashi, and
"Yamato. She's my teacher," she continued, pointing to Hinata, "and my nurse offered her services to the other refugees here," she finished, pointing out into the crowd to the only pink-haired young woman there. "But, the animal, is my seeing eye lemur," Toph finished for her sternly as Momo crawled onto Toph's shoulder. "Well, normally it's only 1 ticket per passport, but this document is so official, I guess it's worth 9 tickets, the checkpoint lady said as she rapidly stamped 9 tickets with the approved symbol on them. "Thank you very much," Toph said sarcastically, reaching up and pulling down the tickets, and they began to walk away. "All right, we scammed that lady good," Sokka cheered, and Naruto grinned. "Technically, it wasn't scamming her, but it was a pretty good prank," Naruto added, rubbing his hands together. "Toph-chan's family has a lot of influence, so it was neither, and Naruto-kun, Sokka-kun," Hinata told them with a shy smile.
Sokka was suddenly pulled back by a young woman as he was cheering. "Tickets and passports please," she asked politely, but her voice was firm. Is there a problem?" Sokka asked, hoping they weren't found out. "Yeah, I got a problem with you," the young woman told him, poking at his chest. "I've seen your type before, probably sarcastic, think you're hilarious, and let me guess, you're traveling with the Avatar."
Sokka frowned and squinted. Naruto looked back. "Yo Sokka, there a problem?"
Do I know you? Sokka asked, trying to place the voice with the face.
You mean you don't remember? The young woman replied, grabbing his shirt violently and pulling him towards her. Maybe you remember this.
She suddenly kissed him on the cheek, and Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato, and Hinata nearly face-faulted at the twist. They weren't expecting that to happen. Sokka's brow suddenly furrowed in recognition, and he gasped in surprise. Suki! Sokka exclaimed with a bright smile, and he pulled her close for a hug which she returned.
Sokka, it's good to see you, Suki said cheerfully, and she looked at the group. Picked up some new faces I see. A little while later they met on the wall, underneath one of the guard posts. Suki was introduced to each of the new members of Team
Avatar, and the Kyoshi warrior could recognize these fighters from the village known as Konoha. Would probably have enough skill to not only fight the warriors of her guild, but hold off dozens of Fire Nation soldiers and benders by themselves. Katara and Aang smiled at their old friend, who they haven't seen in months. You look so different without your makeup, Katara stated with a smile, sitting next to Aang, Sakura, and Sokka, while Kakashi, Yamato, Naruto, Toph, and Hinata stood up around the post. And the new outfit.
That crabby lady makes all the security guards wear them, Suki said with disgust in her voice. And look at you, sleeveless guy, been working out? I grab a tree branch and to chin touches every now and again, nothing major, Sokka told her as he stretched and flexed.
Really, could have fooled me, Naruto mumbled, making Hinata giggle.
So Naruto, you guys are from a village called Konoha? Suki asked, and the Jinchuriki nodded. Yep, we're all from Konoha, Naruto grinned, flashing his forehead protector, and I am going to be the next Hokage, the leader of the village, so I can protect all the people who are precious to me.
Suki noticed a sudden change of mood on Sakura's and Naruto's face. Something else.
Before I become Hokage though, I have to get my friend Sasuke back from the clutches of the traitor Orochimaru, Naruto replied. Looking down at the ground, I promised Sakura-chan that I'd bring him back to Konoha, and I never go back on my word. That's my nindo. Suki nodded, and she looked over to Aang. Are the other Kyoshi warriors around? Yeah, after you left Kyoshi we wanted to find a way to help people, Suki replied as she glanced at the lake. We ended up escorting some refugees here and we've been here ever since. Momo then leapt up and she giggled. Hi Momo, good to see you too.
She rubbed the lemur's face, and he purred like a cat. So why you guys getting tickets for the ferry? Wouldn't you just fly across on?
Appa. Katara looked down at the ground somberly in response. Appa is missing. We hope to find him in Ba Sing Se, she replied, glancing at Aang who was looking at the ground. Some thieves stole him while we were gathering information. Kakashi informed her, glancing up from his book. Toph did all she could, but she was also trying to save us from going down with the ship, so to speak. A pang of guilt hit Aang when he recalled the outburst he made against the blind earthbending master when they freshly got out of the library. I'm so sorry to hear that, Suki told them, and she, Katara, Hinata, and Naruto glanced over at Naruto. Are you doing okay?
Aang slowly looked over to everyone but Kakashi, Toph and Yamato looking at him. I'm fine, would everyone stop worrying about me?
Avatar Aang, you have to help us, someone took all of our belongings, our passports, our tickets, everything's gone, it was Ying from down before the wall, and they all looked down at her and her husband, Tan.
I'll talk to the lady for you, Aang told them. A little while later, the group was back at the passport point where the crabby old woman was supervising, and she was still in the crappy mood. After hearing the situation, her views on order didn't falter.
No passports, no tickets, she told Aang, stamping a rejected symbol on his arrow.
But she's pregnant and all their belongings were stolen. Aang protested, and Naruto stepped forward. You have to make an exception.
So come on, lady, bend the rules just this once, Naruto added, and she glared at him.
No exceptions, no bending the rules. If I just gave away tickets willy-nilly to anyone, there'd be no order. She told them, waving her arms around violently. And you know what that means, no more civilization. What if we gave them our tickets? Aang prodded. No. But, next. Her last words sprayed spit on both of them, and Naruto squeezed his fist. He thought of trying to scare her into letting Tan and Ying go using a flash of the Kyuubi eyes and teeth, but he restrained himself. He wasn't a stupid kid anymore, and it wouldn't be worth the waste of chakra. They both walked over to the couple with their companion, and Aang wiped the spit and stamp off his forehead.
Don't worry, you're going to get to the city safely, we'll lead you through the Serpent's Pass, Aang told them, and Kakashi walked over. Under his mask, he smirked. So, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, you up for a B-rank mission?
Katara looked over. B-rank mission. Missions are divided into ranks in Konoha, Sakura explained. E and D ranks are used for low-level genin and freshly graduated genin, mostly just rescuing pets and tilling fields. C-rank missions are a little more dangerous, but those who go on them won't be in life-threatening danger. B-rank missions are escorts, where there is some life-threatening danger, but enough for at least a high-level genin or chunin-level ninja to handle. A-rank missions are primarily for chunin and junin, due to high levels of life-threatening danger. And S-rank missions are primarily for junin, and they are the ones that track and or capture kill S-class
criminals, assassinate high-ranking officials, or other missions of that sort that require a high level of skill to complete. Katara nodded, and Naruto chuckled. Well, I'm up for it, it would be good to stretch the legs and get a real workout.
I'm up for it too, Hinata added next to Naruto, and Kakashi looked at Sakura. We're all on the same team, so I'm up for it too. Ying-sama, if you need any help, I have some experience with pregnancy, Sakura added, and Ying bowed in thanks. Well, then it's settled then. We're going to escort you to Ba Sing Se, Kakashi grinned underneath his mask. With that, the group began to set off to the invisible gate of the port. They walked through the small city of tents, and Sokka began to sigh in disbelief at what they were doing. The ferry that they had waited to get was already departing, so he was starting to complain. I can't believe we gave up our tickets and now we're going through the Serpent's Pass, Sokka groaned as he followed the others.
I can't believe you're still complaining about it, Toph muttered in earshot of the Water Tribe warrior. Yeah, quit complaining Sokka, this is the right thing to do. Be a team player, will ya? Sakura added, making Sokka mumble and thrust his hands into his pockets. You sometimes can be as lazy as Shikamaru. I wouldn't compare Sokka to Shikamaru too much, Sokka's not lazy enough, Naruto said with a grin, making Hinata and Katara giggle. I'm coming too, the voice of Suki told them as they looked back. She was in full Kyoshi warrior attire, green armor and robes that resembled a dress below her waist, a golden head plate similar to the forehead protectors that the shinobi were wearing, as well as
white makeup that was put onto her face, with red highlights around her eyes and red lipsticks. As she ran, 2 tassels dangled back and forth from her head plate.
Are you sure that's a good idea? Sokka asked, remembering what happened to the last girl he loved. Sokka, I thought you'd want me to come, Suki replied, a little shocked that he didn't want her to come. I do, it's just what? Suki berated, hoping that the young Water Tribe warrior hadn't sunk back into his sexist ways.
Why don't you want her to come, Sokka-kun? Hinata asked from ahead of them. Nothing. I'm glad you're coming, Sokka replied after a pause, and the Kyoshi warrior walked to the group, and he rubbed the back of his head.
Earth Kingdom, entrance to the Serpent's Pass. A few hours later, they reached the pass. It was a long narrow rocky pathway to a massive mountain that jutted out of the lake like a pike. The paths around the mountain looked narrow and treacherous, and they'd be completely visible from the sea. At the start of the pass was a shrine arch that towered above them by at least a couple dozen feet.
This is the Serpent's Pass. I thought it'd be more windy, Sokka said as he looked at the long narrow path. Guess they misnamed it.
Sokka, not everything is named for the way it's shaped, for all we know, there could be snakes on that island mountain, or swimming underneath the waves, Yamato said quietly, not wanting to scare the other members of the group.
Ying walked up to one of the wooden poles holding up the shrine arch. Look at this writing, how horrible.
What does it say? Hinata asked wearily. It says, abandon hope, Katara read, a chill going down her spine. How can we abandon hope? It's all we have, Ying yelled in fear, putting her head into Tan's shoulder.
I don't know, the monks used to say that hope is just a distraction, so maybe we do need to abandon it, Aang said, his voice uncharacteristically cold.
What are you talking about? Katara asked, shocked at what the young avatar was saying. Hope isn't going to get us into Ba Sing Se and it's not going to find Appa, Aang told her coldly as he walked through the arch. We need to focus what's going on right now, and that's getting across this pass. Aang, that type of talk gets people killed on missions, Sakura said, gritting her teeth. Hope is all we can do if our mission seems hopeless. Aang just ignored her and began leading them. Naruto squeezed his fist. Aang-Ato-san, giving up hope is the last thing we want to do.
The young avatar continued to ignore them and they started walking single file through the uneven paths to the island in the middle of the lake. They took the western side, since it would be the safest, wide enough so they could travel single or double file to the other side.
Kakashi and Yamato were covering the fore and back of the group respectfully, their eyes constantly searching for any threat to their charge's survival. The Fire Nation patrols the western lake. Rumor has it they are working on the other side, and they don't want anyone to find out what it is, Suki told them as they walked along the path.
A Fire Navy ship glided over the lake. The large metal ship's lookouts didn't seem to notice the travelers passing along the paths on the mountain island. Smoke from its coal-powered engines puffed out of the twin smokestacks, creating a thick cloud of smoke overhead. It
was smaller than the ocean-faring ships, but it was still larger than any wooden ship in the Water Tribe Navy. Aang, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi, Yamato, and Suki glanced at it go by on the western lake, and then they kept walking.
As they continued walking, Tan led Ying along, his hands on her shoulders. He wasn't watching where he was going, and he stepped on a loose rock. The weight of his body made it fall off the jagged rock face, nearly taking the Earth Kingdom refugee with it. Toph immediately shifted her weight into the ground and moved her feet to face the lake. A rock jutted out instantly, preventing the refugee from suffering from a fatal fall, and then bounced him back onto the ledge.
I'm okay, Tan assured them, most especially his wife Ying. The rock however continued to fall, creating a massive splash which alerted the lookouts on the Fire Navy ship. Sokka and Kakashi squinted, and they saw the twin catapults on the ship rotate towards them. The silver-haired copy ninja immediately began to do hand seals, and the Water Tribe warrior turned back to the group. They spotted us, Sokka yelled as a fireball was lobbed at them from one of the catapults on the ship.
Aang however didn't pause. He leapt up onto the cliff, and repelled away with his staff drawn. He put all his strength into the strike, and swung with a blast of airbending. The fireball was deflected, and it crashed right into the engine unit of the ship. The Fire Navy ship erupted into flame on its aft section. On the bow, the remaining catapult launched another fireball, and it crashed into the rocks above the group.
Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he created 20 clones which leapt into the path of the collapsing rocks. They all punched each rock, shattering the pieces of the cliff. With each punch the Bushins launched, however, more fell in an avalanche, and soon the clones all disappeared in a large puff of smoke. Sokka pushed Suki out of the way of the remaining boulders, and he prepared to get flattened by the boulders. Toph shifted stance, her hand open low on the side facing the lake, and her right arched in a fist pointing at her head. A large wedge of rock popped out of the cliff above Sokka, guiding the rocks harmlessly away from him.
Great job, Toph-chan, Sakura said as she dodged one of the boulders and used her strength to smash one before it hit her. Suki got up on her hands and Sokka ran over. Suki, are you okay? You got to be more careful.
Thanks for saving my life, Toph. No problem, Sokka, Toph said to herself sarcastically. You saved 2 teammates, thanks isn't needed at times, Yamato said, and Toph nodded, and they began to run off. Aang flew over them and Kakashi performed a water jutsu. A massive tidal wave crashed into the burning wreck of the Fire Navy ship, capsizing it. He, Naruto, and Aang were the last ones to disappear from sight, running down the rest of the path. They reached a resting place on the halfway point of the pass, and set up camp.
As night fell, a fire was lit in the center of the campsite. Sakura and Tan tended Ying. Her husband rubbed her feet while the medical kunoichi used a soothing balm to heal the pains in her hips. A heat pack was on her rump as she sat on the ground, provided by
Sakura. Suki went to unravel her sleeping blanket and walked up to an edge she thought suitable and shook it out. Suki, you shouldn't sleep there. Who knows how stable this ledge is, it could give way at any time, Sokka said, his voice laden with concern, as he walked over and took her blanket and brought it back to the group. Sokka, I'm fine, stop worrying, Suki yelled, completely surprised on how Sokka was acting.
You're right, you're perfectly capable to taking care of yourself, Sokka said as he breathed out, placing Suki's sleeping blanket next to his. He then started to push her out of the way. Wait, he placed himself in front of her. Never mind, I thought I saw a spider, but you're fine.
Naruto had found a place to start training for his new jutsu, a massive clearing in the mountain. It had been weeks since he had trained, and he hoped he didn't lose his place, He brought up his hands, crossing his fingers. Suddenly, 2 cage bushins appeared. And he held out his hand. He would attempt to create the Odama Rasengan without using the Kyuubi's power. He then held out his hand and created a normal Rasengan. One of his clones got the jest and put their hands out and began rotating, molding, and adding their power to the swirling, mini hurricane of chakra. The Rasengan grew in size and intensity, and Naruto winced as a rock flew up and slashed his cheek with its jagged edge. His hand twitched around the growing mini hurricane, but he didn't disrupt it. Pretty soon, the Rasengan had grown in size from a softball to a basketball-sized object. By now, his attack was a glowing ball of light that could be seen from the campsite, and Hinata, Katara, Sokka, Suki, Yamato, Kakashi and then had ran over to see what was happening. Naruto turned, dispersed his clones, and stomped near a massive rock. He winced as he tried to hold all the power, and he stepped, slamming the Odama Rasengan into rock. Like a drill, it ground into the hard rock, and a shockwave hit as it erupted in massive explosion. Kakashi, Aang, and Sakura immediately came running over to the area, right on the heels of Hinata and Katara. Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled in fright as the Jinchuriki was engulfed by the smoke that his Rasengan had kicked up. What did he do? Suki asked, looking what remained of the rock. That's the Odama Rasengan, one of the most powerful attacks I've ever seen Naruto use, Yamato replied as he started to run to his pupil. Naruto coughed as he was thrown back by his own attack. Damn it, I still need a clone to keep my footing. Hinata caught him, and she pushed to get him back on his feet, thanks Hinata-chan. No problem, Naruto-kun, Hinata stuttered as her face turned red from an embarrassed blush, when she realized how close she was to Naruto at that moment and that she touched him. Well, at least I was able to hold it without clone support this time, Naruto said with a grin, and the cut on his cheek started to heal on its own. It stitched itself up and disappeared. The gash on his cheek healed instantly, Suki said in awe, and Sokka nodded, surprised at that. It's due to the Kyuubi chakra that continuously circulates through Naruto's system, Yamato told them, and they looked at the Anbu. He heals fast, basically, wounds that would kill most people. Wouldn't kill him, for instance. What's a Kyuubi? Suki asked, not getting what that part was. Giant demonic fox with 9 tails, used to be one of Wan Shi Tong's servants before it was possessed by an evil spirit, Sokka replied, remembering what he learned of Naruto from Professor Zay. Naruto jails the beast now, YY Yondaime Hokage, sealed him in Naruto 16 years ago to save their village. Suki nodded, he sure doesn't act like a demon, just like a normal kid. He is, Sakura said, walking over to them. I never got why the older people in Konoha hated him, but after he told me and Tamari that he contained Kyuubi, I realized they hated him for stupid reasons. He's not the beast, he jails it and protects us all by keeping it in him. Yondaime wanted Naruto to be viewed as a hero in Konoha, keeping the beast sealed inside of him, but they took him as a scapegoat for all deaths that happened, Yamato said with disgust. The only people who initially honored Yondaime's wish were Sandame, Kakashi-san, Kurenai-san, Asuma-san, Ibiki-san, myself, and the children, who were forbade to be told the secret. Naruto learned that he was the demon fox's jailer when he was 12, when the traitor Mizuki used him to get a sacred scroll from the Hokage Tower. So far, he has only told Sakura, but Hinata-san found out. When Kakashi-san asked her to help train him, and Aang-san's group was told by Naruto himself, when Zay told them what a Jinchuriki, or demon container, was. Suki nodded. No one should be treated that way, it's like the inverse of how the Avatar is treated. Yamato nodded, and Naruto turned around and grinned. I'm really going to get it this time. Sure you will, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, with a smile. I'll be here to help.
Thanks Hinata-chan. Naruto grinned, and the Hyuga blushed deeply. He just shrugged it off by now, since every time he asked if she was sick when she went red she ended up fainting, and she really wasn't sick. He just chalked it up to weird things that Hinata does. How you doing with bending by the way? Think of any new jutsus to do with it.
Pretty good, Katara-chan's been showing me more complex moves now, Hinata said shyly, her eyes looking into Naruto's cerulean eyes. I haven't been able to think of any ninjutsus to do with the bending though. Naruto grinned and nodded. Well, let's start training then. Hi, Hinata said enthusiastically, and in her mind she beamed. I didn't stutter that time, I didn't. Kakashi grinned underneath his mask. Probably they'll be able to work together better, even better than Naruto and Sakura did during their recent missions. He's starting to care for her more.
The blonde genin crossed his index and middle fingers and created several shadow clones in a puff of smoke. I'm ready, Hinata-chan. Hinata nodded, and activated her Byakugan. Naruto threw his left hand out behind him, and two of his shadow clones, and they began to swirl the chakra into his hand. He began to mold it, and the Hyuga Eris focused on his hand. The wind chakra was bended into the Rasengan that was forming, and two energy blades warped around it. Hinata's eyes widened. He was doing it. He would finally complete the attack. But then,
Naruto-kun, Hinata yelled as Naruto looked over to see she was running towards him. Disperse it quickly, it's too unstable. What? Naruto asked and he looked back. The Rasengan looked perfect, and then its outdoor wall of the chakra started cracking. Damn it. Instinctively, he threw it up into the air and the wind chakra and dispersed his clones. He met Hinata and pulled her down to the ground as the Rasengan detonated, and on instinct he shielded her body with his own to prevent the rocks from showering on her. Kakashi sighed. He almost had it. Something was wrong with the molding of the chakra, and he didn't know why. Are you guys okay? Katara asked as both Naruto and Hinata looked up. I'm fine, you okay, Hinata-chan? I was, kind of slow getting rid of that bomb, Naruto said, looking down at Hinata, who began to blush. Damn, what did I do wrong? I'm fine, and Naruto-kun. Why, you almost had it, Hinata replied, her blush deepening. I could see the wind chakra being molded into the Rasengan, but I don't know why the containing wall collapsed around the swirling chakra. Well, we'll figure it out together, right? Naruto grinned, and the Hyuga blushed deeper. Man, she looks so cute, doing that. Wait, what am I thinking? Hinata saw Naruto's face redden slightly, and they crawled away from each other, extremely embarrassed. Sakura giggled, and she looked at how the young Jinchuriki's face was actually blushing being near the Hyuga heiress. Looks like Naruto is finally starting to get flustered around her. Good. Hinata-chan, you have to make your move soon. Tell him how you feel when you are up to it, girl. Sakura thought, and the inner Sakura added. Yeah? Tell the idiot how you feel. Hell yeah. Well, let's continue training Hinata-chan. Naruto grinned with a weak stutter, rubbing the back of his head. Why yeah, Hinata said, still blushing, and the two of them got up off the rocky ground. Meanwhile, Aang had gone to a pillar to think. He was standing, bathed in the moonlight, trying to calm the thoughts of anxiety he was thinking. Every time he thought of Appa's kidnapping, a barely controlled rage. He squeezed his hand into a tight fist, his fingernails digging deeply into his palm that a tiny bit of blood started dripping out. Katara walked slowly behind him, hoping to talk to him, to get to the bottom of his recent behavior.
You know, it's okay to miss Appa, Katara told him, but he didn't move, and didn't look back at her. The wind ruffled his clothes, and she was distressed that he didn't acknowledge her. What's going on with you? In the desert all you cared about was finding Appa, and now it seems you don't care about him at all. You saw what I did back there. I was so angry about losing Appa, I couldn't control myself. I hated feeling like that, Aang replied, closing his eyes in pain and squeezing his fist even more. But now you're not letting yourself feel anything, you know, it hurts more sometimes to hope, more to care. You have to promise me you won't stop caring, Katara pleaded, looking at the young avatar. She saw his fist, blood leaking out of Aang's clenched fist, and then she smiled, and held out her hands. Come on, you need a hug. Aang opened his hands and turned to her. The blood dripped out of his left palm, and despite the pain he put both hands together and bowed. Thank you for your concern, Katara. He then began to walk away, and Katara looked at him depart. She frowned with sadness, and rubbed her eye. On another part of the island, away from the campsite, Sokka sat looking up at the moon. He remembered you, and he felt he was bathed in her light while he stared up at the celestial body. The clouds starting passing over the moon as Suki walked over to him, and they uncovered it as she got near him. It's a beautiful moon, Suki started as she looked up into the sky at the moon, not knowing the tragedy Sokka experienced at the North Pole. It really is, Sokka said, his voice detached and soft-spoken. Look, I know you're just trying to help, but I can take care of myself, Suki told him softly, as she sat down next to him on the rock. Yeah, I know, Sokka replied, looking at her. Then why are you acting so overprotective? It's so hard to lose someone you care about, Sokka told her softly and sadly. Something happened at the North Pole and I couldn't protect someone. I don't want anything like that to never happen again. I lost someone I cared about. He didn't die, he just went away. I only had a few days to get to know him, but he was smart, brave, and
Funny, Suki told him, and with each compliment to the guy she met, Soka's eyebrows rose and he suddenly stood up. Who's this guy? Is he taller than me? No, he's about your height. Is he better looking? He is you, stupid, Suki told him playfully, getting up and she put her hands on her hips. Oh, Sokka said, wincing at his stupidity. He then stared into Suki's eyes and she stepped towards him. Her head moved close to his and her eyes started to close, his did too, and when they were only a few centimeters apart, he pulled away, looking down at the ground. The moon was shining brightly on them at that moment. I can't, Sokka told her sadly, looking away. I'm sorry, Suki said, as the young water tribe warrior began to walk off, her hands were still around his arm. You shouldn't be, Sokka said as he got out of her grip and walked off. Suki watched him go, and she rubbed her elbow. The next morning, they had made more progress in getting to Ba Sing Se. They were over halfway across the land bridge and, climbing down the narrow paths on the small rocky mountains, they reached the bottom of the mountain and saw that, their path was cut off. The path disappeared into the water, and it was too far away for Ying to swim. They looked at where the path continued, and Aang sighed. Too far to swim or walk across with Ying-chan in this condition, Sakura said as she knelt down and splashed the water. Katara then stepped forward, deciding on how to cross. Everyone, single file. Kakashi got what she was doing. Are you sure you can bend us all the way across? Not alone, Katara said as everyone went into a single file line behind her. She began to bend the water, parting the lake in front of them, and making two walls of water in front of them as they continued to move behind the young waterbending master. Hinata, Aang, I need help. They nodded, and began bending the water from behind to keep a safe bubble of air at the bottom of the lake. Hinata activated her Byakugan while bending so they could keep on the path. Katara-san, we need to move a little more right to reach the other end, Hinata told the younger girl, who nodded and sidestepped more to the right. Everyone that wasn't bending the water watched the fish swim by in awe. It was a living aquarium, and everyone but Toph, who couldn't see, was amazed by the view. Momo leapt off of the blind earthbending master's shoulder and went into the water to swim with the fish. Suki and Sokka watched the playful lemur swim, trying to catch a few trout and bass while they were down there. Wait, Hinata said as a massive object came into her view. A shadow descended over Momo, he froze and then he jumped back onto Toph's shoulder. It's huge. The shape moved around the bubble, and Katara gasped, her hand stopping momentarily. What is that thing? Everyone, prepare yourselves for anything, Kakashi ordered, quickly taking out a kunai as the shape continued to pass around the bubble. The size of the creature made Naruto decide he needed to bring the Toad Boss in, but if they do it underwater, they'd be crushed. Toph, get us on the surface with plenty of land surrounding us. Huh? Why? What's happening? Toph asked as she looked around, and she could feel the fear from Tan, Ying, and the woman traveling with them.
Suddenly, a massive sea serpent crashed into the bubble, disrupting the bending that kept in shape. Aang and Toph stomped the ground, and the blind earthbender did what Naruto instructed. She lifted a
larger amount of the land underneath the lake upwards. The pillar shot up to the surface, and Naruto looked around and sighed. It was just about large enough so no one would be crushed. Toph handed Naruto's staff back to him as the sea serpent circled around the raised landmass. The serpent circled them like a shark hunting prey, and the blonde-haired Jinchuriki used his canine teeth to bite his thumb. The serpent burst out of the water and roared. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a snake, and the fins of an eel. Its head loomed at least 60 meters above them, and it roared.
I think I just found out why they call it the Serpent's Pass. Sokka yelled in fear as Momo scampered about towards him on the
landmass. The dragon serpent roared again. Suki, you know about giant sea monsters, make it go away.
Just because I live near the Unagi, doesn't mean I'm an expert. Suki told him angrily, and Kakashi, Yamato, and Sakura had leapt onto the water.
Oh great and humble sea serpent, please accept this humble and tasty offering, Sokka yelled in fear, holding Momo up to the serpent, who roared. Make room, Naruto yelled as he did the hand seals after rubbing the blood from his thumb on his palm. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Naruto, what are you doing? Sokka yelled as a billow of smoke pushed them near the edge of the raised rock. As it cleared, the water tribe warrior's eyes widened as the 100-meter-tall Toad Boss appeared, smoking a pipe. WWW what? Boss, we need to get these people out of here, please, will you help us? Naruto asked as Gamabunta pulled the pipe out of his mouth. Sure, Naruto, Gamabunta said as he unsheathed his blade, and he pointed it at the giant serpent. I'm always up for a snake hunt. The giant serpent roared, and lunged at Ying and Tan. Aang stepped and tossed a huge wave of wind that threw the serpent back, and Naruto leapt onto Gamabunta's head. Kakashi, Sakura, and Yamato had stopped on the water and turned around, and the pink-haired Kunoichi's eyes widened when she saw the Toad Boss. I didn't know he could actually summon him, Sakura gasped as Kakashi and Yamato nodded.
Jiraiya-sama didn't inform me he got that far in Naruto's training with summoning, Kakashi said as he saw Gamabunta leap into the water with Naruto on his head. Gamabunta only used to let Jiraiya and Yondaime ride him as well.
Aang flicked his staff, making the wings appear. We'll distract him, Katara, Hinata, get everyone across. With that, the avatar took off as a projectile of water slammed into the giant serpent, and it hissed and glared at Gamabunta. Katara froze the water leading towards the rest of the path to Ba Sing Se. She walked out on the ice and did it again. Sokka, Suki,
Tan, Ying, and Hinata all started to follow. Hinata strengthened the ice, making the path slightly wider too. Pretty soon the ice bridge extended to the other side of the rocky path. Katara and Hinata helped the others get over it without slipping. The waterbending master then leapt off the bridge and into the water, making an ice board to propel herself towards the battle between the serpent, Aang, Gamabunta, and Naruto.
The serpent snaked around the Toad Boss's dosu as Naruto launched several shadow clones at it. Aang flew around the serpent's head like wasp parrying a larger attacker. He looped around and the serpent's head followed him as he flew towards the rocks. Boss, we need to move with Katara-chan, Naruto yelled as Gamabunta began to propel himself towards the serpent. You think I don't know that, runt? Gamabunta snarled as he leapt out of the water and slammed the serpent into the wall, pulling it off its pursuit of Aang. Wow, Katara muttered as she dodged the falling boulders and zipped past the massive hulk of sea serpent, and she bent a small tidal wave onto its body and froze it.
The sea serpent hissed in pain, released itself from the ice and Gamabunta's grip, and it looped its neck around to pursue her with
its mouth open. Suki and Sokka watched from the bridge as they ran across, and they saw Kakashi, Sakura, and Yamato running over. The pink-haired Kunoichi and the Anbu captain tossed several kunai with paper attached onto them at the sea serpent. When they contacted, small explosions dented the serpent's body and it roared in pain. Toph, come on, it's just ice, Sokka yelled as the blind earthbending master took a step on the ice, and then promptly stepped back onto the raised earth bridge. Actually, I'm going to stay here on the island where I can see, Toph yelled back. She'd be completely blind on the ice, unable to see any real vibrations without them seeing blurrily. Suddenly, the sea serpent crashed into the island, sailing over it in pursuit of Kakashi. I'm coming. Toph leapt onto the ice, and began inching her way across by sidestepping. You're doing great, just follow the sound of my voice, Sokka told her and she shrugged. It's kind of hard not to, Toph yelled back, still inching her way across the ice. Toph-chan, just a little bit further, Hinata told her in a softer voice, which the blind earthbender mentally thanked her for. You're almost there, Sokka added, and Toph continued to inch along. As she reached the halfway mark however, the sea serpent's tail crashed into the ice bridge, shattering it with ease. Toph screamed as she was thrown into the water, and she struggled to stay afloat. Help, I can't swim, Toph cried out as she struggled to stay afloat. I'm coming Toph, Sokka yelled as he began to take off his shoes, but he saw Suki already running for the water. Even in full armor, she leapt into the water without fear in a dive, and she began swimming to the struggling Toph. Hinata prepared to dive in herself, but she saw a rock from the battle careening towards Tan, and she activated her Byakugan and shattered it before it hit him. Suki began to breathe hard as she swam out. The weight of her armor was holding her back. The blind earthbender struggled to stay afloat, splashing wildly, but it wasn't enough. Help! Toph screamed as she sunk below the water just as Suki crossed the distance between them. The blind earthbender began to drift out of consciousness as she sunk below the lake and the Kyoshi warrior dove down to get her. She grabbed onto Toph's armpits and pulled her back up to the surface. Oh Sokka, you saved me, Toph swooned, and she kissed Suki, who she thought was Sokka, on the cheek. Actually, it's me, Suki stated, and Toph's eyes widened in embarrassment. Oh, you can let me drown now, Toph said, what she did sinking in and the embarrassment burned her cheeks in a blush. The sea serpent roared as it tried to get out of Gamabunta's grip, and Naruto began showering kunai and shuriken onto its head. Aang started charging on the water, spraying tons of water up as he ran. He dunked his staff into the water and bore his teeth as he picked up speed, and he began running circles around Serpent, creating a small whirlpool around it. Katara began adding to the spin, and Gamabunta let go before he got caught in the whirlpool. The serpent flailed around, losing equilibrium, and it accidentally stretched out its neck to try to escape from the whirlpool. As it did, however, it slammed into the rock face. It shook off its impact, and hissed at the ninja, avatar, and waterbender. However, it didn't see Kakashi charging up to him with lightning caught in his left hand, and he plunged it right through the serpent's scaly armor, slashing right through it like a hot knife through butter. The serpent screamed in pain, and sunk below the lake, blood leaking out of its wound, and it swam away. Katara and Aang were in awe at his move, both their jaws drop. Man, I forgot how cool the Raikiri was, Naruto said, and they looked up at him. Thanks for the help, boss, we really needed it. No problem, underling. Like I said, I am always up for a good snake hunt, Gamabunta said as he disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and the blonde-haired Jinchuriki landed on his feet, standing on the water. What's a Raikiri? Katara asked as Kakashi walked over to them. It's my only original attack, the evolved form of the Chidori 1000. Birds. Raikiri basically means lightning blade in the common tongue, Kakashi explained, and he looked across the lake. I focus my lightning chakra into my palm, use my Sharingan to perfect it, and then charge the target with a thrust at extremely high speeds. Aang and Katara nodded, and the airbender glided over the waterbender, and she grabbed onto his ankles and they soared above the water, as Naruto, Sakura, Yamato, and Kakashi ran over to the other end of the lake to meet up with the rest of the group. They cheered when they arrived, knowing that they had been saved by the ninja and Avatar's assistance. By late afternoon, they had reached the end of the long, narrow rock bridge across the lake, and Sokka's face began to show exhaustion as they trudged along. Deciding it was safer, Kakashi signaled that they would be able to get out of the line formation now, and Naruto stretched his arms in relief. Sakura checked on Ying, feeling her stomach for any changes, and she sighed. Nothing yet had changed in her condition. There's the wall, Sokka cheered as he pointed to the massive wall in the distance. Naruto, Sakura, Hinata, Yamato's, and even Kakashi's eyes widened at the half-mile-high wall that surrounded the city. Wow, and I thought the wall around Konoha was big, Naruto commented, looking at the massive wall in the distance. Now it's nothing but smooth sailing to Ba Sing Se, Sokka said with a content sigh. Sakura then noticed Ying clutching her stomach, and she walked over. Ying-san, you alright? Oh no, Ying yelled, as she began to sink down to the ground. What's wrong? Sokka asked, fearful of the answer. The baby's coming, Ying replied as Sakura helped her down. Baka, her water broke, Sakura told the surprised Sokka. What? Now? Can't you just hold it in or something? Sokka asked in disbelief as Katara started to rush over. Sokka, calm down. I helped Gram deliver lots of babies back home, Katara told him calmly. And Sakura is a medical ninja, she has a lot of experience in this field as well. Aang, get some rags. Sokka, water, Toph, I need you to make a rock tent, a big one, Yamato, some firewood. Toph walked over and raised her arms. A massive rock tent raised over Ying, Tan, and the third woman, and Katara turned to Naruto, Hinata, and Suki. Suki, Hinata, come with me. Naruto, Kakashi, get something for us to eat afterwards, Ying will be exhausted, Katara told them, and they all nodded and ran off. Hours later, Ying was still breathing out, clenching her husband's and her friend's hand hard. Sakura rubbed her head with nice cold water, while the small fire that Yamato made burned and crackled, providing the right amount of heat for the rock tent. You're doing great, Ying, Katara told her softly. Sokka, where's that water? This should help a little bit to ease the pain, Sakura said as her hand glowed green, and she put it over the pregnant woman's stomach. Get ready to push, both young women told Ying, who continued to huff and puff in near exhaustion. 1, 2, 3, push. Sokka walked in as Katara put her hands down to catch the baby. When Ying started pushing and the Water Tribe warrior fainted at the sight, an hour later, Naruto, Aang, Toph, Kakashi, and Sokka waited for the baby to be born outside the rock tent. A cry was heard, and the young Water Tribe warrior was still trying to get the image out of his mind. It's a girl, Katara cheered as the crying continued. Sokka, it wasn't that bad, Naruto said with a chuckle. There are far worse things than seeing a baby being born. Believe me, like being eaten by a giant snake. So, you want to see the baby? Are you going to faint like an old lady again? Toph asked snidely, and Sokka finished wiping his forehead. No, no, I'll be fine this time, Sokka said as he got up, and followed Naruto, Kakashi, and Toph into the rock tent. Come on, Aang-Ato-san, Naruto said, settling on calling Aang. Younger brother now, not just plain brother, you can't miss this. Katara walked over to the tent's opening. Yeah, you have to come see this. Aang looked up, got out of his sitting position and walked to the entrance of the rock tent. His eyes were downcast as he walked to the entrance, and he looked up to see the cooing baby in Ying's arms. Sakura and Hinata smiled as they looked at the cute little baby girl in the woman's arms. So cute, Sakura said as she put her finger out in front of the baby's face, and the little baby grabbed it and squeezed. She'll be strong too. Wow, these things really are miracles, Hinata said as she played with the baby's other hand. She sounds healthy, Toph added, putting her hand to her chin and feeling the vibrations. She's beautiful, Katara concurred, spreading her arms out. She'll be quite a woman one day, and I know you will raise her well, Kakashi said, crouching and looking at the baby girl. Yamato smiled. I know you will take good care of her, I know I would. It's so squishy looking, Sokka commented, and Naruto batted him over the head. Hey, what was that for? You always this stupid after seeing a baby? Naruto growled, his arm still cocked with his fist pointing down at the ground. She looks really, really cute by the way. Aang looked at the babe who was resting in Ying's arms, and he smiled with the proud new mother looked at her baby. Tan placed his hand comfortingly on his wife's arm, and he looked at his baby's eyes. What should we name her? I want our daughter's name to be unique, I want it to mean something. Tears welled up in Aang's eyes, and he wiped them with a smile on his face. I've been going through a really hard time lately, but you've made me hopeful again. I know what I want to name our baby now, Ying told them as she glanced at Tan, and then at the baby in her arms. Hope. That's a perfect name, Tan concurred, putting his hand on his daughter's forehead. Hope. Perfect all right, Naruto said, nodding with agreement. He looked at the scene, and he sighed. And she'll have 2 loving parents with her, good luck, Hope-chan, but you'll probably won't need it. Hinata saw how the blonde Jinchuriki was looking at Hope. He has no parents, all alone for most his life. She walked over to him. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Never better, Hinata-chan. Never better, Naruto assured her. Looking at the new family, and then her, just wishing them luck. Aang glanced at Katara, who was looking down at the new family. I said things I didn't mean. A little while later, everyone met outside of the tent. Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Toph, and Sokka stood next to the tent, waiting for any new developments. Aang had led Katara a little ways away, needing to apologize to her. I thought I was trying to be strong, but really I was just running away from my feelings. Seeing this family together, so full of happiness and love, it's reminded me about how I feel about Appa, Aang told her with a small smile, and how I feel about you. A tear of joy descended down her cheek and she wiped it away. Aang then walked to her, arms outstretched, and they hugged each other warmly. More tears dropped out of Katara's eyes as they tightened the hug, and they pulled away as the rest of the group walked over. I promise, I'll find Appa as fast as I can, I just really need to do this, Aang told them as Toph handed him his staff. Naruto, Oni-san. Watch over them for me, gotcha, Ato-san, Naruto said cheerfully. Glad you're finally out of that. You were really lame when you were trying to act all broody and serious. Aang frowned, then he chuckled. Guess I really don't pull off that look, huh? Nope, Naruto replied, slapping him on the back. See you in the big city, Sokka told him, putting his hand on the Avatar's shoulder. Say hi to the big fuzzball for me, Toph added, smashing her fist lightly into Aang's other arm, making him cringe a bit. Good luck, Aang-kun. I know you'll find Appa-chan, Hinata told him, placing her hand on his back. And don't go off the deep end you hear, and don't forget to ask us for help, Sakura told him, and he chuckled. You'll find him Aang, Katara encouraged him, and Aang looked back at her. I know, thank you Katara. Thank you, all of you, Aang told them gratefully, and he walked out in front of the group, flexed his staff to get the canvas wings out, put it on his back to hang glide, and Momo walked over, his bat wings extended. Ready Momo? The 2 of them took off, and they began flying towards the wall. Everyone waved as the airbender and his lemur flew away, and Suki walked over to talk with Sokka. Sokka, it's been really great to see you again, Suki started as she looked down at him packing his bag. Whoa, hold on, Sokka told her as his eyebrows rose. Why does it seem like you're saying goodbye? I came along to make sure you got through the Serpent's Pass safely, Suki told him softly, and she looked back at Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi, and Yamato. Though I really wasn't needed, but now I need to get back to the other Kyoshi warriors. So you came along, to protect me? Sokka asked in disbelief, and he pointed to himself. Listen, Suki replied, blushing slightly, I'm really sorry about last night. We were talking, and saying things, I just got carried away and before I knew it. Before she could finish, Sokka stepped forward and captured her lips with his own. As he pulled away, he looked into her eyes. You talk too much. He then kissed her again, fully on the lips, and she reciprocated, wrapping her arms around him in a passionate embrace. The kiss carried on for minutes before they finally pulled away. Inside, Sokka knew that Yu wouldn't want him to dwell on her for the rest of his life, and she would want him to be happy and move on. Near the wall, Aang and Momo continued their approach. They closed the gap in less than 30 seconds, and flew vertically up the wall when they reached it. The ascent was massive, and both of them did loop-de-loops to get the blood back into their faces. Aang glided over the wall and prepared to let go, and he took his first steps on the wall, and then he looked around. He gasped, his eyes widening as his pupils narrowed, for, ahead of the wall was a Fire Nation army, surrounded by a absolutely massive drill that was fashioned like a giant tunnel-boring machine. The tiny Fire Army tanks formed a wedge formation around the massive drill as it advanced, kicking up tons of dust. Sorry Momo, Appa's going to have to wait, Aang told the lemur on his shoulder with a sigh. Momo chattered in response. As the drill continued to move towards the wall, Aang took off back for his friends to warn them of this new development. The massive drill had already started drilling, making it look like a giant arrow pointed directly at the heart of the Earth Kingdom. To be continued, the drill Chapter 8, The Drill Earth Kingdom, Outer Wall of Ba Sing Se. The arrowhead formation of Fire Nation armor advanced towards the massive outer wall. The tanks advanced ahead of the massive drill, kicking up tons of dust that their treads picked up. The drill head was steadily turning, and smaller drills poked out of the point. The drill advanced along like a caterpillar, pulling itself towards the wall in segments. Whenever one segment connected, steam came shooting out of the vents on the top of the drill's hull, and then it pulled out to grab more land. Whenever the drill's segments extended and retracted, spikes shot out at the bottom of the massive drill and pulled the massive machine forward. The drill advanced again, slowly keeping up with the tanks that were racing towards the wall. The size of the massive machine was jaw-dropping, at least 500 meters long and 70 meters high. It dwarfed anything on land that came before it. A bridge tower steadily rose from the top of the hull, to give the aggressors a better view for the battle. Inside the bridge, 3 young women were sitting on a 3-seat throne. The young woman in the middle had her legs crossed and gave a commanding presence to the men around her. She had a beautiful face, pale and pure looking like Hinata's, yet her yellow eyes had a murderous intent that only Orochimaru or Itachi had. Her brown hair being held up in a bun with a fire symbol that seemed to signify a crown, and she wore her bangs like Hinata as well. Dressed in royal fire soldier armor, she was an impressive-looking person, for she was the Fire Nation's princess, Azula, heiress to the throne and a prodigy of fire-bending unseen in the 100 years. The young woman to her left was sitting with her legs crossed underneath her. Her hair was done in an elaborate ponytail that let her hair flow all the way down to her waist. Her face was pale, not as much as Hinata's or Azula's, but gave a fair look to her form. Her brown eyes had a playful fire in them, and she was wearing a tank top-like shirt that created an arrow shape, rising above her shoulders, which had loose, pink sleeves going down them. She showed off her midriff and belly button with her pink, loose-fitting pants. This was the daughter of a nobleman who ran away from home and joined the circus, a master of the human body and its weaknesses, like the Hyuga clan. Ty Lee, the third young woman on Azula's right, was sitting sideways, staring at the wall with a bored look on her face. Out of the 3 of them, her skin was the palest, and she had short black hair with a shine that would have reminded a Konoha resident of Rock Lee or Maida Guy. She was wearing armor and with red sleeves, which hid her secret weapons. She was Mai, daughter of a noble family like Tai Li, and master of weapons. This drill is a feat of scientific ingenuity and raw destructive power. Once it tunnels through the wall, our troops will storm their city, the Earth Kingdom will finally fall, and you can claim Ba Sing Se in the name of your father. Nothing can stop us, a man said, pacing in front of the 3 young women. What about those muscly guys? Ty Lee asked, looking out the periscope to see several Earth Kingdom soldiers and Earth benders running to the trenches. Please, the drill's metal shell is impervious to any earthbending attack, the war minister told her, tapping the periscope making her pull back. Ty Lee glared at him angrily, which was uncharacteristic for her since she's usually happy all the time. Oh, I'm sure it is War Minister Chin, but just to be on the safe side, Azula started, and then she glanced at the two women. Mai, Tai Li, take the earthbenders out. Mai sat idly twirling one of her shuriken on her finger as she looked back at Azula, and she caught it. Finally, something to do. With that, both young women left to prepare themselves to deal with the earthbenders. Earth Kingdom, near the wall of Ba Sing Se. Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura led the group from the front as Hinata and Katara held up the middle with Toph and Yamato, and Sokka held back a ways to see if Ying and Tan needed any help with their new baby, Hope. They stopped and looked up to see Aang flying down to them. They were surprised by this, since he had started to look for Appa. Aang, what are you doing here? I thought you were looking for Appa, Katara asked, surprised that he did this. Yeah, something came up? Naruto asked, looking at the young avatar. Yeah, I was, something big stopped me, Aang replied, and he looked at them. Really, really big. A little while later, they were all at the wall, and Toph and Aang were at the ends, preparing to earthbend them up to the top of the wall. They dislodged a massive piece of earth that could carry them all and, like the slab was an elevator, began pulling them up the wall. At the speed they were going, they'd reach the top of the wall very shortly. Now what's so big that Appa has to wait? Sokka asked, since the description was too vague. Probably a war machine of the Fire Nation, Kakashi speculated, and Aang nodded. That, Aang said as they reached the top of the wall, and everyone's eyes widened at the massive drill. What is it? Naruto asked, not recognizing what the weapon was, and what are the smaller metal things around it? They are fire army tanks. That thing, however, is a giant drill, Sokka replied, looking down. And, any ideas on how we're supposed to beat that thing? Sakura asked, but no reply was forthcoming. We made it to Ba Sing Se, and we're still not safe, Ying said depressingly, looking at her husband and traveling companion. No one is. What are you people doing here? Civilians aren't allowed on the wall, an Earth Kingdom soldier asked. I'm the Avatar, take me to whoever's in charge, Aang told the soldiers as he stepped forward. A little while later, Naruto, Aang, Katara, Hinata, Sakura, Sokka, Toph, Kakashi, and Yamato were standing in front of the Earth Kingdom General, Sung, waiting to hear the defense. The office that Sung occupied was huge, and soldiers occupied, yet weren't doing anything. It is an honor to welcome you to the outer wall, young Avatar, but your help is not needed, Sung told them, making Naruto's eyebrow rise. You got to be kidding me, Naruto said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose, and, how are you supposed to stop that huge drill? Without us, ahem, young man, as I was saying, I have the situation under control, Sung replied as he stood up and led them out to the wall, where earthbenders were piling rocks. I assure you, the Fire Nation cannot penetrate this wall. Many have tried to break through it, but no one has succeeded. What about the Dragon of the West? He got in, Toph asked as she crossed her arms, and Sung's face fell at the mentioning of Iroh's old nickname. And really, nothing is impenetrable, Kakashi said, and Sung chuckled lightly. Well, technically yes on both counts, but the dragon was quickly expunged, Sung told them, not easing the mood everyone was feeling. That's why the city is called Ba Sing Se, the impenetrable city. They don't call it Na Sing Se. He then began laughing at his own joke. That means, penetrable city. Yeah, thanks for the tour, Naruto and Toph said at the same time. There's still the drill problem, the blind earthbender finished. Not for long. To stop it I've sent an elite platoon of earthbenders, Sung told them confidently as he walked over to a spyglass, called the Terra Team. They can have all the fancy titles they want, they are not going to scratch a thing that stretches out for half a kilometer, Sakura yelled and the general sighed. Terra Team, that's a good group name though, very catchy, Sokka said as he put his hand on his chin. As the Fire Nation's juggernaut inched closer, Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector up to use his Sharingan to copy the Terra Team's moves. 3 of the members, in triangle formation, stomped and thrust their hands upwards, throwing a tank out of their path. They then rode on a rocky island and got close to the drill. In 3 separate teams they rode up, and with a group stomp they all launched pillars of rocks into the joints of the drill. However, they had no effect in slowing the drill. When the joints moved, the pillars shattered as if they were made of glass. The Terra Team members shielded their eyes and faces from the falling rocks, and then they noticed something, 2 girls sliding down the side of the drill. One of them grinned and launched several shuriken with an accuracy that rivaled Tenten. The Terra Team stomped and a rock shield went up to protect them from the shuriken, and they got ready to battle. One of the girls with the ponytail swung down a rope and landed on her feet. one of the members of the team stepped and stomped, sending a pillar of rock jetting out at her. She easily leapt over it, twirled, and smiled as she landed. He began to try to punch her out, but she was far too agile and quick and she quickly got behind him. With just 3 jabs, she knocked him down, temporarily sealing his bending. As the Terra team member crashed to the ground, she used a handspring to get out of the way of several rocks tossed at her by the other members of the team. She landed right in the middle of their diamond formation. Before they could react, she began slamming her fists into their pressure points. All around her, the Terra team fell. When it was all over, the girl was surrounded by the unconscious members of the team without breaking a sweat, and the last member collapsed, and she had a smile on her face. She sealed their tenkatsus by hitting their pressure points. Kakashi thought, his Sharingan analyzing her style. Hinata-san will be her counter, I would think. Sung looked up from the spyglass in shock. We're doomed, he yelled as he threw his arms in the air. Sokka then slapped him. Get a hold of yourself, man. You're right, I'm sorry, Sung said as he rubbed his face, and he noticed Naruto smirking. Maybe you'd like the Avatar's help now, Toph asked him sweetly, closing his eyes. As well as the future Hokage, Naruto added with a grin. Yes please, Sung replied as he slinked over to the Jinchuriki and Aang. They all went to the wall and looked at the drill. Naruto bit his lip. He began to draw a blank on how to defeat the drill, but he turned to Hinata. Hinata-chan, do you see any weak points on that thing with your Byakugan? Naruto asked, and Hinata gasped at what he asked, and she nodded. Oh of course, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied, and she slowly activated her Keki Genkai and began scanning the drill, and then she sighed disappointingly. I can't detect any weak points, the metal shell is extremely thick. Naruto shrugged and Aang sighed. So the question is, how are we going to stop that thing? With that, Katara, Aang, Sakura, Hinata, Kakashi, and Yamato then looked at Sokka. The Water Tribe warrior looked at them, dumbfounded. He was chosen by all of them to form a plan of attack. Why are you all looking at me? Sokka asked as he looked left and right. You're the idea guy, Aang replied as the Water Tribe warrior's eyebrow rose. And you've had some pretty good ideas and plans so far, Naruto added with a smirk. You're this team's strategist. So I'm the only one that can ever come up with an idea? Sokka asked in disbelief. That's a lot of pressure. And also the complaining guy, Katara added, and her brother's eyes widened. That part one don't mind, Sokka told them, and Sakura giggled. What? For someone who thinks himself to be a genius, you don't show it, Sakura replied with a grin, and the Water Tribe warrior began grinding his teeth at that. She has a point, Sokka-kun, Hinata added, and Sokka's grinding was further heard. Careful, you're going to mess up your teeth doing that, Naruto laughed and the Water Tribe warrior nearly exploded. Enough, we have to form a plan or Boss Sing Se will fall, Kakashi interjected, making everyone look at the tall Junin. They are bringing the injured Terra team up now, we should go to the field hospital to find out any information we can. Boss Sing Se Outer Wall Field Hospital. A few minutes later, they were all gathered in the field hospital of the outer wall. Katara and Sakura were checking on the patients. Hinata looked at them, and she could recognize what they were suffering from. He doesn't look injured, Sung commented as the Hyuga walked over to one of the Terra team that was being treated by Katara. His chakra is blocked, Katara stated as the healing water engulfed the earthbender's arm, and they receded when his chakra was unblocked. Who did this to you? The earthbender squeezed his fist and groaned. 2 girls ambushed us. One of them hit me with a bunch of quick jabs, and suddenly I couldn't earthbend, and I could barely move, and then she cartwheeled away. Katara recognized the description. Ty Lee, she doesn't look dangerous, but she knows the human body and its weak points. It's like she takes you down from the inside. Katara-chan, please move out of the way, Hinata said as her waterbending teacher looked up. The Hyuga activated her Byakugan and saw which tenkatsus were blocked on the earthbender's body, and she prepared herself. She then struck them, and enabled them to be opened up again. Can you move better now, sir? Why yeah, the earthbender replied as he sat up. Thank you, miss. Oh, Sokka yelled as he got an idea to deal with the drill. Yes, what you just said, that's how we're going to take down the drill, the same way Ty Lee took down all these big earthbenders. Sokka replied as he looked around to see Hinata unsealing another earthbender. By hitting its pressure points, Toph added, getting what he was saying. We have to hit it from the inside, Naruto and Aang concluded at the same time, and Sokka grinned at his plan. And if we run into this Ty Lee girl, we have the perfect counter, Naruto said with a grin, and he glanced at Hinata. Hinata-chan's Jukin style will be perfect, no, more than perfect, stopping her. What, me? Hinata asked, and the Jinchuriki turned to her. Yep. If this is the best she can do, you can beat the snot out of her easily, Hinata-chan. Naruto replied with a grin. Just believe in yourself, you're strong, I know it. Naruto-kun thinks I'm strong? I'm strong, Hinata thought as her eyes widened and her mouth curled into a smile. Alright, Naruto-kun, I'll do it. Sakura looked at the scene with a smile. You can do it, Hinata-chan, you better tell him your feelings soon though. They all began to iron out the plan, and a few seconds later they were all prepared to assault the drill, this time with a bit more care. Kakashi left a cage bushing up on the wall to advise Sung, and he freaked out, to put it lightly, when the clone appeared out of a burst of smoke. With that, they all went to the bottom of the wall to start the strike. At the bottom of the wall, they all gathered in front of the drill behind a trench that the Earth Kingdom army had made. The drill lurched forward, its head slowly spinning. Toph then pointed at the drill. Once I whip up some cover, be sure to follow Hinata. She's the only one who will be able to see, Toph told them as she jumped over the trench as the others leapt into it. She raised her hands and closed her eyes, and the entire area began shaking. Hinata activated her Byakugan just as the blind earthbending master leapt into the air and came crashing down, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Run, Toph commanded as they all ran into the dust cloud. Nice one, Toph, Naruto commented as they got into the cloud, and Hinata looked around. When they were in the dust cloud and they continued running until they were at the head of the drill, in the shadow of the massive machine, Toph bent a tunnel into the ground. Everyone into the hole, follow Hinata, Toph ordered as they nodded and leapt into the hole. The hole was then sealed to prevent any findings of the team's plan. Toph began to push the dirt out of the way, following the vibrations the drill was giving off so they'd be able to find the exact bottom of the drill. Hinata's Byakugan showed where to go, and everyone kept behind her. It's so dark down here I can't see a thing, Sokka complained as he followed the others. Oh no, what a nightmare, Toph said overdramatically, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh, right, sorry, Sokka winced as Naruto hit him over the head again, ouch. Stop complaining, it's getting really annoying, Naruto chided him as he followed behind Hinata. Toph then dug them out right under the massive drill's superstructure. Hinata had indicating an opening, and that's where they popped out. There, Sokka yelled as Naruto, Kakashi, and Hinata leapt clearly into the opening and Aang leapt onto the pipe and hung by his legs. Momo flew in and landed on the Jinchuriki's shoulder. Katara ran up and grabbed the Avatar's hands and he threw her up into the bowels of drill. Sokka was next and Aang continued to hang by his legs, waiting for Toph to come and grab his arms to be led in. Toph, Sakura, Yamato, come on, Sokka yelled impatiently. No way I'm going into that metal monster, I can't bend in there, Toph told him as she pointed to the treads. I'm going to slow it down. Out here, I'll help her, Sakura said as she cracked her knuckles, got to see my strength limit, after all. And I'll coordinate, Yamato told them and Aang and Sokka nodded. Okay, good luck guys, Sokka said as he pulled himself back up and Aang crawled up into the drill. Toph began working herself up, she stepped and lifted her hands. A massive pillar of rock shot up onto the bottom of the drill. Sakura ran to the other side, and pushed all her chakra into her arms and began pushing back. Yamato cracked his knuckles and began doing hand seals. Mokuton, Chikanpon, wood release, 1,000 roots, Yamato yelled and 1,000 incredibly thick roots shot out of the ground and wrapped themselves around each metal pillar they could grab, including the legs that were further down. They all began gritting their teeth as they tried to push the massive drill back, and sweat began to form on Sakura's brow as she continued to push back. However, the machine proved the stronger and lurched forward. Fire Nation drill interior. They walked further into the drill, until they reached a network of pipes and valves. Naruto looked around, kunai drawn, just in case any enemies came out. Hinata had her Byakugan activated, and they were following Sokka. Kakashi looked around, being prepared for anything. I need a plan of this machine, some schematics that show what the inside looks like, Sokka told them as they walked into the room filled with pipes. Then we can find its weak points. And you have a plan to get said plans? Naruto asked as the Water Tribe warrior slashed a pipe, chopping off its knob. Steam began spewing out as Katara and Aang gasped. What are you doing? Someone will hear us, Aang yelled as he looked around. I think that's the point, Aang, Kakashi said as his eye searched around, the steam continuing to pump out the damaged pipe. A machine this big needs engineers to run it, and when something breaks, Sokka asked them, raising his finger. They come to fix it, Katara finished with a smile. Sure enough, a few minutes later, a brawly engineer walked in, carrying a rolled piece of paper in his hand. Hinata came running out of the shadows and slammed her palm into his stomach. As she did that, the engineer turned to look at Katara, who froze the steam around him as the Hyuga got out of the way. What did you do? Aang asked Hinata, who smiled. When he melts out, he'll have a little trouble breathing for a while, Hinata replied, her Byakugan shutting down. This'll work thanks, Sokka said as he ran over, grabbed the plans out of the frozen engineer's hand and he ran away. They all crawled up a metal staircase into another mass of pipes, and Kakashi kept a lookout. Sokka began unraveling the schematics of the drill, showing it as a three-ringed structure around the engine of the machine rings. He laid the schematic out on a pipe and looked at it. It looks like the drill is made up of two main structures, Sokka started as he pointed the machine structure in the middle of the schematics. There's the inner mechanism where we are now, he then pointed to the outer ring, and the outer shell. The inner part and outer part are connected by these braces. If we cut through them, the entire thing will collapse. Everyone nodded. Kakashi, how many times can you use that, Reikari a day? Sokka then asked. 4 times. I've already used it once, so I have only 3 more shots, Kakashi replied, and the Water Tribe warrior nodded. We'll let you handle 1 column of the braces then, Sokka told him, and the Junin nodded. Alright, Katara, Aang, Sakura, Naruto, Sokka is the team leader of the brace breaking. Follow his instructions, Kakashi ordered, as he used his speed to vanish from sight. A little while later, Sokka, Aang, Katara, Hinata, and Naruto reached the first column of braces, which were huge. The brace walkway to the vertical brace was wide enough for them to walk 2 at a time towards the large brace. Wow, it looks a lot thicker than it does in the plans, Sokka said as they continued walking towards the first metal brace. We're going to have to work pretty hard to cut through that. What's this, stuff? Hinata, Aang, Naruto, and I are going to do all the work, Katara asked as she crossed her arms. Yeah, what are you planning to do? Cut the braces with your dinky machete? Naruto asked, making Sokka growl. Look, I'm the plan guy, you 4 are the cut stuff up with your powers guys, Sokka told them, using his hands to make several chopping motions. And my machete is not dinky, together we're team. 7, Naruto finished, making Sokka stop short, and Katara and Aang looked at each other. Well, let's get started. Naruto leapt over to another beam, and Katara, Hinata, and Aang circled the first one. The Hyuga heiress and young waterbending master went down to their flasks, popped the cork, and sent a goblet of water out. Katara's went to Aang, who was standing on the other end of side of the brace, who sent it to Hinata, who sent her goblet to Katara. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he created 2 shadow clones. One leapt over to the other side of the brace. I want you to keep a lookout for anything. It's only a matter of time before the Fire Nation crew finds us here. The clone nodded, and leapt back to the primary beam and then up to the ceiling of the drill, behind Sokka. The sounds of the goblets colliding with the metal braces, gradually slicing through them on both sides of said brace. Rasengan! Naruto and his clone yelled as they slammed the mini hurricane of chakra in their hands into each side of the metal, and they slowly started drilling through the thick metal of the brace. After 30 minutes, both Rasengans collided, which blew the brace wide open. Naruto and his clone had used their chakra to seemingly glue their feet to the horizontal brace, and the dust cleared revealing a gaping hole at the bottom of the vertical brace. Sokka's jaw dropped, and Naruto grinned at the job. 1 brace down, Hinata-chan, Aang-Ato-san, Katara-chan, how's your brace coming? Naruto asked as he noticed how far their cut was coming. Aang and Katara glared at him. They had only gotten a quarter of the way through each side of the brace, and all 3 of them started panting. Naruto frowned, they weren't going to get anywhere at this rate. Come on team, don't quit now. Sokka started, and his sister almost lost patience and grabbed the goblet with her bending, and threateningly pointed it at him. I mean, you're almost there. We know that, Sokka-kun, Hinata told the young Water Tribe warrior. Naruto's eyebrow raised, he never seen the young heiress get even remotely annoyed at a person, and considering her teammate was Kiba, that was an understatement. We are doing our best here, please, do not cheer us on. The 3 of them began again, swirling the goblets of water around the metal brace at high speed, slowly slicing their way through the thick metal brace at a 45-degree angle. After a few more seconds, they had cut clean through the brace. It began sliding down the angle, kicking up sparks before stopping when it halfway slid down the cut. At this rate we won't do enough damage before the drill reaches the wall, Katara stated, her face drenched in sweat, as Momo leapt off Sokka's shoulder. I don't know how many more of those I have in me, Aang added as he plopped down on his butt. We can't give up guys, Hinata told them as she wiped the sweat off her face. Even if it does reach the wall, we still have to do this so it'll become unusable. That's right, Hinata-chan, we can't give up, even if we do get tired, Naruto added as Katara and Aang smiled, they knew they were right. Suddenly, the entire structure started creaking and the entire machine began shaking. Sokka's face lit up into a smirk. Do you hear that? We took it down, Kakashi probably destroy 3 more of them, Sokka told them as he began to turn and run. We'd better get out of here. Naruto dispelled his bushin and jumped up to the primary brace. They all began running towards the exit, but then stopped when the intercom pipe system crackled. Congratulations crew. The drill has made contact with the wall of Ba Sing Se. Start the countdown to victory, War Master Chin announced to the crew from the bridge, and he looked back to Azula. The princess, however, held a questionable look as the crew cheered. The drill had indeed reached the wall, and was slowly drilling into the thick rock that guarded the massive capital of the Earth Kingdom. The drilled rock was guided to a bunch of hoses, which soaked down the crushed rocks to break it up, and they went down a pipe into the drill.
Sokka growled and went to the brace that Aang, Katara, and Hinata had cut through and began pushing. Veins popped out on his forehead, hands, and face, and his eyes bulged as tried to push the massive piece of metal.
Come on brace, budge, Sokka groaned as he let go for a second, then ran his hands back onto the brace and still attempted to push it. This is bad, really bad, Katara said as her brother stopped pushing the unmovable brace. We're putting everything we got into busting these braces, but it's taking too long, Sokka complained as Naruto sighed. We can't give up Sokka, probably we're going on about this the wrong way, Naruto said as he started to think. Maybe we don't need to cut or drill all the way through, Aang said as he used his airbending to get back onto his feet. Toph has been teaching me you shouldn't give 100% of your energy into any one strike. Sokka, take a fighting stance, he then ordered, and Sokka did so eagerly. Aang then tripped his front foot. You got to be quick and accurate. He then hit several pressure points, which he knew, on Sokka's body, then hit a series of points and break your opponent's stance. Sokka began to reel back as he tried to keep his footing, and when he's reeling back, you deliver the final blow. Aang demonstrated by hitting the young water tribe warrior over the head with a tap, making him fall. His own weight becomes his downfall, literally. You just described one of the basic principles of the Juken style, Aang-kun, Hinata told him, and he grinned back at her. So we just need to weaken the braces then, instead of cutting all the way through, Katara added, getting what the young avatar was saying. Then I'll go on top of this thing and deliver the final blow, Aang agreed, pointing up at the ceiling. No way you're going up there without me, you'll need backup in case the idiots on this thing discover us, Naruto said and Aang nodded. And then, boom, it all comes crashing down, Sokka cheered, finally a working plan to bring down this thing would go into effect, he thought. Everyone inside that wall, the whole world, is counting on us, Aang told them seriously. The whole world, minus the Fire Nation that is, Sokka corrected him with a smirk, and they all nodded. Well, let's get started, Naruto said as he leapt over to another beam. Below them, Toph, Sakura, and Yamato were still attempting to hold back the massive drill. The Anbu captain had added even more roots after his initial ones snapped. The pink-haired Kunoichi had put most of her chakra into her arms and hands to enhance her strength tremendously. However, all their efforts were proving futile, as proven by the massive amount of dirt that was building up behind the blind earthbender. Come on, Twinkle Toes, hurry up, Toph called out quietly, as she tried to push back the giant drill with her pillar of rock.
Naruto, you idiot, destroy this damn thing already. Sakura complained, her feet shifting on instinct, and the dirt around her wrapped around her legs to give herself extra bracing. Toph noticed that, but didn't say anything. Tell her after the drill is destroyed.
Back in the drill itself, Aang, Hinata, Naruto, and Katara were working frantically to cause enough damage to the beams, either by drilling through them with the Rasengan, or cutting through them with waterbending. Whenever they got either halfway or 3/4 of the way through a brace, they leapt to the next one. Naruto's watch-out shadow clone kept a close eye on each entrance to the inner outer shell area, making sure no enemy would pass through unnoticed. After a couple hours, at least 20 braces were damaged severely. Damn, I wonder how Kakashi's doing, Naruto said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead after drilling through another brace. That's enough. Let's move on to the next one, Aang ordered, and Hinata and Katara agreed, and they leapt over to the next brace, where Naruto was standing. Outer wall on top of the wall, earthbenders brought boulders to hurl over the edge in an attempt to damage the massive machine. Kakashi's clone noted that no archers were being positioned on the other side of the wall, just in case they got through. General Sung, this tactic won't work, the Kakashi clone observed as the Earth Kingdom general looked at him. It's obvious we can't stop the drill from the outside, and it'll get through the wall. Don't you have any archers, slingshot users, or even boiled oil to inflict as much damage against the invading force as you can?
No, but I'm sure this will work. Sung replied, not even bothering to listen to any advice from the Junin clone. This wall has only fallen once, and it won't do so a second time. That's not very comforting, Kakashi's clone said as he fed the information to the original, and leapt to the other side of the wall. You haven't even put any troops on the other end to meet any
invading force head-on, unneeded. We'll stop the drill before it goes entirely. Sung started before the clone knocked him out, and the Earthbenders and Earth Kingdom troops looked at the ninja incredulously. We'll lose the city following these plans, Kakashi's clone told them, and he turned to address the troops. Get archers on the other side of the wall. Start boiling oil in drums and get it up here. Put a few battalions of troops on the other side of the wall, now. The Earth Kingdom soldiers complied, and began organizing a true defense. Archers quickly scrambled to the other side of the wall, and Kakashi looked down to see several battalions of Earth Kingdom soldiers and earthbenders crossing the farmland that was in the outer wall. The other earthbenders were still following Sung's order, and the Junin turned to address them. Don't waste your energy, Kakashi's clone ordered, and the earthbenders stopped. We need you at your best if what they say about firebender skill is true. They nodded reluctantly, and put their rocks down. They awaited the next orders from the Junin clone. The Fire Nation drill on the bridge, War Master Chin stood in the middle of the intercom pipes, confidently watching his machine go to work. The air of confidence around him didn't shake the nagging feeling that Azula was having, that something was off. One of the pipes then crackled, and the War Master assumed it was news that the wall has been broken through. War Master, an engineer was ambushed, his schematics were stolen. Chin's eyes widened in shock at this. War Minister, a brace on the starboard side has been cut clean through, and another looked like it was blasted out by blasting jelly. It's sabotage, sir. Chin's eyes widened further, and his pupils moved to look back at the princess. Azula turned to her friends, not wanting to wait around any longer. Let's go, ladies, Azula ordered Ty Lee and Mai, and they began to walk out of the bridge as the War Master closed his eyes in shame. In the bowels of the drill, on the aft side of the massive machine,
Naruto, Hinata, Katara, and Aang were furiously working to drill or cut through the braces. The Jinchuriki's Bushin kept a watch out as Sokka cheered his friends and sister on, knowing he was completely useless in this area of the plan.
The Bushin looked around, and its enhanced senses heard something. Suddenly, 5 shuriken shaped like small wide blades slammed into his back. He exploded in a puff of smoke, surprising Azula's team. Wow, you don't see that every day, do you, Azula? Ty Lee asked, and the princess nodded, and she and her teammates leapt over the beam where the Bushin stood. Naruto winced and dispelled his Rasengan. We could have company. What do you mean? Sokka asked as he turned to the group. Come on, Team 7, now Aang and Hinata just need to. He yelled in fear as he ducked a blue firebolt shot from above them on a higher level brace. Naruto, Hinata, Aang and Katara looked up at them. The girl who shot the firebolt was still in her stance, and she launched another blast at Aang, who frantically dodged it. Wow, Azula, you were right. It is the Avatar. The pig-tailed girl cheered, and her features softened as she looked at Sokka and friends. Sokka began to wave, but Katara stopped him and began to drag him away. Naruto leapt over to Aang to back him up as Hinata joined the 2 Southern Water Tribe members in fleeing. She was going to make sure they'd make it out, since what the blonde Jinchuriki said about her being the best bet of defeating that Ty Lee girl. Azula and Mai began running on the brace to follow them, and Ty Lee jumped down and swung herself to launch herself towards Naruto and Aang. The Avatar wound up and launched a blast of wind at her, throwing her back. She rebounded and began to pursue them. Naruto,
Hinata, Sokka, Katara, and Aang ran down a corridor, with the 3 Fire Nation elites chasing them. As the Hyuga heiress, young Water Tribe warrior, and waterbending master ran down the other hallway, the blonde Genin and the young Avatar stopped at the intersection.
Guys, Get out of here, I know what to do, Aang told them as Momo landed on his shoulder. And I'll watch his back, Naruto added as they began to run down the opposite hallway. Wait, you need this water more than I do, Katara told the young avatar as she tossed her flask to Aang, who ran off. They all ran off to the left and right sides of the intersection, and Azula and her teammates arrived soon afterwards, the evil fire. Nation Princess saw the blonde Jinchuriki and Avatar sprinting down the right hallway, and Ty Lee and Mai fanned out on the left hallway. Follow them, Azula ordered as she pointed to the left hallway. The Avatar and his friend are mine. Hinata, Katara, and Sokka ran down the hallway of the massive drill towards the sewage system, with Azula's subordinates, Mai and Ty Lee in hot pursuit. As they reached the sewage exit, Hinata activated her Byakugan and turned around, taking a Jukin stance. Slurry pipeline? What does that mean? Katara asked as her brother twisted the hatch open, and he got it loosened enough to open it. It's rock and water mixed together, it's our way out, Sokka told her as they both gazed out down at the muddy water. Hinata, what are you doing? I'll hold them off, just get out of here, Hinata ordered as she saw Ty Lee and Mai round a hallway, barreling straight for them.
You're going to hold them off? Katara asked as one of the brooding weapons master's shurikens screamed above her head. You sure you can handle them?
Yes, now go, Hinata replied as Ty Lee leapt from wall to wall, trying to keep Hinata off balance and reach Sokka and Katara. She can handle this, we got to move, Sokka said as he opened the hatch and leapt down. Katara looked at her friend, and she saw her determination. Good luck, Katara told her, and leapt into the hatch and slammed it shut. So it looks like one of you wants to play after all, Ty Lee taunted as she got ready to attack. This is no game, Hinata said in almost monotone, turning around and slamming her palm straight into the gymnastic fighter's chest. Ty Lee coughed up blood, but backflipped to where Mai was standing. What was that? It was like she hit 5 of my points at once. She has a fighting style like you, Mai muttered as she pulled a wire on her wrist, sending several arrows whizzing towards the
Hyuga. Hinata sidestepped each of them and closed her eyes and caught the last. When she opened them, Ty Lee was bearing down on her, ready to hit one of her tenkatsus. She moved to the left, like she was water flowing down a gentle stream, avoiding the hit to one of her shoulder tenkatsus. She retaliated with 3 quick pokes on the gymnastic fighters at a speed faster than the human eye could follow, and she finished off by tossing Ty Lee back to where Mai was standing.
Mai gritted her teeth, firing several of her arrows and throwing several of her shuriken with deadly accuracy. Hinata dodged a couple, bent down and retrieved a kunai from her leg pouch, and blocked the rest. The Hyuga heiress then tossed the small knife right into one last shuriken that the weapons master had launched. We need to attack her together, Mai stated as Ty Lee growled, unlocking the tenkatsus that were sealed, and she let out an uncharacteristic shriek. What was that about? She's better at my own style than I am, plus she looks better doing it, Ty Lee complained as Hinata smirked. Sorry, this is my clan's Jukin, not your gymnastic style, Hinata clarified for them. I can see every one of your tenkatsus with perfect clarity, and I know where you'll want to strike mine. Ty Lee growled again, and Mai sighed. I guess we lose this one. Nope, I'm not losing to her, Ty Lee shrieked as she charged again. Leaping from wall to wall trying to get Hinata off balance. Hinata just sighed, and closed her eyes. Ty Lee launched a strike at one of her neck tenkatsus, yet it was stopped by a wall of chakra. The Hyuga began spinning, and the wall of chakra expanded, making a mini hurricane in the room, damaging several pipes and tossing the gymnast back. Kaden, rotation, Hinata finished as she stopped, and she changed her stance. You're in range of my divination, I'm sorry. Ty Lee sat up, shaking her head. What does that mean?
This, Hake Rokujuyan Sho 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata replied as she slammed her fingers into 2 of the gymnast's tenkatsus. 2 strikes. She doubled it with the next set of strikes.
4 strikes, she then increased to 8. 8 strikes. Then she hit Ty Lee with 16 strikes. 16 strikes. Ty Lee coughed up blood as the number of strikes doubled again. 32 strikes. Finally Hinata finished the jutsu with the last 64 strikes. 64 strikes. Ty Lee was thrown back, and Mai's eyes widened as her ally skid across the metal floor, coming to a stop at the broody weapons master's feet. As the weapons master looked up, Hinata was already running for the pipeline. This may be my last chance before she jumps into the sludge, Mai thought as she pulled a cord on her wrist and launched several spring-loaded arrows at the Hyuga heiress.
Hinata's Byakugan warned her and she ducked all 5. However, one arrow nicked her neck near her thoracic vertebrae, but it wasn't enough for her attacker to notice. The arrows slammed into the metal bulkhead as the Hyuga rose as she continued running, and leapt down the pipeline, splashing into the muddy water.
Grr, I can't believe I lost, Ty Lee complained as she tried wiggling her finger. My, you know the body as well as I do, right? No, you know that Lee, Mai replied as the normally perky, happy girl fumed as she tried to move. She made a fist with her left hand, and willed her arm to work. Ty Lee then slammed her fingers into her tenkatsu on her right hand, undoing the seals that Hinata had put on them. She then did the same with her other arm, and her legs. She leaned back and flipped onto her feet, and ran to the pipeline followed by Mai. Disgusting, Mai yelled as she saw the contents of the pipeline. Come on, you heard Azula, we have to follow them, Ty Lee told her as she stepped forward, and I want a rematch with White-Eye Black Hair Girl.
She can shoot all the lightning she wants at me. I'm not going in that wall sludge juice, Mai countered as she shivered at the mere thought of getting in the muddy sludge. And you really have no chance against that girl. It was like she had eyes in the back of her head.
Ty Lee shrugged at that angrily, and jumped into the pipe. With a splash she reached the water, and Mai stuck her tongue out in disgust, and closed the hatch. In another part of the drill, Naruto and Aang were running as fast as they could to outpace the Fire Nation princess. The blonde Jinchuriki was running slower than he could, so the young avatar could keep up. However, they were running fast enough that they appeared to be only a blur and a gust of wind to the engineers working in the bowels of the drill. Naruto leapt up the staircase and stopped momentarily to let Aang catch up to him and pass him before continuing the dash. They sped down the hallway towards a ladder and they climbed up it before any of the engineers could react. However, Azula was close on their tails, and she ordered the engineers to make the engines on the drill work at maximum efficiency to get them through the wall faster. End of the slurry pipeline. Katara, Sokka, and Hinata yelled as they were ejected from the drill, and as they landed the slit on the muddy ground. The Hyuga
Eris blanched. She didn't like riding the sludge flume, and the young water tribe warrior stuck out his tongue and tried to clean it.
How did you do against them, Hinata? Katara asked as she, Hinata, and Sokka stood up. I beat them. The broody girl didn't seem to want to fight after I beat her friend, Hinata replied, her Byakugan still active. She's coming, her friend must have unsealed her tenkatsu. Katara nodded and they looked as Ty Lee, grinning maliciously as she descended the sludge chute. With a wave of her hand she sent the muddy water right back into the pipeline. The pig-tailed gymnastic warrior was stuck in the muddy water, and she struggled to get out. Why don't you try blocking my chakra now, circus freak? Katara yelled angrily, stopping the mud from exiting the pipe. Katara, keep that up. The pressure will build up and when Aang and Naruto deliver the final blow, it'll be ready to pop, Sokka told her, and she nodded, putting even more chakra into her bending. Hinata, I'll need some help, Katara said, and the Hyuga heiress nodded. Hinata stepped up near the water-bending master and performed the same bending stance that she did. Suddenly, the water was pushed back another 3 feet, and it seemed like the mud around Ty Lee hardened a bit more, ceasing any more struggles from the gymnast fighter. On top of the drill, Naruto covered Aang as the young avatar searched for a proper place to start cutting. Momo flew behind them as they ran to the base of where the drill had broken through the wall. They stopped as they reached the wall and Aang looked down at the spot he picked out. This is the spot, Momo, Naruto, Aang told them as they looked at the slab of metal. Hurry, or else that psycho bitch will catch up to us, Naruto ordered, and the young avatar nodded.
Aang started to bend the water out of Katara's flask, and began using it in a cutting motion to get it through the hard metal. With each swipe he cut into the drill's metal armor, flaying a huge slash into it. He kept doing the same actions until he had carved a large gash into the metal, but it still hadn't broken through all the armor. Hinata
and Katara were holding back the sludgy mud without breaking a sweat. They were conserving their chakra so it wouldn't tire them out. The Hyuga heiress wisely spread her legs out wider to compensate for the extra sludge coming in. Good technique, little sister, Hinata. Keep it up, Sokka told them as he tried to cheer them on. Don't forget to breathe. You know, I'm just about sick and tired of you telling us what to do all day, Katara snapped, looking back at him angrily. You're like a chattering hog monkey. Sokka-kun, we'd be able to do this better without the cheerleading section, Hinata added, and the young water tribe warrior jumped at her comment. Just bend the slurry women, Sokka ordered as he lost his patience at the 2 young women's comments. In response, they waved their hands and Sokka was launched into the air by the muddy water. the young water tribe warrior crashed down, completely covered by the sludge once more. You guys need some help? Toph asked as she, Sakura, and Yamato walked out from underneath the drill. Suddenly, a hatch opened, Sokka took out his boomerang, and Kakashi leapt out, still reading his book. Hey, how you doing on this end? I think we're doing very well, Kakashi-sensei, even though we didn't prevent the drill to reach the wall, Sakura replied as she stretched her tired arms. Katara acknowledged Toph. Toph, help me and Hinata plug up this drain. Toph nodded, and she stamped into the muddy water and thrust her arms out. The muddy water was not only stopped at the exit of the pipe, but it was pushed right back into the pipeline. The pipes inside the drain suddenly bulged, and bolts riveted out to relieve the block. Aang was starting to get tired. He had carved an X into the drill's armor after he bridged the horizontal slash through it. He began to pant as the vertical slash got closer and closer to breaching the heavy armor, and his arms slumped in exhaustion. What I give to be a metal bender, Aang muttered as Momo looked back, and Naruto stood up. A blast of blue flame was launched at Aang, but Naruto created a bushin and deflected it. Aang, I'll handle her. Keep working, and get ready to strike the final blow. Azula stepped forth proudly, ready to face the Jinchuriki. Out of the way, I'm after the Avatar, not you. Oh yeah? If you want Aang, you'll have to go through me, Naruto told her with a grin, taking a guard stance. Never underestimate a shinobi, especially one that comes from Konoha. If you wish to die, fine, I won't stop you, Azula stated coldly as she took a stance. She suddenly stepped out, and launched a blue tongue of flame at the Jinchuriki. Naruto brought out a kunai and deflected, and she launched 3 more fire blasts at him. He leapt into the air, landed, and rolled OT of the way of each blast. You can move at least, Azula stated with an arrogant smirk, so you plan to fight me, come on. She launched several more fireballs which Naruto dodged. He leapt into the air and crossed his fingers in a seal. Azula looked up at him, confused. Kage Bushin no Jutsu, Naruto called out as 10 shadow clones materialized. Azula's eyebrow arched as Naruto and his clones landed. He wasn't done yet, however. He did a different seal. Bushin no Jutsu, and 5 more clones appeared in a puff of smoke. They all brought out kunai, brandishing them like knives, and they charged. Interesting, Azula said as she sidestepped the first clone, tapped it right in the stomach and shot a point-blank blast of blue flame at it. The result was instantaneous. It exploded in a puff of smoke, momentarily blinding her. Another clone leapt through the smoke at the last moment, and his kunai slashed her cheek as she moved out of the way. The Fire Nation Princess snarled and retorted in kind. She shot another blast of flame from her foot in a sidekick at the clone, which exploded from the hit. More smoke covered the top of the drill, and more clones burst out of the smoke to attack Azula. She gritted her teeth, launching another blast and destroying another clone, and she curled her left hand in a fist and launched a punch at the nearest clone she could see. However, Azula's fist just passed through it like it was air. Her face contorted into shock, then anger as one of the other clones connects in a punch, and she's thrown out of the cloud of smoke by the blow. The clones then began to charge at her again, and she threw 5 bolts of blue fire at them. The wave of them exploded, but several others again got into melee range. She fought them hand to hand, but several of them had the affect of the other clone. She only hit air when she stuck her fist or foot through them with a punch or kick. Uzumaki Formation 1. Naruto ordered his clones as they spread out in a circle, and he was careful to mix the Bushins and Kage Bushins together so it'd be executed without her knowing which was solid and which was just an illusion. He then leapt up into the air. Execute. The clones began charging her and they all started skidding towards her. The first one that reached her yelled, "You," as he kicked up, sending her into the air. The next one threw its leg up and kicked her higher into the air yelling, "Zoo," and the next one launched her higher with her kick, "Ma," and the final one sent her flying higher into the air, "Ki." She grunted in pain from the blows, not very used to hand-to-hand combat, since she normally fought with ranged attacks. She turned around to see Naruto, the original above her, with a kick. Loaded. Naruto Renden. Naruto yelled in a finish, bringing his foot down in an axe kick on her face. At the last second, she blocked the kick, and retorted with a blast of flame. He broke off from the attack by flipping out of the way, and they both landed on their feet, glaring at each other. "You're better than I thought," Azula said as she wiped her bloody lip, and rubbed the scratch on her right cheek. "Such interesting techniques." "Thanks, psycho bitch. I have to admit, you're better than I thought as well. The last person who was able to block my Renden was Sasuke," Naruto said with a grin. looking at his clones, walked up behind the Fire Nation princess, though you won't win. We'll see about that, Azula retorted with a grin as she threw her hands behind her, and a wave of blue flame shot out at Naruto's clones. Several of the Bushins exploded in smoke, until only the illusionary ones remained. Naruto snarled and he charged her and he launched a punch, which she blocked and met with a roundhouse kick, which he blocked with his left arm. His hand grasped her ankle and he spun and tossed her away, throwing her a quarter of the way towards the bridge tower. Azula spun and landed on her feet as he charged. Her eyes widened in shock as his speed increased until he was literally an orange blur. Azula launched several rapid-fire fireballs from her fingers to try to hit him. The Jinchuriki dodged each and every fire bolt by mere centimeters. The blasts passed so close to his clothes they singed them, but he didn't stop, he kept moving forward and loaded a punch. Azula's eyes widened as his fist crashed into her jaw full force, sending her flying back 4 meters before she skidded to a stop, and put her hand to her jaw. There was a trickle of blood dribbling down her lip, which she wiped off and smirked. Again, I am more impressed by your abilities, Azula told him as she stood up to her full height, but this fight is over. Keep talking, that bleeding jaw will turn into a broken one if you do, Naruto said with a grin, and he noticed her breathing out weird and she put her hands down slowly, as if centering herself. She moved her arms in a circular motion, pointing her index and middle fingers out. Her left arm curved downward, sparks flying off of it, and her right arm curved upward. Naruto's eyes widened as the air crackled around her movements. She was generating lightning. She could use lightning chakra, this could be bad. Really bad. He was right. As soon as Azula finished the circular motion of charging up the attack, she slammed her fingers together, and thrust her right arm out. A massive bolt of lightning shot out of her fingertips, and Naruto, as quickly as he could, dropped to a crouch and let the lightning pass over his head. His hair stood up on end as the bolt careened towards Aang.
Momo began chattering a warning for the Avatar, who ducked when he heard the thunderclap of Azula's lightning blast. The bolt slammed into the wall with such force, it shook the entire structure of the outer wall around the area where it struck, and made the Kakashi Bushin run to the point of impact to see that Aang and Naruto were all right. There was a massive gouge in the wall though, right above the penetrated part the drill had bore through.
Wow, that was close, Naruto said as he shook his head, instantly getting it back to its normal spiky position. If that hit, you'd have
killed me. Azula snarled as the Jinchuriki then held out his hand. And what do you think you're doing?
I'm ending this, can't waste any more chakra fighting you, Naruto replied as he concentrated, and the swirling, mini hurricane of chakra, the Rasengan, formed in his palm.
He then began charging at her, and Azula's eyes widened in recognition of the power of the attack in his palm. She began
launching blasts of blue flame at him in a desperate attempt to stop him, but he either dodged them or, if they passed the ball of chakra, they were pulled in, their power added to the mini hurricane's power. Rasengan, Naruto called out as he closed the gap, and Azula's yellow eyes widened as the ball of chakra closed in. Suddenly, the entire drill shook, making Naruto lose his footing and aim, and the Rasengan crashed into Azula's side. The Fire Princess closed in unimaginable pain she'd never experienced before. It was like her flank was shredding by the very drill they were fighting on, and she was thrown back as a wall of sludgy mud crashed over Aang, Naruto, and herself from the front of the drill. What the hell? Naruto yelled angrily as he stood up, shaking his head to get the sludge out of his hair. It feels like mud, but is stickier. He stood up and slipped on the sludgy mud. Naruto focused his chakra and stood up without slipping, and he looked around for Aang. Aang-ato-san? Naruto asked as he saw the young avatar running back up the side of the drill to get back on top of the massive machine. I'm alright, Naruto, Aang replied as he landed back on the slick, sludgy covering of the drill, but nearly slipped again. Momo however saved him again from the fall, and he panted, Thanks Momo, I owe you one. I got the gash finished. Now all we need is a giant nail or something to strike the final blow. I know, Naruto said with a smirk, looking back to see Azula, who was thankfully unconscious. Being hit with the Rasengan, as well as the fight and the expense of chakra forming the lightning strike had drained her chakra and left her exhausted. He then looked around at the sludge and rocks scattered around the drill. Aang-ato-san, can't you bend a rock from this stuff, then use it to form a rock spike to finish the final blow?
Aang nodded, and he swung his arms around. The muddy sludge around him was dried, and the rocks and gravel were also pulled into the forming boulder. He compressed it and hardened it even more, until the boulder was the size of himself standing fully upright. He then bended it over the X-shaped gash, then he precisely cut it to fill in the gash, until the spike penetrated the weakened hull of the drill with a sharp point. He then backed away until he could get a good distance, put his hands to the metal and began running as fast as he could. Naruto smirked as the young avatar formed a airbending ball underneath him to increase his speed and make sure he wasn't going to slip on the slick light brown sludge. The airbending ball propelled him over halfway up the wall before he dispelled it and ran a few more meters before turning around and running full speed down the wall.
Azula's eyes fluttered open and picked herself up just as Aang took off towards his target. She was full of anger and hatred for the blonde that did this to her. Her eyes then widened as she saw the young avatar running down the wall towards a rock spike at one of the entire drill's weak points. She started stumbling, and she willed herself to run as Aang leapt off his sprint, aimed perfectly at his spike. With the last of her chakra, she spun and shot a firebolt at him from her fingers, but she was too slow. With massive force, Aang landed on the spike, sending a massive shockwave that threw Azula all the way off the drill, past the exhaust pipes, and she crashed painfully on the ground below. The braces that had been cut by Hinata, Katara, and Aang, drilled by Naruto and slashed through by Kakashi's Raikirus gave out, breaking as they were twigs. The pipes burst again, more violent this time, and the sludgy water poured into the interior of the drill, ruining many systems in the massive machine. On the outside, the muddy water exploded out of cracks and openings on the exterior of the drill, splashing the entire wall and destroying all the pipes in the end joints of the massive machine. When the last joint was breached, even the elevated bridge was covered in the sludge. "Here it comes," Toph told them as she dropped her hands and elevated everyone above the drill's sewage pipe on a massive pillar of stone. Ty Lee crashed onto the pillar and was knocked unconscious from the force from behind her and in front of her. The entire drill began to shut down, steam rose as everything on the drill creaked and broke from the damage that Team 7 had caused it. Even the drill's head stopped spinning, even though it had penetrated the wall.
Naruto balked and began wiping away the sludgy mud from his face, hair, and torso as Aang just wiped his face off and gave his wide, trademark toothy smile. Momo, who had timely flew off before everything happened, landed on the young avatar's shoulder and began licking the sludge off his face.
"Nice job, Aang-Ato-san," Naruto said as he began to shake off the sludge as if a dog would shake water off its body. Though, couldn't it be a little less disgusting? On the now tilted bridge, gravity took effect on the sludge and Chin looked in disbelief as his mighty super weapon was rendered inoperable and unsalvageable. The Fire Lord would have his head, and his body would burn if Ozai's heir, Azula, had perished. Ty Lee spat out the sludge as she lay on her back and she sat up. Her body was still sore from Hinata forcibly closing her tenkatsu and she looked to see Azula actually limping towards her and clutching what looked like an extremely injured left side. One of the pipes opened and Mai peeked out. "We lost," Mai said, stating a fact. The victors of the battle gathered on top of the wall after getting cleaned up. It was kind of easy, with both water and earthbenders being there. Pretty soon, everyone had the offending sludge off their bodies. "I just want to say, good effort out there Team 7, Sokka said with a grin, and Katara crossed her arms and huffed. "Excellent effort, you mean," Kakashi corrected him, and he looked around at all the young people. "You all performed admirably, and accomplished a nearly impossible mission, and you all showed your strengths, and how much you grown." Feelings of pride swelled up in the pre-teens and teenagers. "Oh. Sakura-chan, right?" Toph started, unsure she was using the right honorific. "Looks like I'll be teaching you some things." "Huh? What do you mean?" Sakura asked, confused at what the blind earthbending master was saying. "You can earthbend, Sakura-chan," Toph stated simply. "To give yourself more leverage down there, you subconsciously bent some of the rock and stone around your feet. I could feel it all happening." "So you mean I can become a bender too?" Sakura asked as a smile appeared on hers and Toph's face. "Okay, teaching you reading in exchange for you teaching me earthbending, we'll both become stronger for it." "Hinata-chan, how did you do against that Ty Lee girl?" Naruto asked with a grin, and she blushed at his question. "You kicked her ass like I thought you would, right?" "Hi, Naruto-kun, I beat her," Hinata replied with a small stutter. "You really think I'm strong?" "I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Hinata-chan," Naruto told her honestly, "and I meant it. If I didn't know better, you surpassed Neji when he fought me 3 years ago, probably even better than that now." Hinata blushed, and thankfully, she didn't faint. Naruto also didn't ask her if she had a cold. This was big for her. Kakashi and Yamato smiled at the interaction, it was definite the young Jinchuriki had gotten a strong attachment to the young Hyuga heiress. You'll be ready soon, Naruto. When you perfect your attack, I'll tell you the full story of who your father is, Kakashi thought as his eye wandered to his pouch, where he kept a special scroll which only he, Obito, or Rin could have opened, which Yondaime left his students. To be continued, The True Rulers of Ba Sing Se Chapter 9, The True Rulers of Ba Sing Se. Ba Sing Se, earthbending propelled tram through to the inner walls. Gliding over the plains of the outer ring of Ba Sing Se, the earthbending powered tram glided over an elevated track that was the equivalent of a monorail in a modern city. The monorail bridge itself vaguely resembled a Roman aqueduct, complete with arches. As the tram glided over the plains of the outer ring of the city, grazing antelope glanced up at the tram, one of the many they have seen in their lifetime. A pair of earthbenders propelled the rock tram car that Team 7 was riding on. Naruto, Hinata, Aang, Katara and Kakashi sat on the left side of the car, Sakura, Sokka, Toph, and Yamato were sitting on the right side of the car. Refugees of every walk of life were also on the tramcar, some were sleeping, some were standing, and they were all wearing some type of pale green garment that seemed to be standard of the Earth Kingdom. Naruto's bright orange over black jumpsuit, and Aang's yellow and orange monk clothing made them stand out like sore thumbs. Katara was rubbing her shoulder, which was sore from sitting in one place for such a long while, looked out and her eyes brightened. Hey look, the inner wall. Katara cheered as she placed her hand on Aang's shoulder, and everyone looked out as the rock tram steadily moved closer to the inner wall. I can't believe we made it to Ba Sing Se in one piece. Yeah, Naruto said with a grin, looking out at the wall. Again, these guys know how to outdo Konoha in fortifications. Hey, don't jinx it, Sokka told them as Sakura and Hinata sighed. We still could be attacked by an exploding Fire Nation spoon or that the city's been submerged in killer shrimp. You've been hitting the cactus juice again? Toph asked as she had Momo on her lap. Or probably got into Kakashi-sensei's sake scroll, Naruto added, making Kakashi look up from his book momentarily. We all know you keep a few summoning scrolls with sake in them. I'm just saying, weird stuff happens to us, Sokka said with a shrug, and to emphasize his point, a fat man with a pineapple in his mouth sat down in between him and Toph. Hinata looked out at the wall and looked back at Naruto. It looks inviting, doesn't it? Yeah, Naruto said as he clenched his fist, though I hope they don't coup us up into one place. I won't be able to train and we probably won't be able to get back to Konoha that way. The question is, will we be able to get back home at all, Naruto? Kakashi said seriously, but he didn't glance up from his book. If you were right that Orochimaru was the one that sent us here, we might not be able to get back, whether on accident or on purpose. Ero Sennin and Oba-chan are probably working on getting us back though, Naruto said with utmost seriousness. They've been able to figure out the snake bastards' tricks before, and they'll be able to do it again. You know, most of the time we've been traveling together, you guys haven't told us who this Ero Sennin or Oba-chan are, Toph said as she glanced at Naruto. He means Jiraiya and Tsunade of the Legendary Three, Sakura explained, with a hard look at Naruto. He shouldn't be talking about them with such disrespect. Tsunade-sama is the Hokage, Suande Shisho is the greatest in our village. Don't worry Aang, we'll find Appa, Katara told the young avatar. We'll check everywhere, Aang-kun, Sakura assured him, and he just sighed again. It's such a big city, Aang said, sounding defeated already. So what? Naruto snorted, and Aang looked up at the biologically older boy. You're not going to give up, are you? And you haven't forgotten my promise, have you? Besides, he's a giant bison, where could someone possibly hide them? Sokka asked as he climbed onto the other side of the car just as the tram passed through the tunnel of the inner wall. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the sheer size of Ba Sing Se. For the Konoha shinobi, even Kakashi, it was almost overwhelming. While their village was technically a city, due to its size, influence, and population, it wouldn't even fill in a quarter of the sprawling inner city that they were seeing. Blacksmith factories were pumping out smelting smoke, endless green rooftops of houses, shops, and other buildings were in their vision. The tram took a left and soon pulled up in a station. The size was comparable to a modern train station, but it lacked the electric lighting that made train stations bright. Instead, it had a dull green lit from lanterns, which were covered by the same green tint that all the buildings had. Naruto looked around. Bushy Brow would like the Earth Kingdom and Ba Sing Se a lot. It is covered in his favorite color. They all stepped out of the tram, and Naruto and Sakura decided to stretch their legs as they stood out on the rocky pavement of the tram station. The Jinchuriki, the medic, and Kakashi looked extremely different compared to their native companions, and from hair color alone it made some of the strangest things the citizens of Ba Sing Se ever saw. Back in the city, great, Toph said disappointedly. Something wrong, Toph-chan? Hinata asked as the blind Earthbender shrugged and pat Momo's head. It is pretty amazing here, Konoha isn't anywhere near this large. That's an understatement, Hinata-chan, Naruto added as his eyes wandered around the area, and he saw a woman walking towards them from the other side of the tracks. It's just a bunch of walls and rules, Toph told them as she continued to rub behind the flying lemur's ear. Just wait, you'll all get sick of it soon. Aang held out his hand, inside of it was his bison whistle, he lifted it up to his lip and blew it. Nothing happened, and he put it down depressingly. I'm coming for you buddy, Aang said, and he looked back at Naruto. I'll find you, I promise. The young blonde's attitude and Nindo were proving infectious, and I'll never go back on my promise. Katara placed her hand on his shoulder. He's here, I can feel it. The tram pulled away at extremely fast speeds, blowing the woman's hair like it was caught in a gust of wind while she looked at the group. She had an extremely creepy smile on her face, and sort of a vacant look on it. She was wearing a pale yellow-green dress with a dark green scarf under her black hair. She then walked to them,
with her arms crossed behind her back. Hello. My name is Judy. I've been given the great honor of showing the avatar around Ba Sing Se, the woman said cheerily, and she looked at Aang's friends. You must be Sokka, Katara, Toph,
Haruno Sakura, Hitaki Kakashi, Yamato, Hyuga Hinata, and Uzumaki Naruto, correct? Welcome to our wonderful city. Are you okay, lady? Naruto asked, and Sakura glared at him. What? She looks like she's drugged up or something, no one is that cheery. You're not supposed to say that out loud, idiot, Sakura growled, squeezing her fist and making the young Jinchuriki cower. Oh, no, I am not drugged up, as you say, I am just happy to welcome you to the city, Naruto, Judy told him, her weird smile not wavering. Shall we get started? Yes, we have information about the Fire Nation army that we have to deliver to the Earth King immediately, Sokka replied with a grin, proud of what they accomplished. They'd be able to end the war when this information. And we have to get it there, soon, Kakashi said as he closed his book. We have a time limit for this war now. Great, let's begin our tour, Judy said as she looked at them. Then I'll show you to your new home here, I think you'll like it. You do realize this information could mean the Earth Kingdom would stand or fall in this war, don't you? Yamato asked, but Judy had already started to walk away. Sokka span around to them in moans. Maybe you missed what we said, we need to talk to the king about the war, it's important, Sokka told her, and Naruto also walked up. Don't you care? Naruto asked as she smiled at both of them. You're in Ba Sing Se now, everyone is safe here, Judy told them, and everyone looked at her in disbelief. She had completely ignored what they were saying, and looked like she was banking on the invincibility that was being pushed about the city. They followed her to a carriage, and Kakashi held back to talk to Yamato. So, what do you think, could she be brainwashed? That would be my first guess, considering how she smiles and doesn't seem to hear any military information. However, it might be patriotism, or a combination of both. Ibiki-sama could tell us for sure, Yamato replied as they followed Judy into the carriage. After a few moments, they were on a street of the city, sitting in the large carriage as Judy gave their tour. This is the lower ring, Judy told them cheerily, still giving them her freaky smile. What's that wall for? Katara asked as she looked out the window and pointed out at another wall. Oh, Ba Sing Se has many walls, there are the ones outside, protecting us, and the ones inside, that help us maintain order, Judy replied, and Naruto frowned. Maintain order? What does that mean? Naruto asked as their tour guide smiled at him, and stop doing that, it's creepy. It helps keep the population in line, and gives us our unique caste system, Judy replied sweetly, like she was reading a passage from a pamphlet. They looked out to see an old woman shopping for food. They were apparently in the marketplace part of the outer ring. This is where our newest arrivals live, as well as our craftsmen and artisans, people that work with their hands. It's so quaint and lively. You mean you don't try to help the impoverished in this city? Hinata asked, remembering that even the poorest in Konoha were assisted. We do all we can, Judy replied, searching for an answer to her question. they looked out to see a Ma, presenting a very large scimitar to what looked like a prospective buyer. He and the buyer then looked at them. It works, most of the time. You do have to watch your step though. Why are all these poor people in this place of the city? Katara asked, still confused why there was this caste system in the city. This is why I never came here before, I always heard it was so different from how the monks taught us to live, Aang said somberly, reflecting on the Hyuga heiresses and the female waterbenders' earlier questions. He looked out the carriage's window and sighed. It just isn't right, Naruto said, looking out. Some of these people have it worse than I did, back before I became a shinobi. A shinobi? And what is that? Judy asked, ignoring the poor problem to get to another question. We are warriors who fight in the shadows, Naruto replied with pride, showing off his headband. We do recon for the daimyo and shogun in other nations, assassination missions, escorts, bodyguard missions, hell, even walking dogs and tilling fields is part of a shinobi or ninja's duty. Judy nodded as they entered the middle ring through a tunnel between the walls. They entered an cityscape with many canals, the arched earthbending tramlines, and fancy buildings that had Chinese-style roofs. The carriage clapped over a small, arched bridge that was above one of the canals. This is the middle ring of Ba Sing Se, Judy told them, again. Like she was reading from some handbook, home to the financial district, shops and restaurants, and the university. Sokka looked back from looking out the window to try to make her understand why they needed to see the Earth King ASAP. Yeah, we met a professor from Ba Sing Se. He took us to an ancient underground library where we discovered information about the war. He then leaned closer to their grinning tour guide. That is absolutely crucial for the king to hear. Isn't history fascinating? Judy asked, not even acknowledging what he was saying, and then she pointed out the window. Look, here's one of the oldest buildings in the middle ring, Town Hall. She then got up and walked out of the stopped carriage, still wearing the insanely creepy grin. Is that woman deaf? She seems to be only hearing every other word I say. It's called being handled, get used to it, Toph told him as she huffed and crossed her arms. More like brainwashed, Naruto said absent-mindedly. Come on, you're all thinking that. No one is this vacant on something this important. They all shrugged at that. The blonde was probably right. Kakashi and Yamato already suspected it, and more, Judy was confirming their suspicions. The Anbu captain began wondering who did the brainwashing, and if it could be broken. The carriage continued down the road, going towards yet another tunnel in the walls. It seems this city is beginning to get an overpopulation problem, Kakashi commented, looking at the massed houses of the middle ring. There is no room for new construction, they have to construct on the walls themselves. These streets are only wide enough for a single carriage as well. People moved out of the way of the carriage as if they were overhearing what Kakashi was saying. They actually had to squeeze up against the walls of the street so there would be enough room for the carriage. Hinata, Naruto, and Sakura frowned at this. If the war wasn't ended soon, the city would become so overcrowded that Ba Sing Se would be forced to surrender to displace all its new inhabitants. Hey, Ju-san, how is the king dealing with all these migrants? Naruto asked, surprising the pink-haired Kunoichi. Jiraiya hadn't only taught him ninja techniques, he had drilled the boy in politics and population management since his dream was to become Hokage. Ba Sing Se, as big as it is, can't handle the entire Earth Kingdom fleeing behind its walls. Ba Sing Se is a very large city, Naruto, travelers are always welcome, Judy replied, completely ignoring the question. Oh look, the tunnel. We'll be entering the upper ring shortly. She ignored Naruto-kun's question without even a proper excuse. Hinata whispered to Sakura, who nodded. This city is starting not to sound very good. You're telling me, Toph said near the Hyuga heiress. I already hate this place. I miss Konoha, Sakura said as she looked around. No overpopulation, people know what they are talking about, and people that are more than willing to help once you prove yourself an ally or friend. All the Konoha shinobi agreed with the pink-haired Kunoichi, and Aang, Katara, Sokka, and Toph started to agree too. Konoha wasn't sounding all that bad, even though, from what they gathered previously, it was militarily driven. The way the Konoha shinobi talked of their homeland and village made the Katara and Sokka yearn for home, and Aang yearned for his people once more. When they got a good way into the upper ring, Judy decided it was time to start talking again. The upper ring was much less congested, its buildings were much more spread out and had orange-tiled roofs. There was a massive amount of gardens and lakes in this ring, as well as more elaborate arches that were showing where the streets went down. This is the upper ring, home to our most important citizens. Your house is not too far from here, Judy told them as they passed the arches. The ostrich horse's feet were clattering on rocky road. They turned down another road towards the downtown portion of the upper ring. The carriage passed a massive building that had a tiered opening with 3 doorways with the Earth Kingdom symbol over it, as well as the oriental arches over the 3 doorways. The building was built like a fortress, and guards were constantly patrolling it, as well as strange men wearing black hats resembling a pointed jingasa, with an arrow on top, as well as wearing black robes with a gold circle with green in the middle around a center point on their chests. Man, that looks like a fortress, Naruto said as he looked over at the building. What's inside that wall? Katara asked as she looked over, and the strange men looked at the carriage. And who are the mean-looking guys in robes? Sokka added as the men continued to stare at the carriage, and Yamato met their gaze, his eyes instinctively narrowing. Inside is the royal palace. Those men are agents of the Dai Li, the cultural authority of Ba Sing Se. They are the guardians of all our traditions, Judy replied as she looked at them with a smile. Guardians of all your traditions, huh? Yamato asked, surprising their tour guide as he spoke. They have the look of Anbu. Something tells me they are much, much more than what you are telling us. Oh, no, they protect us and our traditions. It is their job, and they do it with pride, Mr. Yamato, Judy said, but she could tell her answer was nowhere near good enough, so she keeps smiling blankly. Can we see the Earth King now? Aang asked her offhandedly as he glanced at her. Oh, no, one just does not pop in on the Earth King, Judy replied in her creepy, cheery manner. Naruto and the young avatar shrugged. What kind of ruler doesn't want to talk with guys that have info that can save his or her city and nation? It's not like he doesn't want to talk to you, Judy replied cheerily. He is just extremely busy. Surely your Hokages are the same. The Hokages have time for their people, Naruto retorted sharply. They live to protect the village, since the village is their family. Judy's eyes searched left and right, trying to think of something that wouldn't put the Earth King in even worse light than the city's visitors' eyes. Very fascinating. Oh, look, we're going down the road to your house now.
A little while later, the carriage pulled up near a large, one-story house with orange, oriental tiled roofing. There was a deck made out of marble in front of the doorway, and there was very intricate sculpting work on the deck. When they exited the carriage, Momo flew up, circled about them, and landed on the roof.
Here we are, your new home, Judy told them as Naruto glared at her. Our home is back in Konoha. This is just a house, Naruto told her, and everyone looked up at the house. Yeah, Sakura added, agreeing with the blonde Jinchuriki. Our home is in Konoha. This is just temporary. Judy was shaken. The people from this Konoha place weren't impressed by the city. It seemed like they were annoyed or even offended by it, and offended by the king as well. Suddenly, a man in green robes ran over to her, carrying a scroll, which she took and opened. More good news. Your request to see the Earth King is being processed, and should be put through in about a month, much more quickly than usual. A month? Naruto, Sokka, and Sakura yelled at the same time. 6 to 8 weeks, actually, Judy corrected herself, and she smiled blankly at them. A little while later, they had entered the house. It had a spacious living room, 3 different bedrooms, a kitchen with running water, and 2 bathrooms. It was very well decorated, with ornate lights on the ceilings, portraits on the walls, and other fancy things were scattered around the room. Isn't it nice? I think you'll enjoy it here, Judy asked cheerily as she looked at the group. Hinata, Katara, Sakura, and Toph were sitting on the pillows around a table. Naruto was standing near Sokka near the windows, Aang was standing near the door, and Kakashi and Yamato were conversing about Judy on top of the next level near the rooms. Their tour guide still wore her stupid, blank expression. I think we would enjoy it more if we weren't staying so long, Sokka offered, looking around at his friends' expressions. Can't we see the king any sooner? And, like I said, this is no Konoha, Naruto said as he leaned against a wall and started to glare at their tour guide. The Earth King is busy running the finest city in the world, but he will see you as soon as time permits, Judy told them, and she looked at the still glaring Naruto. As much as I would love to hear about your homeland, I must be going, unless you need anything, Avatar? If we're going to be here for a month, we might as well spend our time looking for Appa, Aang said as he turned to the window. I'd be happy to escort you anywhere you like to go, Judy told him as she bowed with her hands covered by her sleeves. We don't need a babysitter, Toph said as she got up. We'll be able to cover more ground without you, Kakashi told her as he walked down to the lower level. You don't have a fighter's, bender's, or ninja's speed. Oh, I won't get in the way, Judy said as she stepped in Toph's way, and to leave you alone would make me a bad host. By getting in the way of Toph-chan, you've already gotten in our way, Sakura said as she stood up, and Judy smiled at her. Look, we just need to find Appa-chan and get to the Earth King to tell him our info. Why can't you pull some strings and do that for us? Where shall we start? Judy asked them, completely ignoring what the pink-haired Kunoichi said. Everyone sighed. They were not going to get rid of their host as easily as they thought. The shinobi would be able to elude her with ease, but Aang, Katara, Toph, and Sokka wouldn't be able to do that. They all sighed, and allowed Judy to join them in their search. Ba Sing Se, inner ring. In the inner ring of Ba Sing Se, near the earthbending tram's monorail, the group and their host went into an animal trade shop to see if he had seen Appa. Momo hopped up to a bird feeder and began stuffing his face with the seeds in the low-set bowl. Suddenly, one of the cat owls shrieked and flapped its wings angrily at the flying lemur, which scrambled away in fear. Up at the desk, Naruto, Aang, Hinata, Sakura, Katara, Toph, Sokka, Kakashi, and Yamato had finished what they knew of the flying bison's capture, and Judy stood behind them, grinning blankly. So have you seen any trace of a 10-ton, 6-legged bison with a beaver tail and an arrow on his head? Naruto asked the shop owner. I'm sorry, but I haven't heard anything about a flying bison, the shopkeeper told them, looking around. I didn't even know there were any. If someone wanted to sell a stolen animal without anyone knowing, where would they go? Aang asked him, hoping to learn anything. Is there a black market in this city for this type of stuff? Kakashi asked as the man looked up at the silver-haired Junin. And who runs it? Come on, you know, Sokka yelled as he pointed at the shopkeeper, and Judy's eyes followed his movements unknowingly. You idiot, that's no way to get information, Sakura told him as she pulled the young water tribe warrior back. Sorry about that, he forgets his manners, a hell of a lot. Mind telling us any information you have, please? The shopkeeper looked around at them, and then he started sweating when he looked at Judy. Kakashi and Yamato noted this, and even Naruto saw the way he started to act when he focused in on their host. The silver-haired Junin's eye wandered back to judge what Judy was doing. She was smiling broadly and shaking her head. That would be illegal, I'm sorry, the shop owner said as Kakashi's eye focused back on him. Suddenly a commotion was heard from the cages. You'll have to leave now. Your lemur is harassing my sparrowkeets. Momo was eating from the sparrowkeet's bowl as the birds tried to push and pull him off. The flying lemur ignored them and continued to stuff his face. Middle ring, Ba Sing Se University. At the University of Ba Sing Se, where Professor Zay taught, the group decided to ask any of the students or teachers if they knew anything about the sandbenders who stole Appa, or information to get to the Earth King faster. In the center of the university, in front of a giant statue of apparently a great Earth Kingdom king. Philosopher, professor, or all of the above to talk with a student. Two other students walked past them, chatting about something while one ate an apple. I've never seen any sandbenders or nomads around here, you should ask Professor Zay, he teaches the class on desert cultures, the student told them after hearing the story, and he pushed his glasses up. You sure you haven't seen anything? Hinata asked quietly, and the student looked at her and he subconsciously blushed when he saw the Hyuga heiress. Right, and which of your professors can we ask about the war with the Fire Nation? Sokka added, not as politely as Hinata as he loomed over the student, who suddenly felt very small. Sakura started to stomp towards him, but Naruto sighed. He didn't learn then and he doesn't seem to be able to learn now, Sakura-chan. It'll be just a waste of energy. The pink-haired Kunoichi sighed. You're right, Naruto, thanks. The student stammered as he looked at Judy, and Yamato noticed his gaze. The woman again shook her head while grinning blankly, but Sokka caught it and looked back, and she immediately retracted her stance. I don't know. I'm not a political science student. I have to get to class, the student told them as he got up and began scrambling away, until he tripped and fell, spilling the scrolls he had onto the ground. Naruto growled, and looked back at Judy. Lady, you said you wouldn't get in our way of finding Appa, yet you are. What do you mean, Naruto? Judy asked, a minuscule amount of sweat dropping from her brow, hardly noticeable even for a ninja. Whenever we see someone with info, and talk to them, you start shaking your head, Kakashi interjected, and their host looked at him. Why are you doing it, miss? I do not know what you're talking about, Judy said with her stupid smile as the university student finished picking up his scrolls and ran away. Let's head back to your new home, you can continue searching tomorrow. Naruto's brow furrowed in annoyance again, and he looked at Kakashi and Yamato. Very well, then. We'll continue our search tomorrow, Yamato told their host, and he put on a weird smirk. It'll give me time to research this daily you told us about, and I'll perform my own search at night. The carriage came around and picked them up. Aang sighed in defeat. He was starting to doubt again they would ever find Appa, but Naruto put his hand on his shoulder. The biologically older boy gave the young avatar strength and encouragement. It was really like having a brother. Hinata gave a sideways glance at the blonde-haired Jinchuriki, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Ba Sing Se, Upper Ring, assigned house for Team 7. The carriage dropped the group off at their assigned house in the upper ring. Naruto looked on angrily at the woman in the carriage. Hinata kept a look of annoyance at their host, her arms crossed and eyes slightly narrowed. Sakura and Katara wore the same annoyed look as the Hyuga heiress. Sokka wore a look of annoyance and disappointment. Kakashi had taken out his book to try to show he was disinterested, and Yamato kept a look of solid indifference not to raise suspicion from their host. Aang and Toph just looked at the carriage, both with looks of annoyance and disappointment. Well, I'm sorry no one has seen your bison. Why don't you go get some rest? Someone will be over with dinner later, Judy told them, feigning a look of disappointment while still keeping her weird smile on her face. The carriage began to pull away, and the group looked at it disappear down the street. Sokka then noticed a person peeking out of the door window at them, and when they all looked in his direction, he peeked back into hiding. The Water Tribe warrior's eyes guided to the elder men in the group, who nodded. Hey, come with me, Sokka told them as he stepped forward and pointed at himself, and they began walking towards the house across the street. The young Water Tribe warrior knocked on the door. The man walked up to the door like he didn't know they were there, and slid open the door slowly and began smiling at them. You're the Avatar, he said smiling. I heard you were in town. I'm Pong. Nice to meet you Pong, Aang said as he returned the smile. Pong-san, Hinata started before Sokka could speak. Kakashi looked at the young warrior, and he got instantly why the Hyuga started talking instead of him. She was more polite, and could ask gently, can you tell us more about this city? Why does everyone seem so frightened to talk about the war? War? Frightened? What do you mean? Pong asked her, as his eyes wandered around nervously, as if he was under constant surveillance. I can feel you shaking, Toph interjected without even looking up at the man. Look, I'm just a minor government official. I waited 3 years to get this house. I don't want to get into trouble, Pong told them in a whisper, glancing around left and right, like someone else was looking at him, and he smiled when he realized no one was looking at him. Get in trouble with who? Katara asked, and the Earth Kingdom official shushed her, telling her to lower her voice. Listen, you can't mention the war here, and whatever you do, stay away from the Dai Li, Pong warned them, and then slammed the door shut. Everyone looked at each other, processing what the man just told them. Yamato pursed his lips. The Dai Li were definitely not like Anbu. They seem to oppress the people they are supposed to serve. They sighed in resignation, and returned to their house. It seems like those fricking Dai Li are going to stop us from telling the Earth King anything about the war and finding Appa, Naruto said under his breath, squeezing his fist. But they won't stop us for long. No, we're ninja, people they never encountered before. Tonight, I'll perform my own search of the city, Yamato told them, and Kakashi shook his head. I think that might be a bad idea, Yamato, until we get more information about the Dai Li. We shouldn't do anything rash, Kakashi said as he put his book away. We might as well make use of these new accommodations. They nodded, and Yamato sighed as he pulled off his independent investigation, and they all entered the house. Naruto went into the kitchen, and began digging out anything that he could make ramen with. Sakura and Toph went to one of the tables to start up the reading lessons again. Hinata and Katara started the small-scaled waterbending training in the backyard. Aang went to mope in the room that was made for the guys. Sokka and Kakashi started talking about the city, which they agreed wasn't the paradise all the Earth Kingdom refugees were pegging it as. The Konoha shinobi hoped they would be able to return to Konoha soon. The village would need them if Orochimaru was behind their transport to this world. Ba Sing Se, Upper Ring, Avatar Group's temp house, morning. Katara had woken up early to get some more training in with Hinata, and the two of them had finished up for the morning. After changing out of their wet clothes, they walked out onto the deck and stretched. The young waterbending master looked at the mailbox to find a scroll in it. She took it out and opened it for both her and the Hyuga heiress to read. Their eyes widened. Katara rolled up the scroll and they ran back into the house. Naruto was still sleepy-eyed. Before he had gone to bed he spent most of the night practicing with his Rasengan elemental training. Using 3 cage bushins, he almost achieved a seamless blend of the chakra, however, he dissipated it after started to get unstable. One of his clones had also achieved a feral look, his eyes had turned red and his whisker birthmarks had widened. The Kyuubi was still trying to make sure his chakra was used, but Naruto would not have it. He willed the demon back, dissipated his clones, and nearly collapsed on spot due to the expending of chakra he used. He was sitting near Toph, slurping a bowl of noodles, which he was able to spice up to give it a taste of real ramen. Toph was sitting with Sakura, learning some new braille. Aang was resting on the rail and Sokka was sitting upside down against one of the wall murals, looking up at the ceiling. Kakashi was reading his book in one of the corners, and Yamato was sharpening one of his kunai knives. "We know how we're going to see the Earth King," Katara told them as Hinata and herself ran up the small stairway towards the living room of the house. "I think Pong-san provided it," Hinata added, and Toph looked at them. "How are we supposed to do that?" Toph asked as she sat up and began to mimic Judy. "One just doesn't pop in on the Earth King. The Earth King is having a party at the palace tonight for his pet bear," Katara told them as she read off the scroll. "You mean, platypus bear?" Aang asked, and Naruto was confused by his question. "No, it just says bear," Hinata replied, reading off the invitation again. "Certainly you mean his pet skunk bear," Sokka said as he looked at them. "Or his armadillo bear," Toph added. "Go for bear?" Aang asked, and both girls shook their heads. "Just bear," Katara replied as she held out her arms. "This place is weird," Toph stated with a sigh. "What's so weird about having a bear?" Naruto asked them, and Aang, Sokka, Katara, and Toph glanced at him. "We have those types of bears in our world, none of the hybrid animals you have." Katara sighed, deciding to get to the point. "The palace will be packed, we can sneak in with the crowd." "Won't work," Toph stated as she leaned back on her pillow. "And why is that, Toph-chan?" Sakura asked as she rolled up the braille scroll and placed it back in her pack. "Well, no offense to you simple country folk, but a real society crowd will spot you a mile away. You've got no manners," Toph replied as she one of the biscuits that were in the bowl next to her. "Excuse me?" Katara and Sakura asked at the same time, the waterbending master putting her hands on her waist. "We've got no manners. You're not exactly Ms. Fancy Fingers." In response, Toph burped and gestured with her hands. "I learned proper society behavior and chose to leave it. Aside from Hinata, you never learned anything. And frankly, it's a little too late. Manners are one of the skills all kunoichi must master before becoming genin," Sakura told the blind earthbender indignantly. "You learned it, you can teach us," Sokka said as he sat up. "Yeah, I'm mastering all the elements, how hard can manners be?" Aang asked as he got up the railing and started to grab one of the drapes, but Naruto stopped him. "You really won't push our case by doing that, Oto-san, but you gave me a good prank idea if we can't crash the Earth King's party," Naruto told the younger boy, who nodded. Toph had gotten up after hearing what the blonde Jinchuriki told the young avatar. "Katara, Hinata, and Sakura could probably pull it off, but you three would be lucky to pass as busboys." "And is Toph-chan?" Kakashi asked as he and Yamato walked over. "You two can pass as bodyguards. You'll fit in, because if Katara is right, the entire upper class will be there, meaning there will be a lot of bodyguards," Toph told them, and Naruto gawked at her. "Why can't I pass for a bodyguard then?" "Simple, you're too loud," Toph replied as the Jinchuriki sighed. "I wouldn't underestimate Naruto's ability to be quiet. True, he's hyper, but when he sets his mind to it, he can be quiet," Kakashi told the blind earthbender as he looked up from his book. "Though it's your decision, you know the best." "He'll be an escort," Toph said as Naruto looked at her. "Just don't make a ruckus, you'll be able to come in this way." Naruto smirked and gave thumbs up, he knew the blind earthbending master couldn't see it, but it showed he agreed. A little while later, Toph had pulled the girls away to get ready for the party for that night. It would take longer since, to disguise herself, Sakura would have to dye her candy pink hair black to blend in with the Earth Kingdom citizens. The Jinchuriki decided to start looking up a good disguise to turn into as an escort for the girls. Later that night Naruto had finished his research of how to model himself as an escort for the girls and was watching Aang and Sokka play Janken. The avatar countered the Water Tribe warrior's scissors with rock, and won. The blonde Jinchuriki then looked up as the changing room for the girls opened, revealing the four of them. Hinata was trying to hide herself, as per Sakura's suggestion, behind Sakura and Katara. All 4 girls were dressed in formal green Earth Kingdom robes, which looked like the Chinese rachun, and all were light green in color. On their heads were flower hairpieces, and they were all wearing makeup. Sakura had, of course, dyed her a shade of black similar to Toph's and had combed and brushed it down so it wasn't sticking up as much, and she had put a braid in it. They all were carrying green fans, which they were using to cover their faces. "You guys look great," Naruto said with a grin, and he noticed Aang's jaw dropping when he saw Katara. "Yeah, you look really beautiful," Aang added as Sakura chuckled. "Come on, Hinata-chan, you have to show how you look too," Sakura told her friend, and she pushed the Hyuga heiress into the open. Naruto's eyes widened. He thought Sakura looked awesome and pretty, but Hinata, he blinked. Hinata was wearing a pale green rachun like the other girls, but it slightly showed off more of her curves than the others did. She still wore her 2 bangs, yet her long hair was up in braids around her floral headdress. Her pale skin and eyes were accented by a faint amount of blush. She looked beautiful, more than that, gorgeous. "And Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked under his scrutiny. Sokka walked up and tapped Naruto's head. "I think you broke him, Hinata." Naruto then shook his head. Why you look really pretty, really pretty, Hinata-chan." The Hyuga heiress began blushing under her makeup, and lifted her hands to her face in an attempt to hide it. "Naruto-kun thinks I'm really pretty. Say something." She looked at him, and he was starting to blush too. Thank you, and Naruto-kun. "So have you decided on your disguise, Naruto?" Kakashi asked as he and Yamato walked in from scouting out good disguises. "We have ours." "Oh, yeah, almost forgot," Naruto said as he rubbed the back of his head. He began to build up chakra and closed his eyes. Henge. With that, his hair changed color to black, his skin color changed and his whisker marks faded. His orange-black jumpsuit was changed into a formal green shirt and white pants, and his skin wasn't tanned anymore. He grinned as he showed off his disguise. He kept his blue eyes since they were common enough in the city. "Good one, right guys?" Naruto asked them, and Sokka's jaw dropped. "How did you do that?" Sokka asked. "Henge no Jutsu, academy-level technique, good for infiltration," Kakashi said as he looked around. "We're all ready?" "Yes," everyone replied. "We'll get into the party while we figure out a way to get you inside," Katara said as she walked with Toph, Hinata, Sakura, and the transformed Naruto to the door. "Since you're bodyguards for this, what are you going to look like?" Sokka asked as Kakashi and Yamato smirked. Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, their normal appearance was covered in green robes. They grew 2 more feet and became extremely muscular under their robes, and they had long black hair in a ponytail. "Ah, so you're passing for earthbending bodyguards." "Yep, just don't blow our cover," Kakashi told him under the henge he chose. With that, they walked out of the house, leaving Sokka and Aang to get themselves ready. Momo walked around with a drape wrapped around his small shoulders like he was a king. Aang couldn't help but laugh at the lemur's antics. A carriage had been summoned and the 2 boys leapt onto the back, diving into the trunk to keep themselves hidden until they got to the party. Earth Kingdom Palace, official, Dai Li headquarters. The carriage they hired dropped them off at the pathway to the palace, and Naruto, Sakura, Katara, Hinata, Toph, Kakashi, and Yamato walked up the lit pathway to the line of true guests. Each lantern gave off a pale green glow as they stepped up. As the line thinned and they reached the door, the guard looked at the 2 imposing Junin in their disguises, and the blind earthbender, the waterbending master, the Jinchuriki, the medic, and the Hyuga heiress walked forward. "Invitations please," the guard said as Toph took out her Beifong papers. "I think this will do," Toph said as the guard shook his head. "No entry without invitation. Step out of line please." "Look, the Pangs and the Yun Su Hongs are waiting in there for us. I'm going to have to tell them you didn't let me in," Toph countered him with a threat of her aristocracy, putting her hands in her sleeves authoritatively. "Step out of line, please," the guard ordered sternly, and the 7 temporarily gave up and walked out of line. Suddenly, Sakura and Katara noticed a very well-dressed middle-aged man walking towards the line. He was dressed in an extremely formal hanfu that was dark green in color with golden embroidery on its sleeves, collar, and button line. There was no belt accompanying his hanfu, so he was wearing formal green pants. He had shaved his head so only the back had hair on it, which extended into a long ponytail, and he was wearing a goatee, mustache combo on his face. The girls walked forward, with Naruto behind. "I'm sorry to bother you, but my cousin lost our invitation. She's blind," Katara asked the man sweetly, leaning forward to whisper Toph's condition. "Do you think you can help us?" Toph added, trying to sound as cute and helpless as she could. It would be much appreciated, sir, Hinata said as she purposely added the nervous stutter. Please, Sakura asked sweetly, and the man looked at them. We would really be thankful, sir, Naruto added, silently cursing his lack of formality. He hoped it wouldn't blow their cover. Our family's inside and I'm sure they're very worried, Katara added sweetly, trying to make their sob story work. I'd be honored, the man said with a bow, which on Hinata and Toph's prompting, they all returned, please come with me. With that, the well-dressed man escorted the 7 of them to the door and Toph, Katara, Sakura, and Naruto stuck out their tongues and blew, giving the guard an angry raspberry. Kakashi and Yamato excused themselves since their bodyguard work was over for the day. That was the official story at least. They were in reality checking the crowd out and scouting for the Earth King. Since they were grown men, their escort let them go, and they activated a stealth jutsu to drop their henge and climb the walls unnoticed. The banquet hall was massive, and hundreds of people were in the room. Green and yellow-green lights lit the room, and the 5 young people looked around in awe at the sheer size of the room, and then they glanced at the table. It was as long as the room, and on it there were dishes of food, but to Naruto's later disappointment no ramen. However, they glanced at the head of the table. There was the massive bear dressed in Earth Kingdom clothing munching on some meat. 2 nobles were sitting next to the massive animal, dodging the slobber. He's taking all the good stuff, the older noble yelled as he leaned forward. Quiet, you don't know what I had to do to get seats this close to the bear, the younger noble told the older, and the bear swiped at the meat, knocking it at the older, roared, and dived onto the table, getting all the meat. By then, the 5 of them had entered the main hall of the banquet, still being escorted by the Earth Kingdom noble. It's beautiful, isn't it? By the way, I'm Long Feng, I'm the cultural minister to the king. I'm Kuamei, and this is Dong, Katara told the minister, and Toph immediately pulled her hair. And these are our friends, Hana. Moving her hand to Hinata. Saku, she moved her hand to Sakura. And our escort and longtime friend, Uzu. Finally moving her hand to Naruto, who grinned. Now where are your families? I'd love to meet them, Long Feng asked, and the waterbender rubbed the back of her neck. I'll find them, sir. It's my job, after all, Naruto said, covering for Katara, who mouthed a thank you. I don't see them right now, but I'm sure we'll find them. Thank you for all your help, Katara added as the 5 of them walked off, hoping to lose the minster in the crowd. However, once they walked away forward, with the swiftness and skill of any Junin in Konoha, Long Feng appeared right in front of them. Don't worry, as one of your escorts, it'd be dishonorable to abandon you ladies and your young male friend without finding your families first. We'll keep looking. With that, Long Feng started walking ahead of them, leaving Naruto slack-jawed. Sakura-chan, he did that as fast as Kakashi-sensei, he said in a whisper. Yeah, Sakura returned as they continued to walk behind Long Feng. We have to keep a closer watch on him. Hinata-chan, how well can you keep the Byakugan up? As long as my chakra holds you, Sakura-chan, Hinata replied as she carefully moved her fan up. Byakugan. With a whisper, her Keki Genkai activated, allowing her to have nearly 360-degree vision. She found where Kakashi and Yamato were hiding, using the Maizagakure no Jutsu, hiding camouflage technique, and she could see Aang and Sokka sneaking up outside, waiting for them. She suddenly saw Long Feng standing before her, and she deactivated her Byakugan and lowered her fan. My dear, are you alright? Long Feng asked, and Hinata gave her best smile. And no sir, just a little overwhelmed by how many people are here, Hinata replied, her eyes darting to her friends. Very well then, but you shouldn't keep such an exquisite face hidden behind a fan, Long Feng told her with a smile, and Naruto felt a tinge of jealousy at his comment about the Hyuga heiress. You better keep your hands off her, ya bastard, Naruto thought as his eyes hardened at the minister, who looked at him. His slitting eyes returned to normal, keeping their blue coloration. Uzu, is there a problem? Long Feng asked, and Naruto slowly shook his head. No, let's just keep moving, Naruto replied as they kept walking forward, and he shoved his hands into his pockets. They continued walking and Hinata was a bit wary of activating her Byakugan again. Kakashi and Yamato then went to the door, still covered in their stealth technique, and peered out to see if Aang and Sokka had gotten into position, as well as keeping a constant watch out for the Earth King. Aang and Sokka had crawled up from where the carriages had parked, being careful not to be seen by the Earth Kingdom guards. They reached the opening that lead to the doors of the palace, and they hid behind a stone statue. Where are they? Aang asked in a whisper to Sokka as they ducked behind the statue's base again. Look, I came up with a backup plan, Sokka told the young avatar as he picked up Momo. Look, we dress Momo like a ghost, okay? He flies by the guards creating a distraction, then we blast a hole in the wall. Aang thought about the plan as he stood up, and saw several caterers unloading food and other supplies off a carriage, and he smirked. Or we could go in with these guys, he said as the young water tribe warrior took a look. Toph said we could pass as busboys. With that, they stole a few spare uniforms and quickly put them on. Grabbing a pot and a tray, they walked in disguised as caterers, following the real ones past the guard into the building. The Earth Kingdom guard raised an eyebrow and he watched as the two boys walked into the building. Inside the main banquet hall, the two disguised boys played the parts of waiters for a few hours, looking for their companions. After scouting out the crowd, they went back to back as they continued to play the part of a waiter. Aang poured some tea into a Patron's cup while Sokka carried crab puffs to other guests. Where are the others? Aang asked the older boy, who had his nose up in an attempt to emulate the waiters. Forget about them, just keep an eye out for the king, Sokka told him as the young avatar looked into the group. I don't know what he looks like, Aang replied as he looked around. Royal, flowing robes, fancy jewelry, Sokka told him as he grabbed Momo's tail and squeezed, making the lemur scream in pain, and he pulled his tail into his robes. Aang looked around, and everyone fit the water tribe warrior's description. That could be anyone. Another crab puff please, Toph's voice asked, and they turned around to see the rest of the group, and Sokka presented her with a tray. Toph took a crab puff and Hinata also took one. About time you got here, Twinkle Toes. Had a hard time getting past that guard? Naruto asked as he took one too as Katara and Sakura walked over. Yeah, thanks for letting us in, Sokka replied sarcastically. Sorry, but the guy who escorted us in won't let us out of his sight, Katara told them with a sigh. What guy? Sokka asked as he peered beyond Naruto and Hinata's heads, and they turned around. Damn, this guy does have Chunin-level skills, Naruto said as he looked around, his head shooting left and right. Suddenly, a movement from one of the guests caught Hinata's eyes. It was Judy, and the Hyuga's Byakugan scanned around. She wasn't here at the party when they got in at all. Judy-san, Hinata said as the rest of the group turned towards their host hurried towards them. What are you doing here? Judy asked them frantically. You all have to leave immediately or we all will be in terrible trouble. She then ran up to Sokka to start pushing him out when he blocked her with the empty plate. Not until we see the king. You don't understand, you must go, Judy told him as she continued to push. Why? Naruto asked as the water tribe warrior pushed back. Yet, their host pushed back and Sokka tripped and slammed into Aang, who accidentally spilled the tea onto a very well-dressed lady. She gave a surprised shriek and turned to the young avatar, thinking he was just a clumsy busboy. Sorry, and no, don't shout, Aang said as he panicked and accidentally used his airbending dry the well-dressed lady off with a blast of wind from his feet and hands. The lady seemed to stick to the ground as the wind hit her, drying her off, and sticking her clothes and hair in place. Naruto slapped his face. Damn, there goes our cover. With his hat off, exposing his arrow, the lady blinked. The Avatar, I didn't know the Avatar would be here. At the mention of his title, everyone in the banquet hall turned to see Aang. Judy's normally weird smile turned to a frightened frown. She had failed in her mission to keep the Avatar under wraps and away from influencing the Earth King. She was in big trouble. Aang continued to look around as all the Earth Kingdom nobles circled around him and Momo dived into his fallen hat to hide. He then chuckled weakly, blushed, and waved at them. Naruto, you and Aang keep their attention while I search for the king, Sokka ordered as Naruto looked over. You heard me, you're good at distracting people. Watch this everybody, Aang yelled as he spread his hands out and leapt out of his clothes. He leapt to the other side of the room and landed on the table. He began to air and water bend the teas and other drinks into a swirling ball of multicolored water ball and everyone clapped, OHED, and awed. The bear roared in amusement of the show. Okay everyone, watch this, Naruto yelled as he crossed his hands and dropped the henge, revealing his true appearance. Konoha's #1 unpredictable shinobi is here. Everyone gasped, and then clapped when Naruto revealed his true appearance. He then created multiple shadow clones and began making a clone pyramid, which everyone clapped for. After a few minutes, Kakashi and Yamato reappeared in their normal forms. They saw that either Aang or Naruto blew their cover, and they both sighed. Everyone then looked over to see a covered throne being carried into the dining hall. This was it, the Earth King had arrived. Naruto dispelled his clones and Kakashi gave him a disapproving look. Hey, don't look at me, Aang broke out cover. Behind the curtain veil the Earth King looked at the guests and was led to the table. Sokka poked out of the crowd, still trying to pass as a waiter as he followed the direction of the throne. It was put down several seconds later, and a wall of Earth Kingdom guards separated the king from crowd of guests. Hey, the Earth King, Sokka whispered loudly to Aang, who stopped playing with the bear and dispelled the playful balls of liquid by evaporating them. Greetings your majesty, Aang said cheerily as he rolled over on his airball over the table towards the direction of the Earth King. 4 guards directly walked into his path as the king was then led away. Sokka tried running after him, but 2 guards came out of the shadows and grabbed him. Out of the shadows, a man in robes threw out his hands and pieces of rock flew off and covered Toph's mouth, pulling her back. Sakura then looked over as a hand of rock grabbed her and pulled her into the shadows before she could summon her immense strength. Katara was nabbed the same way, but Hinata's Byakugan warned her and she ducked, yet another rock hand grabbed her by the waist and the other by the leg and pulled her away. Kakashi and Yamato decided not to put up a fight and waste chakra, even though they destroyed the capture rocks without even trying and 2 guards led them away. Momo was trying to scurry away. When another man in robes, now identifiable as a Dai Li, picked up the hat over him and grabbed the little lemur, Naruto was suddenly seized by 2 guards and picked up. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Let me go, Naruto yelled as he struggled in the guard's grasp. Aang reached the end of the table, meeting the wall of guards. Suddenly, the man who escorted Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, and Toph went up and talked to him. Avatar Aang, it is a great honor to meet you. I am Long Feng, Grand Secretariat of Ba Sing Se and head of the Dai Li. Long Feng introduced himself as Aang dropped his arms. I'd like to talk to you. Your friends will be waiting for us in the library. With that, he began to walk away with the young Avatar following. They walked to the library, and the door slammed shut with a loud creak to prevent anyone, especially the Earth King, from hearing. Inside, Long Feng walked over to a bench and sat down by an eerie green fire. Aang, Sokka, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, Toph, Katara, Yamato, and Kakashi were standing directly in front of him. Why won't you let us talk to the king? Sokka asked as he stepped forwards, as fed up with the constant blocking to talk with the Earth King. We have information that can defeat the Fire Nation. And finally put an end to this damn war, Naruto added as he stepped forward too. The Earth King has no time to get involved in petty political squabbles and the day-to-day minutiae of military activities, Long Feng told them calmly as he looked at them. So, let me guess, you want the Fire Nation to win? Kakashi asked in an equally calm manner. Of course not, Long Feng stated in his calm manner. But this could be the most important information he's ever heard, Aang said as he tried to convince the Secretariat. The most important thing to His Royal Majesty is maintaining the cultural heritage of Ba Sing Se. All his duties relate to issuing decrees on such matters, Long Feng told them. It's my job to oversee the rest of the city's resources, including the military. So the king is just a figurehead, Katara gasped as she got what they were being told. He's your puppet, Toph yelled as she threw her arms out angrily, so you don't give him any power? That sucks, Naruto added. Oh, no, His Majesty is an icon, a god to his people, he can't sully his hands with the hourly changes of an endless war, Long Feng told them as he waved his hands. But we found out about a solar eclipse that will leave the Fire Nation defenseless. You can lead an invasion, Sokka started as he walked forward. Enough, Long Feng commanded as he stood up, and Naruto began to squeeze his fists. I don't want to hear your ridiculous plan. It is the strict policy of Ba Sing Se that the war not be mentioned. Within the walls, the constant news of an escalating war would throw the citizens of Ba Sing Se into a panic. Yeah, in outrage, Naruto said as the Secretariat looked at him. They learn how weak their paper government is and that there is no way to win the war. Sure, they'll riot in outrage because they would never be able to return home. I'm tired of listening to your bull. You're working for the Fire Nation, aren't you? No, I'm not. And think about the other effects of such outrage. Our economy would be ruined, our peaceful way of life, our traditions would disappear. In silence and talk of conflict, Ba Sing Se remains a peaceful, orderly utopia, the last one on earth, Long Feng told them with a proud grin. You're a fool if you think that'll last, Yamato said, finally speaking out. You aren't working for your people, you're working against them. This is a dystopia that the Fire Nation will conquer if you just sit back and not do a thing. You can't keep the truth from all these people, they have to know, Katara added, trying to get her say. It is only right. They need to learn that action is needed if they ever want to save their city, Sakura said as she squeezed her fist. It's wrong keeping it from them. And what kind of leader separates himself from his people? This city is a bunch of crock, Naruto said, his words starting to annoy the Secretariat. I'll tell them, Aang told Long Feng as he stepped forward. I'll make sure everyone knows. Until now you've been treated as our honored guests, but for now on you'll be watched every moment by Dai Li agents, Long Feng told the Avatar as he sunk down to his level, and started to walk away. If you mention the war to anyone you will be expelled from the city. I understand you've been looking for your bison, it would be quite a shame you would not be able to find him. Naruto bore his teeth angrily, and squeezed his fists even tighter. This guy is so low, using Appa to keep our mouths shut. Kakashi stood silently, formulating a three-pronged plan. We need to get the word out somehow. Not only to find Aang San's bison, but to inform the king about the war and its status, as well as to get the general populace on our side about taking action against the Dai Li. Long Feng walked over and sat down on the bench in front of the green fire again. Now Judy will show you to your new home. As he said that, the door opened, revealing a different woman than the Judy they knew. She walked to them with her hands covered by her rockin' sleeves. Stopping directly in front of them she bowed to greet them. Come with me please. What happened to Judy? Katara asked in shock as everyone got a good look at the woman's face. She had the same wide smile, but a wide nose that was different from Judy's, short dark hair and dark blue eyes, where Judy was the exact opposite in look. I'm Judy, I'll be your host as long as you're in our wonderful city, the woman told them as she bowed, leaving the youths confused and disoriented, but Kakashi and Yamato knew this strategy well. They train or brainwash hundreds of women to think they are Judy, hence escorting and keeping their eyes on important, or threatening, guests to the city to see if they follow all the rules. Kakashi thought as his visible eye hardened. Such barbarism was outlawed by the original cages nearly 70 years ago when the ninja villages were founded. With that, they were escorted out following the woman claiming to be Judy. Long Feng shot a look at Naruto, who returned it with equal intensity, and then the Dai Li head looked at Hinata. From what his men told him, she would be the hardest to monitor due to a special ability she had to see practically 360 degrees around her, and thus a threat to continued monitoring of the Avatar. He had to formulate a plan to neutralize the visitors who were with the Avatar, if the cultural heritage was to survive. To be continued definitions. Hanfu traditional Chinese Han Dynasty clothing worn by men, popularized in many wire fu movies. Rachun traditional Chinese Han Dynasty clothing worn by women, similar to the Hanfu, popularized in many wire fu movies. What it looks like, http://upload, Tales of Ba Sing Se Part 1. Chapter 10. Tales of Ba Sing Se Part 1 Tale of Sakura, Toph, and Katara. Ba Sing Se, Team 7's temporary residence. It was a few days after the party. Things had settled down and the team reluctantly settled down in the house they were given. The Konoha shinobi were still adapting to life in the city and longing for home. Kakashi had disappeared several times, and like this morning, he was gone before anyone woke up. In the bathroom, everyone, but Toph was getting ready for the day. Aang was shaving his head to keep hair from growing over his arrow. In 3 careful, clean swipes, his head was shaved around the arrow and smirked. Naruto dropped his hair under the water and shook his head, drying his hair and all his spikes stood up correctly. Sokka used his machete to begin shaving his mustache, and he clicked at his reflection after he shaved. Sakura brushed her pink hair several times before examining her. Look in the mirror, and she smiled. Her inner self let out a, hell yeah. We look good, in her mind, which made her smile widen. Next to her, Hinata arranged her bangs right in front of her face the way she liked them, and she decided to put her long hair in a braid. After a few minutes, she had wrapped her long hair up around her head in a bun, which was held together by decorative glass hairpins. Next to her, finishing up her look was Katara, who attached her hair loops to the back of her head and she smiled. Over on the bathroom bench, Momo cleaned his face. Katara and Sakura were finished, and they left the bathroom to get some stuff for the day in the girls' room when they saw Toph still sleeping, face down in bed, her hair, let down, and out of control. The waterbender gasped, and then frowned. Toph, aren't you going to get ready for the day? Katara asked as the blind earthbender woke up, sat up, and then spit in the spittoon on the other side of the room. Sakura sighed. She's more tomboy every day. I'm ready, Toph said as she sat up and wiped the dust off her body. Toph, you need a bath. You're covered in dirt, Sakura stated bluntly. You call it dirt, student Sakura, but I call it a healthy layer of dirt, Toph told the pink-haired Kunoichi with a grin. You know what we need? Katara asked them. A girl's day out, I'll see if Hinata wants to come. Sounds good, but I think we should leave Naruto and Hinata-chan together, they haven't spent any downtime together and like each other's company after all, Sakura said, stopping her friend. Though a girl's day out does sound fun, doesn't it, Toph-chan? Do I have to? Toph asked like she was a younger kid who didn't want to go somewhere. It'll be fun, Katara and Sakura cheered at the same time, and their younger friend just shrugged. Fancy Ladies Day Spa, middle ring of Ba Sing Se. After Toph got changed, got her hair the way she liked it and got some of the dirt off her face, she followed the two other older girls to the middle ring of Ba Sing Se. The earthbending tomboy wasn't too keen in doing the girly thing her friends were planning, but she went along anyway since they were her friends. This looks like a good place to start, Sakura said as she looked at the spa they stopped first. Hopefully they'll have a hot spring or a sauna. The Fancy Ladies Day Spa? Sounds like my kind of place, Toph said sarcastically after Katara read the name as too well dressed. Ladies walked out of the spa. Are you ready for some serious pampering? Katara asked excitedly. She never had this done before, and she was sure excited. This will be so good, I can't wait to get inside and make myself more beautiful, Sakura cheered with a sigh. Sometimes beauty is a curse, and she smiled, but a good one. Sure Katara, Sakura, whatever you say, Toph said disappointedly. She would rather be out with the guys watching a fight or something, as long as they don't touch my feet. With that, the three of them walked into the Fancy Ladies Day Spa. Toph wasn't looking too forward to it. Inside, Sakura and Katara were reclining in chairs in the massage room as the women there started giving them a foot massage. They were wearing pale green bath robes with a dark green trim on the lapel. However, three ladies were also doing Toph's feet. One was scraping her feet so hard, the dust was coming off. The young earthbender couldn't take it, and launched the woman back with a blast of earthbending, throwing her out of the room. A little while later, the three young ladies were taking a mud bath. Sakura stretched, she was loving this. It wasn't every day she was pampered, and was taking full advantage of it. A towel lady walked over to Toph to hand her a towel, and the earthbender took a deep breath, and began to bend the mud on her face, her cucumbers on. Her eyes were projected upwards when she bent the mud on her face up, making them look like stalk eyes of a chameleon. She also bent the mud around her lips to the same, and the entire look was very alien. Toph then looked at the towel lady, who promptly screamed in fright and ran away. Sakura, Katara, and Toph then laughed at what happened, for it was very funny. The pink-haired Kunoichi then practiced a little earthbending that her young teacher had showed her, and as another towel lady walked in, she was freaked out by giant slug, made out of mud, crawling out of one of the empty baths. More laughter broke out as the towel lady ran. For one of their last stops, the three girls relaxed in the sauna. Toph and Sakura stomped their feet, sending a heated rock over the kernels, and Katara bent water from the wooden bucket near her onto the heated rocks, creating a refreshing steam. Their bodies and hair wrapped by towels, they stretched inside in pleasure. They hadn't felt this good in a long time. Ba Sing Se streets. After relaxing in the Fancy Ladies Day Spa's sauna, the three young ladies had expert makeup artists finish up their day at the spa. Blush, blue eyeliner, lipstick, and in Toph's case, her hair parted around her face to show off her pale, green eyes, and makeup were all used on them. They walked with satisfied smiles on their faces as they went further down the road. Well, that wasn't so bad. I'm not usually into that stuff, but I actually feel girly, Toph told her friends happily as she walked proudly with them. I'm glad, it's about time we did something fun together, Katara said happily as Sakura pumped her fist. We're going to have to beat the guys off with sticks, Sakura cheered, loving the way she looked after the makeover. Katara and Toph giggled at the image of beating Aang, Sokka, and Naruto off with sticks when they saw their appearance. Sakura added it a step further when the three of them were beating off every teenage male in the city away from them. They continued to laugh as they reached a bridge to get across to their next stop. While walking on the bridge, they passed three high-class rich girls, one holding a parasol above her head. They were wearing formal green rockins of different shades, and the girl with the parasol looked at Toph for a second. Nice makeup, thanks, Toph replied cheerily as they continued walking. For a clown, the rich girl finished meanly as she and her friends laughed in contempt. As the young earthbender looked down sadly, tears starting to well in her eyes as she kept walking. What was that? Sakura snarled as her inner self started bubble to the surface like Naruto's Kyuubi, and she looked to see Toph's state. you heard me. Just ignore them guys, Katara said as she put her arm around the young earthbender's shoulders. Let's just keep walking. I think she looks cute, like the time you put a sweater on your pet poodle monkey, one of the mean girls with an oversized, mouse ear haircut similar to Tenten's added meanly as she and her friends started laughing again. You, little, bitch, Sakura growled as she squeezed her fists tighter. No one, absolutely no one insulted her friends. Good one, Star. Let's go guys, Katara told her friends as she kept her anger in check. No, that was a good one, Toph said as she turned around. Like your poodle monkey, ha, you know what else is a good one. With that, she stomped the ground, carving a circle in the middle of the bridge that gave way, dropping the three mean rich girls into the canal. Katara walked over with Sakura and smugly put her hands on her hips. Now that was funny, right Sakura? Katara asked as her pink-haired friend flew through the summoning seals. Yeah, we'll make it even funnier, Sakura grinned evilly as she wiped her blood on her hand after finishing the seals, and slammed it into the ground. 3 arm-length-sized slugs dropped down the hole in the bridge, directly onto the rich girls' heads. How do you like my cute, little sluggies? Nice, makes their looks look even better, Katara said as she bent the water into a wave that threw the 3 mean rich girls further down the canal. Toph had already started walking away, still sad and angry about being teased for how she looked. Sakura and Katara ran to catch up, and they did when they were about 100 meters away from the bridge. Those girls don't know what they're talking about, Katara told her younger friend who was still glancing at the ground. Yeah, those stuck-up girls are probably just jealous, Sakura added as she put her hand on the younger girl's shoulder. It's okay, Toph said, a hint of sadness in her voice as they passed a green wall with yellow titles on it. One of the good things about being blind is that I don't have to worry about my appearance. I don't care what I look like, I'm not looking for anyone's approval, I know who I am. Her voice cracked as she said that. The mean rich girls had hit her vulnerable part. Toph closed her eyes and a tear streaked down her cheek. That's what I really admire about you, Toph. You're so strong, and confident, and self-assured, Katara said gently as the younger girl sniffled. As Naruto'd probably say, you kick ass, Toph, Sakura told her with a grin. I know it doesn't matter, but you're really pretty, Katara said as she patted Toph's shoulder gently. I am? Toph asked as Sakura and the waterbender both nodded. Yeah, you are, they both told her, which made the young girl feel better. Toph, now smiling softly, started walking ahead of them. She was back to her old self and they continued walking after her. I'd return the compliment, but I have no idea what you two look like, Toph told them cheerfully, and they both giggled. Thanks guys. With that, she lightly punched them in the shoulders. Katara winced and rubbed her shoulder and Sakura acted like she didn't even feel it. Tsunade had hit harder than that, after all. The tale of Naruto and Hinata, upper ring of Ba Sing Se, Team 7's residence. Naruto yawned, and looked around for everyone. Kakashi had left early in the day to do something, which was weird for him since he didn't seem to be a morning person. Yamato had left after he got ready for the morning. Katara, Sakura, and Toph had left after getting ready as well, going to do girly things. Aang had gone out to search for Appa again, this time going to the local zoos located in the middle and upper rings. And Sokka, he didn't really say where he was going. The Jinchuriki's stomach grumbled and he went to the kitchen. While walking there, he bumped into Hinata, who was still in the house with him. The Hyuga heiress began blushing and stepped away. Sorry Naruto-kun, Hinata said as she stuttered as she blushed deeply. I didn't know you were still here. Same, why didn't you go out with the other girls, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as he looked down at her. She looks cute when she blushes. They didn't ask me to come, probably were helping Toph-chan with something, Hinata replied looking up at him, or probably they were in a rush and forgot to ask me. It was probably something to do with Toph, and here I thought Kakashi-sensei was a late person, Naruto said with a grin. She giggled at that. Since there's nothing to do here, want to go out with me for the day? Oh, on a date? Hinata asked, her heartbeat quickening. Naruto suddenly gulped. And not a date, Hinata-chan, we're friends after all, and we should hang out together, Naruto replied desperately as he waved his hands crazily. Alright, Hinata-chan? Hinata looked down at the floor for a second, and sighed. Right, we're friends. Naruto noticed she sounded a bit sad when he said it wasn't a date. Would it make you feel a little better if it was a date, Hinata-chan? I mean, friends do go out on dates, not dates, right? I'd like that, Hinata replied as the blonde Jinchuriki grabbed her hand, and she blushed more. Well then let's go, he cheered as he began pulling her out of the house. Hinata let herself be dragged by the Jinchuriki out of their temporary residence. Her blush grew on her face as she thought she'd have the entire day with him. It was like something out of a dream for her. Inner ring of Ba Sing Se. One of their first stops for the day was in the crowded streets of the inner wall. To avoid getting caught up in the streets, they leapt from building to building, then down to ground level to check out a few stores. Naruto grinned. He had recently exchanged all his Ryu for Earth Kingdom money, and fattened up Gama-chan a lot since the Earth Kingdom bankers didn't know the exact rate of exchange, so they gave him as many coins that he had in his wallet, mostly gold and silver. He wasn't a poor shinobi, both in the literal sense and in the monetary sense. All the missions he did gave him a large bank account, as well as plenty of spending money. So, Hinata-chan, where should we start? Naruto asked as he carefully placed Gama-chan into his pocket, and zipped it up. Hinata looked around. There were so many shops, and she saw one that caught her eye. It was a little jewelry kiosk that had shells with precious gems on them, arranged into necklaces, earrings, and even rings. I would like to go over there, Naruto-kun, Naruto said as she pointed at the kiosk, and he nodded and walked over, gently pushing through the crowd to get to it. Oh, hello young sir and miss, buying something for your lady friend today? A brooch or bracelet perhaps? Hinata-chan's just my friend, Naruto said quietly, just enough for the salesperson to hear. Got it? Of course, sir. Miss, what would you like? Hinata looked over several of the jewelry boxes, and she picked out one that caught her eye. It was a beautiful bracelet made out of small scallop shells with orange gems. She shyly pointed it out, and the salesman reached into the box and brought it out for her, and it was placed carefully on her wrist. You like it, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked with a grin, and the girl nodded as she looked at the bracelet. Oi, how much is that, mister? 120. Hinata gasped. Naruto was actually going to buy it for her, but she had her own money. She shouldn't make him pay for something she wanted. No way, more like 75. Naruto said as the man gawked at him. Hardly, I'll go as low as 105. Yeah right. Make it 80 and we have a deal, Naruto said as the man sighed in resignation. Deal, the man said as the blonde dug out his wallet and opened it up. He gave the salesman 80 silver Earth Kingdom coins in. Grabbed Hinata's hand again. Well thanks, bye, Naruto said cheerfully as he dragged the still stunned Hinata through the crowd. Why did you buy this for me, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked quietly as they funneled their way through the crowd. You liked it so I bought it for you, is there something wrong with that? Naruto replied, hoping he didn't do anything wrong. They were friends, and friends bought each other stuff they liked, right? I could have bought it myself, and Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a stutter, and she looked at the blonde again. Thank you though. Naruto gave his trademark smile again and she let herself be pulled through the crowd again. From the shadows, a young man, around Aang's age, with short black hair with brown eyes and wearing traditional Earth Kingdom green shirt and pants, watched them, and he spied Hinata's satchels, and he could see her own wallet hanging from her belt. He didn't like doing this, but he needed to survive, to pay off his father's debt. He pushed through the crowd quietly and silently, trying not to arouse suspicion from the various onlookers. They soon reached what looked like a tea shop, and Naruto looked back at his friend. I wonder if this place has ramen, want to go in, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked her, and she blushed and nodded. They walked into the shop, and the person who was shadowing them decided to wait outside. Naruto and Hinata walked to a nearby table and a young man, around the blonde's age, walked up to take their order. He was wearing green clothes, and had short, dark brown spiky hair. Yet, the most striking feature was his massive burn scar over his left eye. Hello, I am Lee, I will be your waiter today, the boy said with a heavy sigh. He didn't want to blow their cover. Yo, I'll have one pork ramen please, Naruto said as Lee looked at him weird. If you don't have ramen, I'll have some noodle soup pork. Alright, you? Lee asked as he looked at Hinata. I'll have some green tea please, Hinata replied as their scarred. Waiter nodded, and walked back up to the counter where a man who was balding on the top of his head, but he had a gray beard and long hair on the sides and back of his head. The blonde kid wants noodle soup with pork, and the girl wants green tea, Lee said as the man smiled. I'll get right on it, he said, but Lee grabbed onto his arm. What is it, nephew? We should watch them, they could blow our cover, Lee said as his uncle, Mushi, smiled and shook his head. We have a new life here, nephew, now I have to get their orders ready, Mushi said as he walked further through the kitchen. If it worries you so much, nephew, go talk to them. Lee nodded with a sigh, and walked over to them and he sat down. Naruto raised his eyebrow. Your order will be ready in a bit. My uncle is just trying to get me more sociable with the people my age. We're new here, Lee said as he looked at them. Well, we're new here too, Naruto said as he glanced at the burn mark. If you don't mind me asking, man, how'd you get that? Had a run-in with a powerful firebender a while back. I didn't fight back and got scarred for it, Lee replied. It wasn't really a lie, it was half true, though he couldn't blow their cover. So what are those headbands about? Oh, they're the symbol for our village, Naruto said as he adjusted it. We're here in the city visiting, it's nothing like home though. Lee nodded. I know what it feels like. I wish we were just visiting, but we can't return home. That's terrible, Hinata said softly, and their waiter looked at her. No one should be driven from their homes. Throughout Lee's travels, he saw what the war his nation had started was wreaking on the Earth Kingdom. I agree, he said as he saw his uncle bringing out their orders. I'll get those for you. Thanks, nice talking to you, Naruto said with a grin. I'm Naruto, and she's Hinata-chan. Hello, Hinata said nicely as Lee nodded with a small smirk and he walked to get their order. Hinata took a drink of the tea and her eyes widened. It was, really, really good. Much better than the tea she made, hell, much better than the tea in Konoha. She drank it faster than she normally would, and put the clay cup back down gently. Excuse me, Lee-san. What type of tea is this? Hinata asked as their waiter rubbed the back of his head. You should really ask my uncle. He made it. Hinata nodded and walked up to counter and Lee's uncle turned around after washing his hand. What can I do for you, young lady? Anyo, could I have your tea recipe? I really like it, Hinata replied politely, and Mushi smiled. Of course, Mushi said as he wrote the recipe for his jasmine green tea on piece of paper, and handed it to her. There you go, young lady. Please call me Hinata, Hinata said with a smile, and she bowed, taking the tea recipe with her. Naruto had just finished his noodle soup. I miss Ichiraku, he mumbled as he put his chopsticks down. Thanks, the noodle soup could use some more flavor. Oh, Mushi asked as Naruto walked over. Like what? Try adding more pepper to it, as well as a tiny bit of spice, Naruto said as Hinata walked over and paid for them. Thank you very much, sir, Hinata said with a bow, and Naruto followed. Mushi chuckled at that. No thanks needed, it was a pleasure serving you, Mushi told them with a grin, right nephew? Yeah, nice talking to you, have a good day, Lee said as he got their cups and bowls. Hey man, somehow we'll get those Fire Nation bastards back for starting this damn war, and giving you that scar, Naruto said with a grin, and Lee sighed. Hinata and the Jinchuriki turned to walk out the door. Thank you very much, we'll be sure to come back here, the Hyuga told them with a bow, and Naruto followed. The two of them walked out of the tea shop waving at Mushi and Lee, and disappeared into the crowd. The person who shadowed them soon followed, pushing through the crowd like he was going somewhere else. He really needed the money, or else. So where do you want to go now, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as he reflexively put his arm around her shoulder. A play or something? Hinata pursed her lips and tried to think. Suddenly, she felt something reach onto her backside. At first she thought it was Naruto, but his hand never left her shoulder. She then looked down to her pack, it was open. Naruto-kun, I've been robbed, she whispered, and he looked at her. What? Naruto asked as she reached into her pack to get her wallet, yet found nothing. Where is the bastard? Hinata's eyes darted left and right and she saw someone running. Byakugan. Her 360-degree vision zoomed in on the fleeing man. She saw that he was indeed carrying her wallet in his hand, and started to push through the crowd. Naruto followed, squeezing his hands as his whisker birthmarks widened. No one stole from his friends and got away with it, especially not Hinata. They followed the thief through the alley at a speed that only the Dai Li, in the thief's mind, could match. Naruto and Hinata were literally leaping from wall to wall on the alley to catch up, and he turned around sharply, hoping to lose them, yet they kept on his back like they could see through walls. How the hell did they keep doing that? The thief thought as he hid behind a few rock boxes, and peered out to see Naruto and Hinata looking around. Where now, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as he looked around. There, Hinata replied as she pointed at the boxes, and the thief's hair stood on end. How is she able to keep finding me? The thief thought as he began running again. Naruto growled and leapt ahead of the thief, and both Hinata and himself cornered him. The young man gulped, he was really hoping he wouldn't be caught. He had to get the money, had to pay off the debt. Give that back to Hinata-chan, Naruto ordered as he brought out a kunai. The thief gulped, he didn't like this. Here, sorry. He thrust out Hinata's wallet, and she took it back from him. Why did you steal from me? Sorry, I just really need the money, the thief told them. One of the crime bosses of the city has put me in debt, and I have to pay it off. Wait, crime bosses? Naruto asked as he put his kunai away. What's your name, kid? Meijing, I'm working off a debt that they put me in. My father was a gambler and he was incarcerated by the Dai Li before he could pay off his debt. Now I have to, the thief said, bowing his head. I'm sorry, I didn't want to do it. Hinata sighed and poured her money out. Here, if it'll help you get out of debt, please take it. Meijing looked at her, his eyes widened. Thank you very much, thank you. Wait, Naruto said as the Hyuga and the in-debt thief looked at him. Take us to that crime boss, and we'll put him out of business. Wait, you can't do that. He has 200 men working for him, and 50 of the best earthbenders the underworld can buy, Meijing told them. Frantically, please don't get involved in my problems. The moment you stole from Hinata-chan, it became our problem, Naruto retorted, and the in-debt thief looked at him. Besides, we might as well have some fun, right, Hinata-chan? Right, Naruto-kun, Hinata said with a nod. Meijing looked at the two of them in awe. They had nothing to gain from helping him, and were willing to risk their lives. Thank you, Boss Sing Se, middle ring. The reluctant thief led them to the crime boss's hideout in the middle ring of Boss Sing Se. They spotted a massive building, at least half the size of the palace, which looked like a small, Japanese castle. Its green-titled levels had outposts, where guards looked out. Around the base of the castle, several shirtless earthbenders patrolled. They were branded with a tattoo on their shoulders. It was a green Chinese dragon trying to eat its own tail. Naruto and Hinata glanced at Meijing, and he sighed. At day, Lord Laoging is a successful businessman of Boss Sing Se. At dark and in the underworld, he's one of the Earth Kingdom's top 5 crime lords, Meijing told them, and they nodded. I count 20 guards there, Naruto said, and he glanced at Hinata. How many do you see, Hinata-chan? 30, there are 10 more on the other end of the courtyard, Hinata replied, using her Byakugan. How should we get in? Naruto smirked and cracked his knuckles. Well, I would go for the direct approach. I create 1,000 shadow clones and then we storm the compound, forcing this Laoging guy to drop this guy's debt. But that's not very ninja-ish, is it? Ninja? Meijing asked them, and Hinata showed him her forehead protector. We are both shinobi of Konoha, Hinata told him. We need a distraction. Leave that to me, Hinata. Naruto started before he saw one of the guards looking over at their location, and he quickly ducked behind the bush. Sorry. And no problem, Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly, and looked up again. I guess it was nothing, the guard said as he walked back to his post. Meijing-kun, you'll be the distraction, Hinata said in a whisper, and the reluctant thief looked at her. You have to give him what you stole, right? Why yeah, but I didn't get anything, Meijing said as he started shaking. He'll know I'm lying when I don't present him with the loot. Yet you're the only person who can get in there now, Naruto argued, and the reluctant thief sighed. Now get moving. Oh, and tell your boss you quit. What? Meijing asked in fear. I can't do that, I'll be torn apart. So you want to continue stealing? Naruto retorted. You really want to continue your life as a thief? No, I actually want to make something of myself, become a carpenter or something. Good, now go tell your former boss that, Naruto said with a grin. Meijing sighed, and walked over to the path. The two shinobi crept behind the bushes, being as quiet as they could. They peered through the bushes as one of the bodyguards walked over to the reluctant thief. Meijing, you were due back a half an hour ago, the bodyguard. Kazuku the demon roared. He was a big man wearing a ponytail, at least 7 feet tall and very muscular. You better have quite a haul to explain your lateness. Meijing gulped. I do, sir. I lost track of time. Kazuku snarled, then led the reluctant thief through the door as the various other guards glared at the undead man. Naruto scowled. They were treating him like a slave. He turned to Hinata, and she nodded. They leapt onto the second level of the miniature castle, and stealthily crept up the wall. Hinata kept tags on Meijing, using her Byakugan to trace where he was as a bodyguard ran up to where the boss was. They reached the top level, and peered into a window. Laoging was a piggish man, sitting cross-legged with a bottle of alcohol in his hand. He was dressed in green robes and was balding. At his feet were several women. He seemed to have a harem of them, as well as other bowing men that led up to the crime boss. It was almost like a scene out of a Yakuza film. Boss, your little errand boy is back, Kazuku informed his boss. Which one? Laoging asked with a deep laugh. Meijing, The little creep still doesn't realize that his debt has been paid off for over a year now. Naruto's ears flinched at that, and he began to squeeze his fists. Those, lousy. Send him in. The boy always has the best hauls of, my many. Errand, boys, Lauging ordered, and the Jinchuriki bore his teeth angrily. Hinata-chan, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to restrain myself from beating the crap out of that oafish pig, Naruto told his friend, who nodded. I know how you feel, Naruto-kun, Hinata said in a whisper, and her Byakugan scanned the area again. We can get into the building, she then pointed diagonally across from Lauging. Over there, he has an open window that looks like it's part of his private study. Naruto nodded, and the two of them crept to the window before the guards could see them. The blonde Jinchuriki carefully moved the curtains away, and looked at Hinata. She nodded, and both of them went into the study. Hinata used her Byakugan to navigate both of them through the darkened room, and they slid the canvas door open to see that Meijing had arrived. So, Meijing, I hear you're late. You better have snatched at least 100 gold pieces today, Lauging told him as the reluctant thief gulped. So, give me what you stole now, and I'll see your debt has been reduced. I didn't get anything, Meijing said quietly, and he bore his teeth, and I'm not going to steal for you anymore, I'll work off my father's debt another way. What was that? Kazuku snapped. The brawly man stomped forward, cracking his knuckles. No one disrespects the boss. I don't want to be a thief anymore, Meijing yelled, working up all the courage he could. I'll work it off as a busboy, a stockboy, anything's better than being a thief. Lauging was unfazed. Tell me, Meijing, those are what you would do instead of thieving? My boy, you have a gift for it. Using your talents for ordinary work will never get you out of debt to me. I don't care, Meijing yelled as the bodyguard slammed his fist into the reluctant thief's face, making him crash to the ground. I don't want to steal. And you won't have to, the voice of Naruto said from behind Lauging, and everyone looked in shock as the two ninja appeared from the room. Right, fatty? What? Kazuku roared and charged Naruto, who sidestepped the attack and slammed his fist right into the bodyguard's chin. The large man went flying, and his head was lodged right into ceiling, making Lauging stutter. Excuse me, I was talking to your boss. Just hang in there for a little while until the chat is finished, Naruto told the bodyguard with a smirk, and he glanced at Lauging, his eyes red, and the fat crime boss began crawling away. Now, are you going to drop Meijing's debt? I really would hate to get violent. It would be in your best interest, sir, Hinata added, and Lauging gulped at the way she was looking at him. Why yeah, Meijing, you're free to go, Lauging replied as his other bodyguards looked at him in shock. Thank you sir, Meijing-kun, let's go, Hinata said as she deactivated her Byakugan, and the three of them started walking out of the room. Boss, you're really letting them go? One of the bodyguards whispered. Yes, we got off easy, Lauging replied with a gulp. If we bothered fighting, there wouldn't have been enough of all of us to fit into one coffin, both of those teens could have destroyed our entire organization in one night. Kazuku fell out of the hole he was in, and fell unconscious, and unlike Kazuku, that boy, it seemed like he was a real demon. We're lucky all they wanted was one kid. The other bodyguards gulped and Naruto, Hinata, and Meijing were given a wide berth as they walked out of the room, and out the building. As soon as they got out of the estate and onto the street, the former thief turned to them and fell to his knees. Thank you so much, I'm free, Meijing told them as tears of joy dropped down from his face. Don't worry about it, Naruto said with a grin. So what do you want to do with your life now? I want to be a carpenter. The next time you see me, I'll be the best in all of Ba Sing Se, Meijing replied as he started running away and turned around and waved at them. Thank you so much. Both of them smiled and waved as the boy ran off. Naruto put his arm around Hinata, who started blushing. Well, the date didn't go as planned, but we had fun, didn't we, Hinata-chan? Naruto asked as the girl nodded. Yeah, Hinata said with her blush still on her face, and she stood up on her tiptoes, and kissed the blonde on the cheek, making him freeze. Thank you for taking me out today. He put his hand up to his cheek as his own blush covered his face, and Hinata grabbed his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Well, let's go have some more fun, Hinata-chan. To be continued, dedicated to the families and victims of the Virginia Tech massacre. Rest in peace, and you have my condolences. Tales of Ba Sing Se Part 2 Chapter 11, Tales of Ba Sing Se Part 2. Tale of Kakashi. Inner ring of Ba Sing Se. The silver-haired Junin had surprised his former students and their younger friends today by actually getting up before them. The reason was, it was the anniversary of his friend, Uchiha Obito's death. he was nowhere near Konoha to get to his fallen friend's grave in time, so he had to settle for making a makeshift ceremony. Kakashi was perched on a roof of one of the many green rooftops of the inner ring of Boss Sing Se, reading his perverted book before he sighed. Well, Obito, got to get some gifts and things to honor you, Kakashi thought as he leapt off the building, trying to blend into the crowd. If Rin-chan was here, I wonder what she'd say of my team. Hell, I wonder what Sensei'd say, he sighed as he continued walking down the streets to get to one of the main marketplaces of the lower ring. He had to chuckle at the thought of his old teammates and teacher, how he was the constantly rule-pushing guy, and Obito was the guy who was always late and making excuses, and Rin always created a buffer between them. He sighed as the nostalgia set in. Sorry, a lady dropped her contact on the street and I helped her find it, the spiky-haired Uchiha Obito said as he grinned behind his goggles as he walked into the mission assignment room where Sandaime Hokage sat with Jiraiya of the legendary three at his side. That's no excuse, Obito, Kakashi had said, his arms crossed and he sighed. The mission briefing started 30 minutes ago. Hey, calm down, their female teammate with orange hair and red tattoos on her face, Rin, said, holding her hands up as Obito growled at Kakashi. Sensei. I know, Rin, I know, they're sensei, the future Yondaime Hokage said with a sigh. Obito, tried to arrive a little earlier, I know you're trying to help people but for briefings it makes it inconvenient for your teammates. Kakashi began grinning at that, and Kakashi, Obito always has a good excuse for being late that is always confirmed. At that, the silver-haired Chunin sighed, alright sensei. Now, since there is a lull in the war now, you have 3 D-ranked missions in a row, Team 12, Sandaime said as they were handed the paperwork. Oh, and Kakashi, your sensei nominated you for the Junin exams, they'll be coming up in 2 months. Obito looked at his teammate in shock, Kakashi just shrugged and Rin clapped. Congratulations Kakashi-kun, Rin said with cheer in her voice. Yeah, great job, Obito said with a huff. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at the memory. He and Obito never got along, and sometimes their rivalry was funny. He was a lot like how Sasuke was, and Obito was a lot like Naruto. Rin seemed to be a mix of Sakura and Hinata. And their sensei had already all the qualities to become Yondaime Hokage. He walked towards a kiosk selling decorative candles. He bought 2 black, morning ones, and 1 red one. Handing the vendor the money, he placed what he bought in a basket before walking off again. He bumped into a woman carrying a baby, which started crying. Oh, sorry about that, Kakashi said as he looked at the baby, who looked at him. Watch this. With that, he used a henge to change his face into a funny face. The baby began laughing and the woman smiled. Thank you, he can be such a handful at times. Not a problem, Kakashi said with a grin under his mask, and he rubbed the baby's head. If you'll excuse me, I have some more errands to run. Of course, and thank you again. Kakashi nodded with a smile, and began walking again. He began to reminisce when he, Rin, and Obito first became a Genin team under the future Yondaime. After receiving their Junin sensei, Team 12 met near Training Area 9. The tall, blue-eyed, blonde-haired man, dressed in a Chunin flak jacket and wearing Anbu gloves and black pants smiled at his new students. On his forehead, his iti gleamed under the noonday sun and he looked at the young Kakashi, Rin, and Obito.
We shall begin in introducing ourselves to each other, the future Yondaime began as he looked at them. What are your goals, your dreams, likes and dislikes?
Anyo, my name is Rin, Rin began as she pursed her lips. I want to become a great medical nin like Tsunade-sama, tell a certain person I like him, and I like sweets, nice boys, and memorizing medical stuff. I dislike mean and or annoying boys. Alright, you Kakashi, I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I really don't have any dreams or goals, just to be a shinobi even greater than my father. I will follow the rules to the letter to reach my goal so I won't be disgraced, the young Kakashi replied, making Kakashi grimace in the present at his younger self, as he looked to the ground. I like shinobi who follow the rules, I despise shinobi who don't. Their sensei pursed his lips at that. This would take a lot of work, and you, Obito? I'm Uchiha Obito, my dream is to unlock my Sharingan and be acknowledged as a hero to my clan, Obito told them as enthusiastically as Kakashi's future student would have. I love ramen, pretty, nice girls, and my parents. I hate guys who think they're all that and really aren't. You are 12, and you still haven't manifested the Sharingan. Are you sure you have Uchiha blood? Kakashi asked him in a sneer. And all the Uchihas have been near the top of the class, if not the top. You barely passed, are you sure you can even be a ninja? Obito froze, and then bore his teeth in anger. Say that again, bastard, and I will forcefully remove that mask and your teeth from your face. Their sensei quickly diffused the situation, with Rin's help. Okay, my turn. I have only one dream and goal, to become Hokage and lead this village. I like ramen, sweets, love my fiancé, and this village. I dislike extremely early mornings and paperwork. Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at Yondaimi's likes. When he was younger, he had raised his eyes unbelievingly at their sensei's goal, the same one that his pupil now had. Back then, he thought how absurd it would be for his sensei to actually become Hokage, being from neither a high-ranking clan. He was one of the last of his family, in fact, could even reach that rank. True, the Yondaime was an extremely skilled Junin, developing several techniques he would become famous for, as well as teaching under the legendary Sannin Jiraiya. However, with no clan to call his own, it was like he was begging to not achieve his goal. Boy, how wrong was he. Kakashi smiled faintly again before walking off to his next stop. Middle ring of Boss Sing Se. Later that day, Kakashi had entered the middle ring of Boss Sing Se. He had commissioned an artist there to draw an ink portrait of Uchiha Obito. After handing him a photograph, the artist was quite surprised at the photograph, and requested if he could keep it. However, Kakashi had declined since that was the only copy of his late friend on his person. But sir, such an object, I've never seen the likes of it before, the artist said as the Junin handed him the money for the finished portrait. Not even the best artists can draw this accurately. Sorry, but this is the only copy I have on me, Kakashi said with a smile as he took the portrait from the artist. I'm sure someone will come in one day with something similar. The artist sighed as he took the money and bowed as the silver-haired Junin bowed in thanks, and he quickly put the portrait of his friend in his pack. He walked out of the artist's shop and looked up at the sky. Several birds, some sparrowkeets and a normal hawk flew over him, and another wave of nostalgia hit him. It was Team 12's first real mission. They were exiting the village on a C-rank escort for one of Konoha's largest munitions merchant from the border of the grass country to the fire country, and all the way back to the safety of Konoha's gates. Grass country was one of the stronger minor ninja villages, as well as fire's closest ally, and with the third shinobi war in full swing, such important targets would be hard for either Kiri or Iwa to pass up. Their sensei walked ahead of his students, his skilled, analyzing blue eyes keeping an eye on every movement. Although an attack on them would be unlikely, this far away from Konoha's gates, it never hurt to be careful. Kakashi was also being careful. The white fang, strapped onto his back, would be unsheathed at a moment's notice in case he needed it. Obito's black eyes scanned the area as well, behind his goggles. However, they focused on Rin and he blushed. Rin looked at him and sighed, and he noticed he was still looking at her and gulped. She looked away and continued walking. It took a day to reach the border, where they met the grass ninja. It is good to see you alive and well, Yellow Flash. Good to see you too, Marikina, their sensei said as he bowed to the grass ninja, who was roughly the future Yondaime's height. However, he had brown hair and black eyes, and 2 katana blades attached to his hip, next to his kunai pouch. What's the situation on the front? Becoming desperate, my old friend, Marikina said with a sigh. We're barely holding the line now, even with Aim's reinforcements. Kiri's added bulk to Iwa's war effort is making their forces breach the 20,000 mark. Their sensei pursed his lips. Konoha's forces were depleting rapidly, they could barely organize 5,000 shinobi nowadays. With the added reinforcements from rain, waterfall, and grass, as well as from Suna, the allies barely topped out at 12,400 shinobi, since Kumo was staying out of the war for now. Who knew how long that would stay? Kakashi noticed the merchant rubbing his arm slightly. Sensei, our client seems to want to leave the area. Their sensei nodded, and he bowed to the 4 grass ninja. They leapt into the shadows, leaving the 4 Konoha shinobi to escort the munitions merchant back to their village. However, as soon as the grass ninja crossed the border, 22 Iwa shinobi surrounded them. Damn, they were waiting to ambush us, one of the grass ninja yelled as he pulled out a kunai. We have to distract them, Marikina said as he unsheathed both of his katana blades. He channeled his chakra into them, and they began to spark up slightly, like electricity was being channeled into them. We have to take as many out as we can, give enough time for the Yellow Flash to return to his village. The ninja engaged each other in a vicious border skirmish. The outnumbered grass shinobi fought bravely, but one by one, they were cut down. Iwa Bushins, Rock Clone, and Cage Bushins engaged each other, and clouds of smoke and the sound of smashed rock were heard miles away, quickly being picked up by Team 12's sensei's ears. Defensive Formation 1, their sensei ordered as he took out a kunai. The three genin formed a triangle defensive formation around the munitions merchant, kunai drawn. Their sensei then sensed movement, and held up his hand only to see a dozen shuriken launched at him. His blue eyes had focused on blocking the kunai and counter-attacking. 5 Junin level Iwa Shinobi and 7 Chunin level attacked the 1 Konoha Junin, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Their sensei yelled as he created 20 shadow clones with ease. He then flew through another series of seals, Kachiyose no Jutsu. With that, 2 5-meter-tall battle toads were also summoned, which would even the odds considerably. Kakashi glanced over, expecting his sensei to be breathing hard from the use of so much chakra, yet the blonde-haired Junin looked like it hadn't affected him at all. The battle was joined. An Iwa shinobi managed to get through the defensive line, but just barely, and made a mad dash to the Konoha. Aligned munitions merchant, Kakashi was right in his path, and he blocked the enemy shinobi's kunai with his own, and with one swift movement, unsheathed his father's white fang with his left hand and counterattacked. The short sword glowed brightly as it slashed through the Iwa ninja's flak jacket, inflicting a fatal wound with just one swipe. Wow, sensei's amazing, Obito gasped as he watched his blonde Junin sensei engaged 5 of the Iwa Junin at once in a viscous taijutsu battle. The yellow flash dodged a kick and countered by sticking his kunai right into his assailant's chin, inflicting a fatal wound on the enemy ninja. Quickly taking out his kunai, the blonde Junin tossed the bloodied weapon into the throat of another attacker. In less than 30 seconds, 3 of the enemy ninja were dead through the actions of Kakashi and Konoha's yellow flash. Rin slammed her fist into one of the Iwa Chunins attacking her, trying to get to the munitions merchant. In desperation, she slit the elder ninja's throat, and her eyes widened in realization on what she just did. The Iwa Chunin gargled in pain as blood squirted onto the Grell's face, and the young Kunoichi was in a state of shock at what she just did. Rin-chan, watch out, Obito yelled as he tossed a handful of shuriken at an attacking Iwa Chunin, hitting the enemy right in the face. Rin had dropped to the ground, clutching her head. Sensei, Rin-chan looks like she got hurt. The yellow flash looked back, and what looked like the body flicker technique, he appeared near his female genin charge, and frowned. She's in a state of shock. Kakashi frowned at his teammate. They were ninja, killing an enemy was supposed to be expected. He dodged a punch from one of the remaining Iwa Junin, and stuck his blade right through the Junin's heart, surprising the older shinobi. The silver-haired genin yanked his sword out of the chest of his enemy, letting him drop the ground dead. Retreat, one of the remaining Iwa Chunin ordered, and the remaining Iwa shinobi fled into the safety of the trees. Team 12's sensei frowned, and dispelled his bushins and summons. Kakashi and Obito walked over to check on Rin. The girl was breathing sharply, and their blonde Junin looked at the boys. Okay, Rin-chan is unfit to travel at the moment, one of you has to carry her until she can walk under her own power again, their sensei told them, and Obito immediately volunteered. We should just leave her, Kakashi stated in monotone, making his teammate snarl. What was that? She's our teammate, and we should never leave a teammate behind, Obito argued as their sensei put the catatonic kunoichi on the young Uchiha's back. The mission is our primary concern, having a teammate who can't walk will slow us down, Kakashi said, making his current self again frown at this part of the memory, as Obito continued to frown. However, since she is not dead or completely incapacitated, we should take her with us. Their sensei smirked. When we get back home, you 3 will have a test that I should have gave you at the beginning. Test? Obito and Kakashi asked at the same time. What test? The same test Jiraiya sensei gave me, and that Sarutobi-sama gave him, Tsunade sensei, and Orochimaru sensei, the future Yondaime replied as they all kept walking down the path with the client. A few hours later, they were back at the gates. Rin was walking again, though she was still shaken up for actually killing an enemy. Kakashi had begun lecturing her on what a proper shinobi was, yet Obito kept cutting him off. Lay off her, Kakashi Teme, Obito yelled angrily, giving the honorific Naruto would give Sasuke in the future. And no, he's right, Rin said as she talked quietly. I am a kunoichi, and as such, I should expect to kill my opponent. Kakashi grinned under his mask, but his sensei cleared his throat. However, disabling an opponent should be your primary concern. Killing your opponent is your last resort. Yes, sensei, the 3 of them said in monotone, and they followed him into the village, next to their client. First C-rank mission, success. He smiled at the memory, and realized he was burning daylight by going into nostalgia. With that, he leapt up to a nearby building's roof and began sprinting and leaping from building to the inner ring of Ba Sing Se.
Inner ring of Ba Sing Se. At his last stop, he picked up a very expensive bottle of rice wine. It wasn't sake, but it'd do for the toast he would have. As he walked out of the liquor store, he bumped into an old man, knocking him down.
They both spilled their stuff, and Kakashi grinned under his mask. Sorry about that, really wasn't looking where I was going, Kakashi said as he put the rice wine into his pack again, and the candles and portrait back into his bag. Not a problem, it seemed we were both in a rush, the old man said as he picked up his thin candles, and Kakashi helped him pick up a picture. Who is this? Kakashi asked with an amused grin. My son. He died in the war years ago, the old man replied as the silver-haired Junin handed him back the picture. Thank you. He then noticed the Junin's headband. Not a problem, sir, Kakashi said as he finished picking up his carefully gathered late offerings. I take it's the anniversary of your son's death as well as my friend's. And, by the way you looked at my forehead protector, you probably ran into one of my students. Oh, your students, and you're very observant, the old man said. With a grin, a teenager with blonde hair and girl with long blue-black hair visited the tea shop where I work today. My name is Mushi, and you are? Kakashi, Kakashi said with a smile. Those two were on their best behavior, correct? Yes, and they had a delightful chat with my nephew, Mushi said with a smile. We're newly arrived in the city, and he has trouble making friends. He misses his old life. With how many people being uprooted, I can see why he'd want to return home to someplace familiar, Kakashi stated as he began to walk off. Have a nice day, Mushi-sama. Have a nice day yourself, Kakashi, Mushi said as he bowed and walked off in the opposite direction. As Kakashi neared the final part of his journey for that day, it was the outer ring of Ba Sing Se. He walked up the wall, then hopped over to the other side and looked for a suitable place. The farmland was large, yet there was a patch of forest about a mile away from where he was standing. As he walked there, he remembered Obito's final moments. Of course, in the world of ninja, those who break the rules are trash, Obito told him before he went off to rescue Rin. But, those who don't care about their comrades are worse than trash. Kakashi scowled, his hand still over his wound under his flak jacket. He panted, and he made his decision. He turned around to follow Obito. He leapt off, quickly finding Obito's scent. Obito had found out the Iwa ninja base, and was standing on top of large tree. He was crouching on the tree branch, starting to psyche himself up. After slapping his face, he gazed at the hole where the Iwa ninja took his teammate. Found them, stay calm, Obito told himself as he looked out at the hole. He gulped and took out one of his kunai, preparing himself for combat with Junin-level shinobi. In the base, one of the Iwa shinobi, a tall man with puffy, yet spiky hair glanced back as he felt the young Uchiha's chakra signature. He turned to his tall, muscular, cap-wearing, white-haired partner, who rose his hand, pointing 2 fingers up to the sky. He then looked up at the tied-up Rin, who looked like she was in a daze. I'll sort it out, he told his teammate. In the meanwhile, continue with the genjutsu and get the information out of her quickly. With that, he activated his stealth jutsu and blended into the surrounding area. Rin twirled her head as the genjutsu was put on her on an even greater intensity. The Iwa nin cupped her face and grinned in a leer. Such a beautiful girl, he thought. Obito snarled as he prepared himself. Right, let's go. To where? An ominous voice asked from behind him, and he slowly turned around to see someone peel off the bark. The attack was cut short, and he saw blood splatter behind him. As he finished turning around, he saw Kakashi, white fang drawn. Delivering a powerful, potent diagonal slash into the enemy Iwa ninja's chest. The Iwa ninja gasped in surprise as blood flew out of the damaged part of the Iwa nin's flak jacket. Kakashi, you, why? Obito gaped as his teammate landed, and their Iwa ninja opponent crashed into a branch on another tree. I can't leave it all to a crybaby ninja like you alone, Kakashi told him enthusiastically. Under his mask, he held a grin, one that he hadn't used in a long time. Kakashi, Obito thought, amazed as he tried to get his jaw to work. Silver hair and that blade of white chakra, impossible, you, the Iwa ninja muttered as his eyes closed. Konoha's white fang? Kakashi continued to crouch, yet he flinched at his father's nickname. He lifted his father's tanto and smirked. This is a memento of my father, Kakashi told the Iwa ninja, holding the white fang, ready to strike again. The most important thing to a shinobi is to be a tool to complete a mission. Kakashi had lectured Obito time and time again before this moment. emotions are unnecessary things. Kakashi, you, Obito started, and the Iwa ninja then made a hand seal. I see, the White Fangs, brat, there is no need to worry in that case, the Iwa ninja said as he began to fade into the bark. Ninpo. My Zaigakure no Jutsu, camouflage concealment. With that, the Iwa ninja completely vanished. Kakashi's nose then twitched, tracking the enemy ninja's scent as well as a bloodhound. However, the scent vanished shortly after, his eyes shot back to Obito. His scent has been completely removed, I'll only be able to track him by movements in air currents and sound, Kakashi told his teammate, his eyes moving left and right. Of course, the Iwa ninja thought, quickly picking Obito to attack. Where is he? Obito asked as the Iwa ninja crept behind the Uchiha, trying not to make a sound. However, he made a barely audible tap was heard by Kakashi, the sound of blood falling. Obito, behind you, Kakashi warned his teammate and he blindly leapt into the enemy's attack. His left eye was slashed, blinding him in his left eye. The blood flew out of his wound as he stumbled back. Kakashi crashed to the ground next to Obito as more blood squirted out of the slash. Ah, my eye, Kakashi yelled in pain as he put his hand to the wound and closed his eyes shut. Kakashi, Obito yelled as he ran over to his friend, who had slumped against the ground and began to moan in pain. The Uchiha put his hand on the White Fang son's shoulder. Kakashi, hey. Kakashi, are you alright? Yeah, Kakashi replied as he slowly lifted his hand off the wound. The enemy, he's skilled, he's already quickly gotten rid of the kunai with the scent of my blood on it. Tears of guilt began streaming down Obito's face from behind his goggles. He was so stupid, he should have been the one to take that attack, not Kakashi. His friend glanced back at him and chuckled. Dirt in your eye again? Kakashi teased as he turned to look at the young Uchiha with his good eye. Shinobi don't cry, and I'm not dead yet. Now that comment pissed Obito off, and he lifted his goggles off his eyes and wiped the tears off. He began to remember what his sensei had told him about the constant tearing up with his goggles on. You were wearing your goggles, so you couldn't have gotten something in your eye. If you don't control your mouth, not only your mouth but your mind will also become weak, their sensei lectured the young Uchiha earlier in the mission. I'm always mouthing off, Obito thought as he continued wiping his face. Everyone's always just having to save me, I'm nothing but a loser, but... Don't let your guard down, Kakashi chided the young Uchiha while their opponent watched the scene. Even if these brats are our opponents, I won't take any risks, I'll do it cautiously, the Iwa ninja thought as he started creeping towards the two Konoha ninja. Obito didn't reply to Kakashi like he normally would do, he just continued to think, I believe the White Fang was a true hero, those who don't care about their companions are worse than trash. As he thought that, he lowered his hand from his eyes and a change happened. Those words alone, I don't want them to be just mouthing off. The wind howled as the Iwa ninja began his attack on the two of them. Obito squeezed his fists as he turned around. Die! The Iwa ninja roared as he went on the attack. However, Obito finished turning around, dodged the strike, and retorted, with the Sharingan blazing. The Uchiha read his movements, despite his cloaking jutsu still active, and slammed his kunai right into his flank. The small blade pierced the flak jacket, and impaled itself in the Iwa ninja's lung. Obito, you, Kakashi started, his eyes widened in surprise at his friend's activation of the Sharingan. The Iwa ninja's jutsu gradually began to fade as he began to die. How? I shouldn't have been seen, he then looked down at Obito. What, those eyes? With that, the Iwa ninja dropped to the ground, wheezing as his life left him. A few seconds later, he died, from the combination of his wounds and chakra exhaustion. Now, Obito said as the Iwa ninja died, I will protect my companions. Obito, you, those eyes, Kakashi said in wonder as the Uchiha looked at his hands. Yeah, it seems like the Sharingan, Obito said as he continued to look at his hands. I can see the flow and movement of chakra. Kakashi then winced, the pain of his head wound hit him again, he groaned in pain as Obito rushed over. Are you okay, Kakashi? Obito asked as he knelt beside his friend. Yeah, Kakashi replied after he groaned in pain, trying to open his eye. It seems like my left eye is completely useless. He then reached for his belt, and grabbed the pack Rin gave him. I have this that I got from Rin-chan. With emergency treatment, we can do it quickly. Let's rescue Rin-chan right away. Obito paused for a second and then a confident grin appeared on his face. Right. In the Iwa ninja hideout, the remaining Iwa ninja, identified in the bingo book as Kako, held a perverted grin as he ruffled Rin's hair. He bent down and looked at the dazed Kunoichi in the eyes. "You're unexpectedly stubborn," Kako said as he looked at her. Suddenly, he heard a pair of footsteps coming from behind him, and he glanced back. To his surprise, he saw Kakashi and Obito standing there, and the Uchiha had his Sharingan blazing angrily, and he sighed and stood up. Everyone's useless. Obito's Sharingan focused on Rin, and he saw a different pattern in her chakra, and he snarled. Squeezing his fists, his left eye turned to Kakashi. "Rin's chakra flow is irregular, completely different from yours and mine," Obito said in a snarl, baring his teeth at the Iwa ninja. "She could have been put under a genjutsu," Kakashi speculated, his own anger building. It was probably to get information out of her quickly. You're no ordinary brats," Kako said, surprised. Obito sank into a horse stance and Kakashi reached for his white fang. They both crouched as the Iwa ninja looked at them, unconcerned. "We've already beaten one, but this one moves at high speed. Be careful," Kakashi told the Uchiha, who nodded. "Right," Obito yelled as he sunk lower. The young silver-haired Junin unsheathed his blade and began running next to his teammate. Kako grinned and he pulled his arms back and spring-loaded blades shot out above his wrists. The three shinobi clashed, and the Iwa Junin back-flipped and dodged their attacks. He then focused on Obito, whose Sharingan read the movement and he pulled back dodging the scissor slash, planting his hand on the ground and he prepared himself for a counterattack. Kakashi covered him however, already leaping into an attack, the white fang ready to strike. Die, Kako thought as he went in to attack Kakashi, but Obito's Sharingan read the movement.
With that, Obito leaned back, and threw out a double kick at the Iwa Junin. He leaned on his grounded hand and kicked back the
Kako's arm and slammed his feet into the Iwa ninja's wrists, leaving him open for an attack. Kakashi had taken advantage of this, even rose the white fang over his head and dropped it, hard, over the Afro Iwa ninja's shoulder and collarbone. Kako crashed onto the ground as the young silver-haired Junin slammed his foot onto his back to land behind him. Kakashi ran to the dazed Rin, who was still under the effects of the genjutsu. The Junin held up his hand and 2 fingers, and focused his chakra. "Kai!" Kakashi yelled out, shattering the genjutsu on Rin. The fog over the girl's eyes faded, and she blinked twice. "Kakashi, Obito?" Rin asked as she strained in the binds. "We came to save you, Rin, it's all right now," Obito told Rin cheerfully. "Right, we'd better get out of here fast," Kakashi told her as he smiled underneath his mask. Rin smiled greedily at them. Kakashi began to grimace as the memory began to take a downward spiral to Obito's death. He had placed the 3 candles in a triangle formation, the black ones, representing Obito and Yondaime on the bottom, and the red candle representing Rin, who hadn't passed away but has been Mia since the 7th year after Yondaime's death. "We're all lit." He put 2 stones behind the black candles, and popped the cork on the rice wine. "Sorry guys, it's not sake, but it's the best I could get here." With that, he poured the wine over the rocks, representing his old friend and sensei's graves. He had heard a quote once, "No one who has reached nirvana should go on without the taste of good sake," and he sighed. "Indeed, that was a good combination, but you're still just brats," Kako said as he winced and got onto his feet. "You're right in my hands." With that, he flew through the hand seals. Doden. Iwa Yado Kazukushi, Earth Release, Rock Lodgement Destruction. With that, several rocks above Obito, Rin, and Kakashi dislodged from the ceiling of the cave. They looked up with shock in their eyes, hesitating to run. "Oh, damn," Obito yelled angrily as more rocks began to fall. "Everyone, get out of here quickly," Kakashi ordered as he cut Rin's binds and they all began to run as fast as they could. From his blind spot, a grapefruit-sized rock slammed into the back of the silver-haired Junin's head, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. "In my left eye's blind spot," he thought as he drifted into unconsciousness. "Kakashi," Rin cried as she looked back to her crush who was about to be smashed by the falling rocks. Obito snarled and turned back, scooping up his unconscious comrade, and as a rock fell directly above them, he tossed Kakashi away. After he did that, he tried running but the entire ceiling collapsed on him. Kako looked at his work and grinned. "They were awkward sources of information, but I didn't have any choice." Kakashi stirred, his remaining eye opening slowly, and then it focused on Obito. His eye went wide in shock and disbelief. "Are you okay, Kakashi?" Rin, Obito asked weakly. "Obito!" Kakashi yelled as he got up and ran over to his friend. The Uchiha was crushed, his right side was completely crushed and blood was streaming down his lip. His Sharingan was still activated, and the silver-haired Junin tried lifting the rock that was crushing him in a desperate attempt to save the young Uchiha's life. Shit.
That's enough. It's okay, Kakashi. It looks like it's over for me, Obito told Kakashi weakly. The right side of my body is almost completely smashed, there's no feeling in it.
Kakashi continued to pant as he tried lifting the massive stone that was crushing his friend. Tears welled up in Rin's eyes. No, this, why? Obito then coughed up blood and she ran over. Obito! Damn it! Kakashi roared as he slammed his fist into the ground and he began quivering in rage, anger, and guilt. From the beginning, if I'd gone with what you'd said and rescued Rin, something like this wouldn't have happened. Obito panted and remained silent for a few seconds. What kind of commander? What kind of Junin? Hey, no, forget it, Obito told them, and Rin looked up at the dying shinobi with tears streaming down her face. I'm the only one who didn't give you a present at your Junin celebration, right, Kakashi? Kakashi looked at him in shock. What would be good? I was thinking, and now, I've come up with it. He looked at the still shocked Junin. What? Don't worry, it's not useless baggage, it's this Sharingan of mine. Kakashi and Rin looked at him in shock and he smiled, blood still trickling down his lip. The people in the village, what they must have been saying, you're a great Junin, Obito said as he smiled at his friend. That's how I feel, please accept it. Rin rubbed her face and frowned. She wanted Obito to live, she wanted it so badly. Rin, with your medical ninjutsu, please take out my Sharingan and implant it in Kakashi's eye. Kakashi, come over here, Rin ordered after she finished wiping the tears off her face, so we can start quickly. Kakashi looked down at Obito, but stayed silent. He slowly crawled over to his dying friend, who gave a smile. I'm already going to die, Obito said as he coughed up more blood, but I can become your eye and see into the future. Kakashi stared at his dying friend, and then closed his eyes and reached him and Rin. He closed his eyes and the young medical ninja performed the operation, translating Obito's eye into his destroyed one. The Junin winced as Rin carefully pulled out his dead eye. With care, the young medical kunoichi's hand glowed green and gently took out Obito's eye. Rin ordered Kakashi to come closer, and prepare for some pain. She opened his eye socket and connected Obito's Sharingan to his optic nerve. He winced as she probed the nerve. She checked her work, and Kakashi blinked his new eye. He could see her chakra on her hand, and tears started to drop out of his new eye. I hope I am using your eye correctly, Obito, Kakashi thought as he opened his Sharingan and poured himself some of the rice wine and drank it. Sensei, I am taking care of Naruto. He will become the shinobi you wanted him to be. With that, he poured the rest of the contents of the rice wine onto the makeshift graves of Obito and his sensei, and looked up into the sunset.